13th, 2017, Delphi, Indiana. Two eighth graders, Abby Williams and Libby German, go for a hike on the Monon High Bridge Trail. They never come home. The next day, their bodies are found in a wooded area near the creek. For 5 years, the case goes cold until Richard Allen, a local CVS employee, is arrested and charged with their murders. What followed was one of the most controversial trials in recent memory. Defense attorneys removed from the case, then reinstated. A judge who barred the defense from presenting third-party suspect evidence and prohibited them from even describing the crime scene to the jury. This is the Delphi case. Tonight, we have Andy Baldwin with us. Let's get into it. Well, hello, beautiful humans. I am Bob Mata. I am your host. This is Defense Diaries podcast. And as always, I am joined by my gorgeous, my just absolutely stunning, beautiful, brilliant
gray-haired
Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all.
All right. So back on Delphi, you know, it never really leaves me. It's always sitting right there, festering as we wait for the state, which I saw Delphi Docs posted today that the government has asked for a 60-day extension in filing their response to the
Not unexpected.
Not unexpected. As a matter of fact, it was absolutely expected. So the timing of that is going to be probably about what we think, probably about, I'd say 6 to 8 months before we get any kind of word from the appellate court. And I hope that there's going to be oral arguments, but we shall see. So we're digging back in. We have our special guest, our friend, Andrew Baldwin. Andy is backstage waiting patiently to come on. We're going to cover one specific topic tonight. And I had reached out to Andy and I wanted him to come on because this particular issue is one of the many, many reasons that I feel the way that I do about this case. And I'm adamant about Richard Allen being factually innocent. And I think the title to this particular live says it all. If he's the guy, why lie?
I mean, there's no answer to that. Damn good question.
It's a damn good question. So what we're going to be getting into tonight, and let me just bring Andy on. What's up, my friend? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
How you doing?
I'm confused about why what you're going to be talking about came out because of the Jerry Holman interview of Turco on September 19th. And I thought that was already out. So I don't know how it got out or what happened that caused such a flurry of emails that I received. But I'm glad it did because I got to tell you, out of everything that happened in this case, for whatever reason, the one thing that really, like, I can drone on and on about the Purdue professor and how I was lied to by multiple people and nobody seems to care. It really burns me up. And so anyway, I'm glad that it's out there.
Well, we care.
I know you care.
There's a lot of people that
there's
care.
There's a lot of people that
and
care.
I just want to say, so I listened to it last night, and if it was out there, and if the facts about it were already out there, like maybe it's quoted in a pleading, and I already knew it. Hearing it is just so different.
Yeah.
And it's just so I mean, we're criminal defense attorneys, and I still get outraged when I hear cops trying to control the narrative. Like, it's just too much. It's just so much. It's too much. And then, like, the last, I'm not even going to say it, but when we hear it, the very last assertion that Turco, that's his name, right? That Turco makes, I'm like, okay, mic dropped, the end. And I know we're going to build up to the actual recording to give everybody some context and refreshed memories on, the lie and how it progressed and get to it that way. So I hand that back over to you, babe.
And the thing about this particular lie is that it goes to the heart of the case. This isn't just some witness that, the state was trying to stash. This is a guy who they went to, and I'm talking about Unified Command, immediately upon seeing the crime scene. The crime scene was so unusual to them that they thought that they needed somebody who was a little more learned in the ways of maybe Norse paganism, maybe of runes. They didn't understand it.
Religious rituals, whatever the case be. They had that guy, and apparently, was it Brad Holder? No. Who did they consult with?
Yeah, Brad Holder.
Brad Holder.
Right. So they went to this guy over at Purdue University, which is right there in Indiana, in Lafayette, closest, excellent university. Excellent professors over there. It's highly regarded. Were you going to say something?
Oh, wait till you finish.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Come on, man. I'll always leave you a break to jump right in, babe. But it's one of those things where when you look at how this thing played out, and this thing goes cold for 5 years, and then when Richard Allen's arrested and he's appointed attorneys, one of them is with us tonight, and they start digging into the discovery that is provided to them by the state of Indiana. And they happen to discover
what's not there.
Just these little needles in a haystack that were just stuck all over this 15 terabytes of discovery they got. And they're like, holy shit, what is this? what is going on? And they start digging in, and they discover this report.
Wait a minute. I'm confused. I thought it was completely hidden from them until the cop mailed the defense their file. No.
I think the way that it went down, and Andy can speak to it better than anybody else, but I think Hoffman was digging around in there, and Hoffman kind of uncovered some of this Odinism shit, and he goes to, tell the story, Andy. Like, why?
Yeah, I think it was Matt. It might have been Max Baker, but there was I call it the 12-page Odin report that it was authored by Kevin Murphy, who's a state trooper. And basically Kevin Murphy, Todd Click, and Greg Ferenczi, the three of them were investigating this Odin angle and I'm pretty sure we're talking to everybody that already knows some of them way more than even I know. But just so that everybody understands, Odinism or Norse paganism was thought to be part of the crime scene, that somebody with Norse paganist beliefs had left the unusual signature sticks on the girls in the form of something called runes, like immediately, like the day that the girls were found. Everybody that saw the crime scene was like, wow, this is really unique. It's different than
blood, right? Like
and the F tree, the blood on the tree was in the, it's so obvious it's not blood spatter. It's somebody that used one of the girls' blood and put a rune. A rune, for those that don't know, is like, it's like the Norse pagan alphabet. It's Germanic. Some people would call it a Germanic script. That's what Turco called it. And so everybody that was at the scene, including FBI, who thought those girls were posed, and believed that there was possibly Norse paganism going on, they started to investigate that. Okay. And you would think, well, that's a pretty far-fetched thing. And then you find out that one of the girls that died, Abby, was dating whatever 14-year-olds, whatever, going with, whatever the phrase is, talking to, spending time with, communicating with a guy named Logan Holder, who had been to Odin rituals, according to people that investigated the case. Okay. That never gets talked about, by the way, as much as the dad, Logan's dad, Brad Holder, was a huge Odinist, and on his Facebook page had lots of interest in sticks formed into runes. And they even had things that looked like the crime scene on his Facebook page. So all of that is going on. And we did what normally you would see as a defense lawyer. You guys all know this, is a report that says, okay, we thought this looked like Norse paganism. We investigated this guy named Logan Holder and his father, Brad Holder, and Patrick Westfall. And here's what we did. And ultimately what we concluded is, for these reasons, that they were not involved. And we didn't really get that with, at least with Patrick Westfall. Brad Holder had what I would say is, unfortunately, they did not investigate his alibi very well. And so there's that. And then what apparently one of the reasons why that the state police stopped investigating this was because of a Purdue professor who the state police, told the state police, hey, I'm the Purdue professor that knows about Germanic stuff. And yeah, this looks quite plausible that this is a Germanic runic script that some guy was trying to recreate. And that was in the initial report. So we didn't get that initial report. We got a 12-page report, thankfully, that Jerry Holman, I don't think in a million years thought we were ever going to see. And Jerry Holman's the lead detective on this case, and he's a state trooper, and he's a terrible cop and a bad human being. And I don't mind saying that, because he is. And I'll debate him on that. We can have a debate about that. And
I'll moderate it. I'd love to moderate that.
So Jerry told me under oath on August 10th, 2023, that was a Thursday. He told me, late in the day, late in the afternoon. We talked to the Purdue professor. And after that, the Purdue professor said, this wasn't a cult or Odinism or anything like that. This sticks on the girls. And then, so of course the defense wanted to talk to the Purdue professor, the mythical Purdue professor. And in a normal world, I've said this before, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, but it's so mind-blowing that I have to say it again for people that may not know. That is something normally in a normal world you would be able to learn the name of the Purdue professor like right away, because think about it, it's the state police's person. Okay, they should know it right away. They knew who talked to the Purdue professor. Plus they have files. They have access to their own files. And Purdue's 20 minutes from Lafayette. And even if they, for some reason, lost all their files, like they lost all the recordings and they lost their memory of who this guy was, they should be able to, the next day on a Friday, the 24th, to learn who this person is. So on Friday, I believe we called and said, did you figure out who the Purdue professor was? And the reason is that it's so important is that is the reason that both Jerry Holman and Tony Liggett, I forgot until I reviewed some of these documents, that Liggett said in his deposition that, the sticks on the girls was not Odinism or runes. So Liggett, and that's the guy who signed the search warrant affidavit, Liggett. So Liggett lied under oath. That simply wasn't true. You'll learn later. But here's what happened. On August the 11th, we didn't learn. On August 12th and 13th, and then the following week of the 14th, we were reaching out to McClelland and saying, hey, what about this Purdue professor? And we're getting this song and dance of, Oh, we're looking for him. We're looking for him. And my mind is already blown. Like, well, how inept are you that you can't figure this out? And I started to think fairly quickly, like, what happens if the Purdue professor did not support what Jerry Holman said under oath? And what happens if the Purdue professor did not support what Tony Liggett said under oath? Those guys would be, could be pursued for perjury. That's a joke because the state police would never do that. But at least we would understand, okay, what's going on here is really like there's some bad stuff happening here if the Purdue professor did not support what those guys said under oath. So September the 6th, I mean, it's crazy, everybody. It is crazy that by September 6th, they still have not figured out who the Purdue professor is. This is nearly a month later. It's embarrassing and it's laughable. And then Nick McClelland sends an email and he says, hey, we still haven't figured out who the professor is. And I mean, it's here. I could read the exact.
No. We're going to pull it all up.
Okay.
So,
well, tell me where you want me to end because I can go on forever because it's.
I know. So the way that we're going to do this, I'm going to start with Turco's initial report.
Okay.
So
and just for everybody's knowledge, we never got that report, I believe, until October the 6th. And that was actually almost like begging McClelland to turn it over. It's like, when are you going to turn this over? Please turn this over. And like 10 o'clock at night, I think it was, he sent that over finally. But this is it. Yeah.
This is it. All right. So
we were supposed to get this December 22nd, no later than under their local rule of 2022. Here we are now into October of 2023 when we got it.
And so again, this is immediately after discovering the girls looking at this crime scene. They're like, we got to talk to somebody about this. This doesn't look normal. This is the guy. This is the guy that they go to. This is the mysterious Professor Turco from Purdue University. So they go to him, and from the beginning, they don't even show him the crime scene photos. They give him images of what the stick formations look like. Okay. And when we get towards the end of this thing, when we get to the actual audio between Holman and Turco, when Jerry sees fit, like he's, oh shit, these guys are like, they're on to me. I better go talk to this fucking guy. And he goes and talks to this guy, which we're going to listen to towards the end. You'll hear him discussing exactly what he's looking at in terms of how he is able to prepare this report. So these are his initial thoughts, and it's not on letterhead. It's a pretty basic type of report here. And let's go through it all. And it won't take long. So the initial thoughts on Black 01 and Black 02, it is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions, nor is it immediately clear what they would mean if they were. However, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or a modern recreation thereof is quite plausible. The following are conjectures based on the working assumption that these do, in fact, constitute a rune or runically inspired inscription. So the introduction, and he kind of gets into what runes are. Runes were primarily phonetic characters like the letters of the English alphabet, only in early or again in modern, e.g. neo-pagan, heathen, New Age sources do they have an esoteric meaning as signs or symbols. These meanings, always speculative, can vary widely in popular reception. Though there seems to be some general consensus as to the positive and negative connotations of various, quote, magic symbols. All runic characters were originally angular because of the exigencies of carving in wood or stone. There are historically no curved letters, although these are encountered in more contemporary scripts / fonts. Runic inscriptions are most commonly read left to right, but can also be read right to left. Characters may appear inverted, upside down, or reversed mirror image. However, characters typically follow a consistent pattern. Example, all inverted or not within a given inscription. The quote figures in this image, assuming their order is not simply arbitrary, most likely are to be read left to right, standard order. This order is suggested by the standard not reversed, right-facing Thurs or Thorn rune in red in the image discussed below. If this is runically inspired inscription, it may well be a mismatch of various runic alphabet used in different times and different places, i.e. not historically accurate, unsurprisingly, but more suggestive of a popular source or sources. Runes have different names and sometimes varying phonetic values depending on place and time of use. I have been inclusive rather than exclusive below. The lines in the images do not in any obvious way spell a word, but appear more likely to be independent symbols or possibly an acronym. An open question: is this a signature, a declaration, or just someone's idea of, quote, powerful symbols? The primary conclusion, with the premise that this is an inscription, it's possible to discern these characters on the left, middle, and right side of the image. A colleague and I independently researched the same conclusion regarding the right, the red figure, and the left, the black figure. The central figure is more ambiguous, but after discussion, agreement was reached on the 4 conjectures offered below on page 3. All right, so these are the images as were presented to him in these 2 various stick formation images that he was provided by law enforcement. Okay, so you can see you've got these 2, and obviously, if you know anything about the case, you know that Abby would be the figure on the left, and Libby would be the figure on the right. These are the stick formations that were found on both girls. All right, so, or alternative image, so I think they inverse them maybe a bit there. So the left side, okay, the black figure, and I'm sure I'm going to butcher all of these different runic names.
Well, why don't we ask Andy to pronounce them?
Yeah, there you go. Put it on Andy to butcher them.
That would be, well, I don't know that I say it Hagal.
Yeah,
yeah. And we thought that was a Hagal on our own, or Matt did.
Okay.
The Wolf's Angel, that's not anything. We've never thought of the Wolf's Angel or Iwas or whatever that is. So those, I don't know.
Okay.
Lagoose is the middle one there. We thought that. We've not talked about the tier, whatever that is. So yeah, I mean, I don't profess to be some type of expert in that.
No,
but
we just figured you'd know the words at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's why you go to Purdue professors, you know.
Yeah.
But hit that footnote, babe. Don't switch pages yet.
Okay, so the
Run through
footnote
them.
is in some runic alphabets available online, this asterisk-like rune could alternatively represent an Old English / Anglo-Saxon lore or Geranjun rune. And then he puts a hyperlink in there to Wikipedia. And I don't know. Yeah, those
indicates that possibility seems remote. But
yeah, I
go up
was
and
excited to see if it was going to work for me. All right, so do you want me to keep the figures up there for a
And
second?
I'll say this: the figure on the left there that you see, that formation that looks like an asterisk, that was the same formation that Brad Holder in April of 2017, just a few weeks after the girls were murdered, he put that in a pin on his wrist and showed it to the camera, and and nobody knew what the crime scene presumably looked like, except for the killers that were there. I'm not saying that he did this. I'm just telling you what the evidence is.
Right.
He did that. And so that very rune on the left there with the yellow on the up and down, the asterisk looking one, that was on Brad Holder's Facebook page.
Yeah.
So nothing to see there, guys.
right.
Yeah, we can't say that Brad Holder or Elvis Fields or
No.
Westfall did anything. However, what we can say that the timing of Brad Holder's posts on Facebook in terms of in relation to the homicides and the likeness is awfully coincidental.
Yeah, and
And
Kevin Murphy said on August 1st at the hearings that you have to be, I think he said something along the lines of, you have to be intellectually dishonest to say that rune, that pattern that we just looked at, does not match the pattern on Abby, and the pattern that was on Brad Holder's wrist. That those don't match each other. And if you watch the Hulu special on this, they lifted it off of the way that television can do things, and it floated right onto the stick formation that was shown, the illustration of it, and it was a perfect match.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's well, whatever. Like we've talked about it.
Yeah.
The bottom line will always be, and we hope that the appellate court feels the same way. It should have been left to the jury for them to decide, for them to be able to see the way that the crime scene looked, the way that these stick formation. Maybe they come back and say, "Oh, those just look like sticks." Yeah, they were just trying to cover the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Let them come to that conclusion. Let them see Brad Holder's Facebook posts. Let them see just how strikingly similar they were to the crime scene, and let them come to their own decisions. Yeah. That's how it works in this country. Yeah. We're allowed to defend our clients in this country. All right, so comments. The figure in red, again, just for reference.
It's the one above it.
You can see. Oh. This one here?
Okay.
I think it's this one right here, right? The red and the blue. It's hard to tell which one. Yeah. It's the longer one. It's the one that had the long limb.
So wait, babe, we never go back up real quick.
Okay.
So like where it starts to go, Hagal.
Right there.
Hagal. Yeah. So we didn't walk through all that yet. We got to footnote 1, which is left side Hagal or Hagals.
Okay. I mean, do you want to walk through it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not really giving you much here. I think he gets into it a little more.
He does, yeah. But I did want to ask one question before we moved on of Andy.
Yeah.
I was kind of wondering, how was there the guy that gave the tip and said, "Oh, Brad Holder has posted images that look eerily similar to the crime scene on his Facebook page."
Right.
How does one say that when no one knows what the crime scene looks like?
Okay, well, he didn't exactly. Well, first of all, there was multiple people that sent in tips about Brad Holder, that they were concerned about the eerie and weird things that were contained on Brad Holder's Facebook page, including Ryan Boucher down in Georgia. I think that's who you're talking about. And Ryan didn't say these are on these match the crime scene or anything like that. He just said these look weird. Like I'm curious about this guy whose son dated Abby, and why does he have all this weird imagery on his Facebook page? I mean, Ryan was way more curious than
the cops
were.
Wow, that's just shocking. Like he's like, I know this guy knows one of the victims, and he's got all this weird, freaky shit. You need to look at him. And
well,
then
there was multiple people, Allie, and I want to get back. I know I want you to do your thing here, but if you go back to the very top where it says it's quite plausible, okay, where look at that, and you know remember what's going on at this time. The Unified Command is collaborating with the Purdue professor to try to determine if it's possible that that there is Norse paganism at play here. And so I just want everybody to imagine what a normal cop would do when they read, hey, oh, okay, it's not self-evident, but it's not immediately clear what they would mean. However, it's these markings, whether these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof, is quite plausible. Now imagine that you are an investigator and you read that and you've seen this crime scene and you know that there's now, by that time, they knew there were links to suspects. Imagine how a normal person operates. Anybody, it doesn't even have to be a good investigator. It's like, okay, it's quite plausible. Okay. That's what, that's what we thought. That's all that you need to know right there. It's quite plausible. So we're going to move on and not stop the investigation. Yet, this is the report. It's
That stops the
that
investigation.
stops the investigation.
Right.
Well,
I mean,
quite
there's-
plausible should jet that investigation into hyper mode.
And we're in the language Bob's just about to get to. He uses the term self-evident.
Yes, go to that. Yes.
Well, he says it is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions.
Okay, but then he says, and right where you were before we jumped back up to revisit that, he
Right.
says the most self-evident is so.
Right. Yeah, look, here's the thing. So if you're not familiar with the case, if this is kind of your first rodeo or you're new to the case, which
Yeah.
I know, and I'm happy that there are new people coming in because we want as many eyes on this case as humanly possible. We want people knowing about it. We want people outraged about it because a horrible injustice has been done here, and we need to apply pressure. We need to let the government know that we know what's going on here. And, that kind of pressure helps in these cases. It just does. So, but ultimately, in my world, we've got Greg Ferenczi, we've got Todd Click, and then we got Kevin Murphy, who do not stop investigating this line of investigation. They continue on. And the one thing I don't know if you know, and I'm a huge fan of Kevin Murphy. I've become friends with him. The guy is salt of the earth. He's what we want every cop to be, frankly. And the amount of pressure that I can imagine that you tried to bring up in the most tactful way you could through a legal pleading in terms of what happened in that hallway between him and Holman, which spoke volumes about what Kevin was dealing with outside of the public eye, in terms of pressure, in terms of things that he was saying and doing. And I have a hell of a lot of respect for him. And I hope that one day, to get him on the show when hopefully this appeal makes its way to the appellate court in terms of fully being briefed and they make a decision on it.
Supreme Court or appellate court?
Well, it's at the appellate court now.
Oh,
so
right. It's not a capital case. Okay.
Right. So at this point, but I hope to get him on the show because he's just a good man. And these three guys did a lot of work. They continue to investigate this, and they weren't in the inner circle of unified command. They were independently doing this investigation. And like Andy says, I could go on forever and ever and ever talking about it. It's like we're trying to keep it narrow to Turco tonight,
right?
But it's such a sordid tale that it's
important to understand why the report is important, and it's also important to understand why these guys would lie, which is kind of the theme of the show. I think is why lie.
Why lie? So let me ask you: do you know? Were Kevin and Todd and Greg privy to this particular report, or did they independently? Because just in terms of thinking about three cops who were all long tenured police officers, decorated police officers, all thought of with the highest regard by their fellow cops, by the community at large. They were just good cops. And these guys, if they weren't privy to this, if they weren't privy to the crime scene photographs, which I don't know that they were, but they saw fit because they found enough independent of knowing of the existence of a Purdue professor who consulted with a Harvard professor in order to verify what he was thinking. And these guys are continuing on. And if it's true that they didn't have knowledge of that existing in the world, and I'm talking about this report, I want you to think about that.
Do we know, Andy, whether they did have it?
They did not. I don't believe that they did. They got involved through Elvis Fields. That's how they, and then they, through their own, dogged hard work, they started connecting dots, and they did what, old fashioned. If they had seen this report and they saw that it was quite plausible, I mean, that would have also been rocket fuel for them to continue on. Not that they seemed to need it, because they were really on top of it. And they being these three, Ferenczi, Murphy, and Click, they all were believers that there was something about Norse paganism and these other people, all these third-party suspects.
So, babe, now drive that point home again that you just said, because that is a huge point.
It is a huge point, and it's really something that I want you to think about. If you're new to this case, or if you're old to this case and you haven't thought of that concept, that you have these three cops who, up until Greg Ferenczi's murdered outside of a federal court building or a federal building, they continued. And it wasn't until Greg was shot and killed that the investigation stopped. They always believed it. And they were so confident in what they had uncovered in terms of their investigation.
Right. That it was tied to Norse paganism.
Yes. And that they believed that Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall were people that needed to be very, very closely looked at.
There was a connection between, this is what I always say, you'll always hear me say this, there was a connection between Brad Holder up here in Delphi or Logansport, Patrick Westfall in Delphi, and 125 miles southeast of there was Elvis Fields, who was on Facebook mimicking Brad Holder's his stick runes and just different photos that Brad Holder was putting on his Facebook page. Elvis was emulating. Of course, Elvis said, I wasn't emulating Holder. He was emulating me. I don't care who's emulating who. Here's what I do know. Why does Elvis Fields know of the existence on the planet Earth of Brad Holder? Elvis Fields basically, he confessed to the crimes down in and he said he was part of a gang, part of a crew, and he had new brothers. And the evidence is that Vinlanders is a gang, and some say that it is, all Vinlanders are Odinists, or it's kind of like bourbon and whiskey. I can't remember which it is. All Odinists are Vinlanders, or all Vinlanders are Odinists. But there's a fascination with Vinlanders, which is basically a biker club with runes and with Odinism. And Elvis Fields was now part of a gang. That's what he said. And somehow he's following Brad Holder. And all of that interconnectivity was of interest to Click, to Ferenczi, and to Murphy, but it was not of any interest at all, because it hurt, especially after Richard Allen was arrested, because it definitively hurt the narrative of the police big time. And so you now understand why the Purdue professor was hidden, and when there's quite plausible that this is what this is, yet they chose not to investigate it, it's egg on their face, and they have to hide this. They have to hide this report. They have to hide the fact that this report is inconsistent with what they testified to, Jerry Holman and Liggett, under oath. And that's why this is important. That's
and just to circle back to what Bob said, the fact that two separate lines of investigation, one that did not have this Purdue professor's quite plausible report, was coming up with the same ultimate conclusion, that this group of people who are talking about runes and tied to brotherhood, and there's something to this, and then you've got this whole other thing. So that is quite compelling from an
Bob, I've never viewed it that way, but that's a really terrific way to view it. It's like independent of that report and that what's going on there, they concluded this.
And here's another thing that I want to put forth to you. Do you think, and this is a ponderable, do you think, had they found imagery on Richard Allen's phone of Norse paganism, do you think that they would have come back to this? Maybe.
I'm believing that is what they call a rhetorical question.
Right, exactly.
But of course they would. And it's embarrassing to think that they actually, if presented with that, would say no, because we don't believe that's Norse paganism or those are runes. So if Richard Allen happened to be interested in Norse paganism, we have to go with what we said at trial, that was a covering on the girls, and that's what we're going to go with. So I think it's very plausible, because they have lied. Law enforcement has lied in this case so often, and it's really gaslighting. it took my daughter had to teach me what gaslighting was because I didn't really understand the concept, but I was living it, you know, when I figured it out. I just didn't know it at the time.
Yes, you were in the midst of it. You were being lit.
You were
on
being
fire.
You were gassed
Gassed.
like a mofo. So
wait, let me just say one thing. I'm sorry, babe. I just want people, some of you are new, like Bob keeps saying, to understand this report that we're reading right now was not the report that was given to the defense and discovery. They were given a report by the police about this report. Correct, Andy?
No, they didn't even mention. No, I mean, that's not actually correct. What led us to Turco was we learned about Turco on August, I think the 8th, when we interviewed Liggett. You know, that was like we deposed Liggett, and he was like, "Oh, there's this Purdue professor." I was like, "Oh, okay." There was. That's a great. I'm glad you said that, Allie. We were never given the name Jeffrey Turco. We were never told about a Purdue professor. And in a normal world, I always have to say this, in a normal world, there's a report out there that says, we talked to Purdue Professor Jeffrey Turco, and here are his conclusions, and here's the attached report. And then that's given to the defense in a timely manner, when, you know, according to the local rules. And if not, the prosecutor says, "Hey guys, I'm sorry, there's a lot of stuff here. We're working on it as hard as we can." And this would be a big deal, by the way, that should have been at the top of the list of things to get, would be, if you're an honest prosecutor, and I deal with, I just had some dinner with an honest prosecutor, and here's what Carrie Miles would do, or here's what, you know, I could name any number of prosecutors that I know in and around Indiana. Here's what they would do. They would say, "Hey, by the way, I need to let you know this. There was a lot of conjecture about Odinism or Norse paganism. You need to know that. There's some reports floating around, you know, because you might call it exculpatory." Now, we don't buy it, Andy. We don't buy it at all. And we'll let you know why we don't buy it. But you have a right to know that, obviously. I had a prosecutor on the line yesterday. I'm on my car phone heading from northern Indiana. And he gets on the phone. He says, "Hey, I don't know if this is exculpatory. And this just happened yesterday. I don't know, Andy. This is Chris Owens down in southern Indiana in Scott County. Andy, I don't know if this is considered exculpatory or not, but just on the risk that it is, it's something that you need to know. And I just want you to know that on the phone, and then I'll email that to you later." That's the way that normal, good prosecutors operate. And for you out there that don't know that, you know, that is the case. Now, I'm not saying all prosecutors obviously operate that way, because we dealt in Delphi with at least Nick McClelland that did not operate that way. And there's others around the state that don't as well. But that's not the norm.
No,
all right,
and we're going to get into that.
So the 12-page report that you got doesn't mention a professor,
No,
that they consulted anybody.
no.
It was just what you have termed the Odinist report.
The Odin report, the 12-page report, was a mind blower, Allie. I mean, it was Brad Holder's ex-wife, Amber Holder. I'm Kevin Murphy, and I'm writing this. Kevin Murphy, Murph would type out his report after he interviewed somebody. That's what he would do. And so this 12-page report was a narrative report of every time he interviewed somebody, what his takeaways were and what the facts were from that interview. One of them, for example, was Amber Holder. Amber Holder was Brad Holder's ex-wife. Brad Holder, for those, again, that is, Logan Holder is the son that dated Abby. Brad Holder is the dad. And Brad Holder was an Odinist. Logan had attended Odinist meetings, and they thought and Odinism they thought to be at the crime scene. That's what police thought. That's who they are. But Murphy wrote down what Amber Holder, Brad Holder's. See, this is what good investigators do. You know what? I wonder if Brad Holder's ex-wife knows something. Maybe she does. Let me go knock on her door. Well, she did. She knew a lot. And Amber told Kevin Murphy that, yeah, Brad told me that he and Patrick Westfall had a falling out over something that happened in the woods on Valentine's Day. And after that, you know, he also told me that Patrick Westfall did this. And that's what Amber Holder said. And that he has, and then she testified, Amber Holder, at court. And we would never, therefore, know about Amber Holder. And I'm about to blow your mind related to Amber Holder now that I'm on that topic. But we would never have known about Amber Holder but for Kevin Murphy's dogged pursuit of the truth. That Amber Holder's name and what she said, which was just a mind blower and very damaging to this state's claim that Odinism was not involved. That's the evidence was quite different from what Amber Holder said. And Amber Holder, we would not have known her name but for Kevin Murphy. Here's what's super interesting, guys. Amber Holder's never, at least as at the time of trial, I have not talked to Amber in a while. She's never been interviewed by the police other than Kevin Murphy. Like when I came out in August of 2023 and I said, here's this 12-page report. Look at this. Johnny Messer's mentioned, Taylor Hornaday's mentioned, all these people that have information that looks, that needs to be investigated. And one of those things, I'd say the biggest mind blower was probably Amber. And they never, it's like in a normal world, police would say, oh my gosh, did we miss this? How did this happen? I'm after the truth. I'm a law enforcement officer after the truth. Of course, I'm going to go talk to Amber Holder. Is it possible we have the wrong guy? But that was never going to happen here. So they've never talked to her. Kevin Murphy was the last law enforcement officer to talk to her, and they have refused to talk to her since. And it's shameful.
It really is. And just so for frame of reference, when Richard Allen was arrested, Todd Click of the law firm of Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy saw fit to actually go and consult with an attorney because he didn't understand. He didn't understand why they had made an arrest of this man, because he had put this report together, him and Kevin and Greg, and they thought that it was an excellent lead into potential suspects. So much so that they thought it was far more powerful than what they learned was the evidence that they had against Richard Allen. So he goes and consults with a lawyer and says, hey, I don't know what to do with this. I'm a police officer. We've done this investigation. It's been going on for years at this point. We feel that they've arrested the wrong person, and I have no idea what to do with it. And so ultimately, the attorney says, well, maybe draft a letter to Nick McClelland, the prosecutor, and just, make sure that he got this report that you tendered to him. Maybe it slipped through the cracks. Maybe you didn't see it, and they kind of put the cart before the horse, and they arrested this guy not knowing that existed. So that's exactly what Todd Click does. He writes Nick McClelland the letter and says, hey, what the fuck? Did you get this report that I sent you? Because we think that it's pretty powerful. And frankly, we think that it's far more powerful in terms of evidence against other individuals in comparison to what you have against this guy that you did arrest. And Nick basically says, no, we're good. Essentially. And this all gets brought out during the course of this litigation. This became Andy's passion project.
Yeah. So let me ask this, babe, because I just don't remember. It's been so many facts in this case. Did they technically disclose that 12-page report before that letter was sent to Andy McClelland? I mean, to McClelland. Sorry, Andy.
I think we got that report. We, the defense, found that report, the 12-page report, Murphy's report, in I don't know when they turned it over. I think I found it in the needle in the haystack in March of 2023. And then Nick McClelland received a letter with, it wasn't just a letter from Click, by the way. Click sent also a flash drive filled with a ton of interviews that were incredibly important that we had been asking for in August, after we revealed that we were on to the Odin stuff. August the 10th is when we had our big reveal. And after that, we're like, where's Elvis Fields' interview? Because that is talked about in the 12-page Odin report. That alley is talked about, not the Purdue report, right. But in there they reference, we interviewed Elvis Fields at the station, and it was videotaped. We interviewed, Johnny Messer, and that was videotaped. And so when we had that 12-page report, and on August 10th, when we had our big reveal, then we're like, we want the Purdue professor, we want Elvis Fields' interview, we want Johnny Messer's interview, and crickets. You know who had it at that time on his desk? Nick McClelland. He had that flash drive on his desk. Well, I can't say it's on his desk.
Right, but
his office signed off on
theoretically.
May the 1st, 2023. And
on the certified letter that was sent
it
by
was a
Click.
certified letter. Thank you, Allie. And they received it on May 1st. And Nick's office signed off on it. And then Nick sandwiched that Click letter and the Click evidence, I believe, on September the 8th. That's when we finally got it. It would have been nice to have it for the depositions. It would have been nice to have it, on the 11th of the day after the depositions. I think Nick, in my opinion, what happened is Nick knew that we were going to talk to Click, and Click's going to say, well, wait a minute, didn't you get all that evidence? I mean, that's a consistent theme in this case. Right. And so finally Nick turned it over. But what he didn't do, again, this is in a normal world, the prosecutor said, hey, this is definitely exculpatory. You need to have this. Nick sends it with a bunch of other crap, and it's not crap, a bunch of evidence. And fortunately, we actually looked at the evidence. Some lawyers don't actually look at the evidence. I mean, and I think they might have been banking on that.
Or we get lost in the mix.
Yeah, the Turco interview is an example of that. That we got that much later, but so I'm sorry I don't mean to be talking in circles, but I think that answered your question. We didn't get the Purdue report until October the 6th. It's never mentioned anywhere until August the 10th. That's when it was first referenced, or August the 8th.
So the only time that you would not have known about it, but for you doing the depositions and interviews of officers who let that slip.
That's correct.
All right. So let's get back to the page that we're at. Let us see what this professor had to say, babe.
Okay, so it says the figure in red, the right side, which just for frame of reference, in case you forgot, these are the sticks that were on the girls. Okay, in that formation. So the figure in red, called thurs in Old Norse, or thorn in Old English, shaped like a pointy P, is the most, quote, self-evidently, end quote, runic character of the three.
So that's what I'm talking about. Self-evidently runic character. I mean, it says the most self-evidently of the three, but you're saying it's self-evident.
Well, I mean, when we get to his actual interview with Jerry Holman,
he wasn't allowed to freely talk.
He's far more definitive, though.
Right.
He uses the words. Well, I don't want to ruin it.
Right. Go ahead.
So the sound is like the unvoiced th in theater, not like the voiced th in that. This relatively clear character provides the strongest evidence for the hypothesis that these figures were intended as some manner of runic inscription. So there's four conjectures, from most likely to least likely. So we've got the Hagal, the Wolf's Angel, and again, that's in his world, that's the thorn, and then the Hagal is again the thorn with the initials HWTH, and then 2 is HEITH, and then the third is a Hagal, which is, so you have to imagine, if you will, that you're Jerry Holman, who, if you have watched any of the videos of Jerry Holman interrogating Rick Allen, you get an idea of this guy's mentality. Okay. Like, I don't know Jerry Holman from a hole in the ground other than what I saw him testify to at trial. And then when I was able to observe his interrogation of Richard Allen, that is the extent of what I know about him, other than the couple of times I've seen him on YouTube shows where he came out and made words. But this guy sees this shit and he thinks this is fucking witchcraft. That's where his head's at. He's reading through this shit, and that guy's like, I don't know what this gobbledygook is, but it sounds like bullshit. That's what happened with Jerry Holman. I guarantee you, that is what happened with Jerry Holman and the rest of his crew. They looked at this and like, I don't know what this is. Like, I don't know, and I don't give a shit. It sounds like bullshit. It sounds like voodoo. We're good. Thanks, man. Thanks for this report. We're good. Because you can look at it and see that this is not something that Jerry Holman's going to dig into.
I think that's the most charitable way that you can explain this, by the way.
I was
The
trying.
most charitable way, because there's a lot of other explanations out there that exist.
I
Yes,
thought that was
there
way
are.
too charitable, overly charitable.
You're
quite
turning into
charitable.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're rubbing off on me. All right, so we get to 3, which again is Hagal.
Or Hegel.
2, which is the L, the upside down L, which is the thurs or the thorn, or the hers, the thurs. So theater, the thurs or the thorn. Initials HLTH. Okay, and then the 4th again is a Hagal. The tier or the T, one twig would be missing, but this is not uncommon. So you got the thurs, the thorn, initials HTH, HTTH. So MB number 1 above seems to be most likely the simplest explanation, though 2 only somewhat less so. Number 3 and 4 seem less likely, but are included here for the sake of completeness. Notes
All right,
on
so
rooms.
this is an 11-page thing. Maybe we skip to the you know, best parts of it.
Okay, so you want to
Like, I don't think
get
everybody needs the explanations. I think
Something else that should be said too, just is we had an expert, Dawn Perlmutter. We've talked about her before. She was on your show before.
Yep.
She is teaches the FBI about ritualistic crime scenes and so forth. She's very familiar with runes and symbols, and she said, "Yeah, no brainer. These are runes, no brainer." So it's not even, you know, there's multiple people, including the person that literally wrote the book on ritualistic crime scene. I mean, literally wrote the book that they use.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, literally.
and we did a whole live with
I'm
her.
sure she would have. Yeah, I'm sure she would have jumped on tonight. All right,
Go to
so
this conclusion. Yeah.
I'm going to get to the. So again, the thurs or the thorn, the giant or the monster, more generally loosely associated with the Norse god Thor. To my knowledge, the thurs or the thorn rune was not used by the Nazi SS. This is a quote rune for dummies. Okay, rune. If someone wanted to make an inscription look runic, this is a character they might well use. So modern esoteric, and then he's got the link there. So his conclusion to the notes: while there is overlap between some neo-pagan and some neo-Nazi groups, a wolf's angel symbol would point to a Nazi connection sooner than a Norse pagan one. If the first figure is a Hagal rune and the second a wolf's angel symbol, the conjunction of these two figures would tend to support the Nazi hypothesis, since a wolf's angel is not part of any runic or, as far as I know, neo-pagan magic alphabet, but a Nazi symbol per se. So then he's got some more links here: basics, good overview, white power blog, and then he's got
what Don Perlmutter would say, and others would say, and even Turco says, I think in his interview that we'll be going over, is, you know, these are like children that are very unfamiliar, but they think it's kind of cool to be Odinist or Norse paganist. So they get into it a little bit or a lot, and they take in stuff they see off the internet, and they're a little, you know, they're very, it's very, it's not perfect. It's not like they're experts. And so it's whatever they want to take from it. What Don Perlmutter would say is, most of these people, it's whatever it meant to them, whatever the sticks represented, whatever it meant to them, and that it's not going to be, it's not like A, B, C, D, E. We all know what those are, but this is something entirely different. And then on top of that, there's things called bind runes, which are 2 or more runes that are put together to form a bind rune, and that would have a particular meaning to a particular person.
Right. Yeah, it was always individualized in her world.
Yes.
All right. So the general conclusion, of course, this remains speculative, but the series Haglaz, Wolf's Angel, Thurs is the simplest theory. Thus, you've got the asterisk looking thing, which again, Brad Holder had tattooed on his hand. Then you've got this symbol here with the wolf, and then that particular runic symbol there, and then the P looking one.
So go past all the, more explanations about the what the runes mean, and to where he discusses,
Down
what,
here.
no, I mean like in the towards the crux of it, like I
This
think.
is the crux of it. This is the heart of it.
All right.
I mean, this will take like 5 minutes.
Okay.
So the possibility that the middle character represents the Germic rune Iwaz or EO, U or an SS, Opfer, self-sacrifice, or Eif, seal rune, however, should not be overlooked. Okay. And then guesswork, a free and highly speculative guess at what these signs might have meant to someone who encountered them in popular sources might produce something like this: Hagal, Wolf's Angel, Thurs, destruction, hate, liberty, independence, monster, giant, Thor. Or Hagal, Iwaz, Opfer, Thurs, destruction, hate, self-sacrifice, monster, giant, Thor. As to what
That's self with a question mark, by the way.
Right.
Sacrifice.
Right. As to what any of this might mean, I would be hesitant to hazard a guess in the absence of further context clues. So the tree lift transparent. Okay. So this he's referring to, I'm assuming the F, right? The F symbol. So he says, no guesses here, except that it looks vaguely intentional and reminds me of Paleolithic paintings of horses. Odin's horse, Sleipnir has 8 legs, etc. And also vaguely these. It's got another link. And B, if Norse inspiration is suspected, the type of tree on which this was found could be significant, as certain trees were considered sacred to certain gods, oak and yew in particular. Okay, so then we get down to his appendix, where he gives kind of the alphabet.
That's what Sleuthy was telling me. She's like, the rest is just symbols. I thought it was like 11 more pages of.
Yeah. No. So like these are the alphabet, and he's trying to educate these cops.
Yeah.
He's trying to give these guys an idea of what the shit might be,
because it's quite plausible that it might be that.
Right. So
quite plausible.
You've got all the the alphabets: cattle, gold, money, drizzle, rain, slag.
All right, people can see the symbols, babe.
Riding. I don't know if they can read them. It's pretty small. Yeah. Hagal needs, letters, bondage, ice, harvest, good year, son. So the alphabet covers a wide range of things in terms of these were symbols that they'd put out because if they needed rain, because they needed to grow crops, they'd throw some runes together, hoping that it would help encourage Thor to make it rain, whatever the case may be back in the day. So that's how this kind of thing went down. All right, so we've got this report, okay? This exists in the world. It's proof positive that they consulted with Professor Turco, okay? The defense is not made aware of this initially. And now we're going to start getting into the litigation in the case, okay? So initially, Andy, when he just starts discovering all this stuff, he's like, wow, man, I can't believe what's going on here. And he writes the epic tome, also known as the Franks Memo, 136 pages. If you haven't read it, you should take the time to read it. It's probably the most interesting legal document I've ever read. And that thing kind of lands with a thud on old Judge Gull's bench. Like, Andy doesn't get the kind of like, wow, this is unbelievable, we need to have a hearing immediately, yes, response that he was thinking that he would get.
All right, so babe.
Yes, darling.
I told you to skip over like reading that rune, like the description, and because I thought this was 11 pages more of the report.
Yes.
And I just chatted with Sleuthy, and we should go back and read that.
You're priceless. All right, which part?
I'll tell you. Go up. I know exactly where we stopped.
Okay.
It's back in the body.
Which part?
I'll tell you when we get to it. We're not in the body yet. Keep going. All
read
right.
it.
So no, I told you to stop. Go up a little more
Okay.
and one more. Okay. So right, like this whole thing, starting with the Hegel. I told you, all right, they can. Let's skip over this. She
Right.
said
Your
that.
punishment is that you have to read it.
All right, I'm going to call it the Hegel because that's what somebody said. The Hegel rune may be inspired by the so-called Armenian runes of the 19th century. Germanic spiritualist, somebody. Guido
List.
von List. Okay, List is associated with the prehistory of Nazi occultism, and his books have a following in the neo-Nazi circles. Now, part of the reason that Sleuthy, I keep wanting to use her real name, wanted us to come back to this is because think about all those racist people that, what was going on in the jails and everything else. So finding like the possibility of neo-Nazi undertones as well to be important. And I'm probably understating her position. So
Well, I mean, I can speak to that a little bit. I mean, certainly Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall and some other guys like Brian James and there's Mickey, I can't think of his name, down in Indianapolis. They were all being investigated for neo-Nazi or connections. I'm not saying that they had anything to do with it, but certainly there was discussion about Vinlanders being in, a white supremacy group. And so that's why maybe Sleuthy is talking about the importance of this particular area here, because if they were, whoever might have done this, if they were, white supremacists, then this person, Guido von List, and they might have been following him, and this is where they then got their information and their kind of crude way of putting together runes.
All right. So von List and his followers considered this, quote, the mother runes. The name means, quote, hail, like the precipitation, not as in hail, sig hail. Oh, okay. Sig heil. And the symbol appears to be associated with destruction, since hail destroys crops, etc., and even, quote, hate in popular sources online. And he quotes Wikipedia. The Hegel Armenian rune was widely used in the SS for its symbolic representation of unshakable faith in Nazi philosophy. As Himmler put it, it was used in SS weddings as well as on the SS urn ring, the death head ring, worn by members of the SS. It is roughly similar to the asterisk or Hegel's rune of the younger Futhark, which stood for hail, but it was modified by von List for his Armenian runes. List considered it to be the mother rune of his runic alphabet, and in what is that? Envisaged it as a representation of a hexagonal crystal. So then it goes on to talk about the wolf's angle. And again, this is what he thinks is the most the most likely symbolism left by the markings and the sticks. So the wolf's angel, wolf's hook, or Doppelhaken, rune S, not S rune per se, but an old German heraldic symbol used by the Nazis.
Doppelhaken.
Doppelhaken.
I'm pretty sure that's how they would have said it.
Doppelhaken.
Yeah.
And again, to Wikipedia, the wolf's angel, or wolf's hook, was used as a heraldic symbol alluding to a wolf trap and is still found in the municipal arms of a number of German towns and cities. Still there. It was adopted by the 15th century peasants uprising, thus acquiring an association with liberty and independence. The Nazi Party adopted the symbol during its early years, and it was subsequently widely used by the SS, including by units such as the 2nd SS Division Das Reich, A variant of the Wolf's Angel was used by the Veer Avendalingen, the paramilitary wing
Doing
of the
great, babe.
National Socialist Movement in the Netherlands, and the 34th SS Volunteer
Grenadier.
Division Landstorm,
Nederland.
Nederland, which was raised from Dutch Nazis. Makes sense now why those pronunciations. Note, the Wolf's Angel bears a strong resemblance to the SS Ophir rune.
Sacrifice rune.
The sacrifice rune. Okay, so which
Nothing to see
obviously
here.
Andy is noting here because the defense has always taken the position that this was a ritualistic sacrifice, or that there was symbolism left to make it appear as a ritualistic sacrifice, or they were trying to have this ritual as a sacrifice. So intended is self-sacrifice, example for the fatherland, not the sacrificing as others, as well as elf zeal rune. Wikipedia, the use of the, how do you say that? Opfer rune, which like the elf rune is a rotated version of the Iwat's rune, preceded the Nazis as it was first adopted after 1918 by the Stahlhelm War Veterans Movement that eventually merged with Nazi whatever. The symbol was adopted by the Nazis after 1923 to commemorate the party's members who died in Hitler's failed beer hall putsch.
Okay, so again, I want you to envision Jerry Holman with this document in his hand, reading this stuff.
I hate that possibility, babe. I think it's so much more nefarious than that. I think it's so much more nefarious than that.
It could be.
I don't know all the nefariousness of it.
Well,
okay.
let's not talk about what Jerry Holman was thinking or what he might have thought. Let's talk about what normal investigators would do with this information. Again, right. It's quite plausible. Oh, the FBI thinks that this could be Norse paganism. I wonder if it could be. Oh, this guy says it's quite plausible. That's something that we need to investigate.
But Andy, not only that, couple it with your 12-page, what you call the Odin report.
Yes,
all of the investigative leads that tied to people who are white supremacists, so neo-Nazis, people who are Odinists, people who actually engage in rituals and have symbolic items and post symbolic postings, and at least
the first page of the Franks memo says Odinism, it was a religion that had been hijacked by white nationalism. Okay, what did we just read? It's a whole section that the Purdue professor put together. I didn't put that together. The Purdue professor did. He's talking about white nationalism overtaking this religion and coming up with their own style of, runes and so forth that they put together. He's talking about sacrifice here, and
I'll never forget when the Franks memo dropped and I got onto a Twitter Spaces and I read the first 50 pages of it, basically your lengthy intro, and the pushback I got from kind of the guilters who had decided long before trial that Richard Allen was the guy was that, that this was all some kind of fantasy book type bullshit. And, that there's no Norse paganism, there's no Odinists, there's not, that shit doesn't exist in Indiana. And like, this is like, so that's the immediate pushback I get. And, when I come to find out probably 2 weeks after that particular document dropped that the tattoo parlor in Delphi was called Odin's Den. And this is before we find out about the patches that the guards are wearing where Richard Allen is being held captive. So, it becomes evident.
When they're forced to remove those patches, one of them tattoos it on his face. Sorry.
Yeah.
In Odin we trust, although I don't think he put that on his face. But that, for those who don't know, the guards that were watching Richard Allen and videotaping him his every move, except when he apparently talks to Dr. Walla and makes, certain admissions that were used. That of course was not videotaped. So we have to trust Dr. Walla, who's certainly very trustworthy. That's sarcasm. But these guards were wearing patches on DOC uniforms that said, "In Odin we trust." That's what the patches said. That's not conjecture for you guys out there on the, that's real. That really happened.
Oh,
and they had to admit to it.
Andy, when you drafted that, and I went on to a live to read it, people were, the antis were like, "Oh my God, they had you pegged as an absolute wackadoodle." Like that. So is literally making shit up out of like thin air, which was obviously when we get to the portion of the proceedings where you're actually able to prove it, that it was happening and that it was factual and that these gentlemen did have these patches on state issued uniforms, just putting their own patches on there. It was like everything about it was so mind blowing that people choosing to ignore that it happened and that it existed, and the incredible coincidence with how this crime scene looked. It's hard for me to take those people seriously because
they're intellectually dishonest. I mean,
yes,
they just are. That's just the way that it is. And some people are willfully blind about that kind of thing because it runs against the narrative that they have put into their brain. I do not know if that's what happened with law enforcement here, if there was a wall that blocked all this information or if there's something else going on here.
Right. Because you just said like all the correctional officers had patches and everybody's Odin's on the tattoo parlor. So when you say that maybe Holman got this and it was like, I don't even know how to digest it, maybe he actually knew all of it all too well. Maybe none of that information was new to him and he knows exactly what Odinist is and what runes are. And,
he sure as heck knew it. I mean, in the August 10th depot, Jerry and Liggett both, they were like playing so dumb about Odinism, and they might have been. I was playing dumb about Odinism too, but I had a purpose behind that that was not nefarious. My purpose
didn't want to show your hand yet.
Yeah, my purpose was different than theirs, but they were. I don't know about what's that called, runes or runes. This is how they were operating. And, I'm watching this like, is this real?
Right.
And then Jerry, he understood once we played the good cop, bad cop, and I came in, he understood, oh crap, this is the way my interpretation of it is. At that moment, Jerry Holman said, oh crap, they know about this. Because I think that depot's out there. I don't know if whoever put the stuff out there like deleted certain pages or whatever. I don't really know. But if you read that deposition, especially the end of Brad's direct, and then I come in afterwards, it's actually on Brad's where he's asking about both with Liggett and with Holman, and they're just acting like, oh, Brad Holder, yeah, I kind of remember that guy. He's a certain guy. He might have, he was somebody for a second. Yeah, I think that, this whole Odinism thing, that was not really anything. They were just so downplaying it instead of what normally would happen, which is like, that was it's so frustrating to talk this way, but here's what normally would happen with honest people. You know what, Andy? That was a real thing. Odinism was a real thing, and we really believed that. The FBI talked about it. We talked to this Purdue professor. He even said it was quite plausible. But here's all the reasons we don't think that ultimately Odinism, Norse paganism, was involved.
At least
here.
Be honest and then say, here's why I'm poo-pooing it, even if your poo-poo of it's not, but to try and hide it. And, in the in the report, the professor's actual report, he mentions someone that he consulted with, and Bailey B asks, did the defense ever get the Harvard professor's name? Were they able to contact him for more info, since he admittedly knew more than Turco? That's the person that Turco called and consulted with.
So my memory of that, Allie, and you guys can go back. I always say this if I'm ever on anything, podcast or whatever, I always say this, there's a record out there now, so you can go to the record. So I could be wrong in my memory. So I don't, people could say, well, here, let me show you where you're wrong. Always go to the record. But I believe if you look at Turco's deposition, we asked him who the Harvard professor was, and he was very reluctant to give it to us. And I don't know ultimately if he did, or we had to, ask for that question to be certified. I just don't remember. It's a good question. And, because Turco, and I don't know if you'll get to the end of the story now, but Turco, his words are his words. I mean, he said what he said in that report, and he certainly said what he said on September the 19th, 2023, when Holman interviewed him. But then something happened between September the 19th, 2023, and I think it was just a few days or a week later when Turco came out with some statement saying, oh, my statements have been misconstrued. It might have been after the second Frank's memo. And something happened that caused Turco to backtrack and try to backtrack. Sadly, it was kind of, actually, I have to say, for a professor, it was kind of embarrassing, because rather than just be honest and say, you know what, I said that and I stand by it. Right. I said that back in September 19th, 2023. I said it in 2017, and I stand by it. Something happened, and I don't know what it was. I can guess, but something happened that caused him to ultimately say, maybe I didn't really mean that. If you read his deposition, Turco's deposition, it's kind of, Brad Rosie was getting so frustrated with Turco. I mean, when Brad gets frustrated, it's a thing to watch. And Brad was getting really frustrated, because Turco was just talking college professor gibberish.
And is the deposition after the change, after he gave this, my words have been misinterpreted?
Yeah, I think the way it went down is a few days or maybe weeks after the whole Purdue professor thing. I think it was in Frank's 2 came out. Somehow, I don't know why, did he get a publicist or whatever? I'm not really sure how it went down, but I believe Turco, and I could be wrong in this, but I believe he came out and gave a statement to a newspaper or something and said, the defense has misinformed everybody about what I said.
I thought it was leaked to the murder shit.
Oh,
I thought
maybe that's it. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know exactly. I just remember hearing that and getting frustrated because I had heard the interview. And
right, and we're going to hear that soon, people. Well, yeah. But Sleuthy asks, so now that you were about to say how he was talking in circles at the DEP and not being straightforward and Sleuthy asks, Andy, do you think you would have been better off not deposing Turco, not giving him the opportunity to walk back literally everything he said previously?
No way. No, that would have been bad, just because you need to get their feet in cement about what they are going to say so that you can then plan how to deal with it rather than deal with it in front of a jury for the first time.
Yeah. Can you imagine, had the defense been allowed the third party culprit defense, and you're allowed to bring all this stuff in and then you get him on the stand and he changes his tune on the stand. I mean, that is the huge advantage that you have in terms of being able to conduct depositions in criminal cases in Indiana, whereas we don't get to do that.
It's a good question, because there are certain situations where I would not want to depose. I've got what I need, but this guy's, in the depot, he was kind of slippery. And now we knew that. We knew to be prepared for that slipperiness and to prepare our cross chapters based upon his deposition, his prior report, and his interview with Holman. There would have been three different. Yeah.
If you would have been able to impeach him on the stand,
he would have looked so foolish,
and it would have come off magnificently. It would have, because at that point, then you're making the argument somebody got to this guy, because this guy said what he said leading up to this, and something happened this time frame. You would have been able to get into all of it.
Well, I can see this happening, Bob. I mean, it doesn't mean it has to be nefarious. Like, I'm going to beat your butt if you continue on with this nonsense. I'm not saying it
Right.
has
It
to
could
be
just
that.
be we're sure we have the right guy. We've
You're
got to
hurting these
Right.
girls. You're
Right.
hurting the families
Right.
of these girls. And I know it's not intentional. And you're such an awesome guy, Professor. I mean, just manipulation. And you
Right.
kind of see that in the interview.
Exactly. I was just going to
Yeah.
say that. So remember what Andy just said there, because we're going to get to the interview. Before we do, we just want to refresh everyone's memory, for those who know and for those who don't, just go into how much Turco was hidden. So babe, do you want to pull that portion up to give us the timeline of everyone pretending that they don't know who Turco is and they
Yeah,
can't
so I'm
find
going
him?
to go into, I'm going to pull up this particular document. So I was starting to tell you before Allie made me put up the report again. So we had this situation where the Franks memo is filed. Okay. And again, it doesn't get it's not received the way that you would think that a typical judge would receive something of that nature, where just out of just curiosity, if I'm a judge, if I'm sitting on a bench and I've been on the bench for years and this thing comes across my desk and I'm like, holy shit, I got to hear this.
Right.
I'm scheduling the hearing. I'm saying, yes, absolutely. I've got to, like, let's flesh this out. Let's see what that doesn't happen. It's crickets. So this is what I would consider to be Frank's 2. Okay. So Andy's like, all right, I don't know why this woman's not in any way, shape, or form acknowledging the fact that I filed this opus. But I'm gonna tap on her door or her window and remind her this is what's going on. And additionally, I've got a little more information now, and now I'm really getting pissed.
And just before you start to read it, Sleuthy also just let me know, and I've got my notifications off, so sorry I didn't see this, that in the dep, Turco told them he would not give the defense the name because he was supposed to keep it off the record.
There it is.
So keep that in mind for when we get to the audio that we're going to hear next and what he was willing to provide to the state.
Okay, so this is it. So it's comes out of the accused Richard Allen by and through counsel, Andy Baldwin, Brad Rosie, and files the following additional information to supplement the Franks motion and memorandum previously filed with this court on October 18, 2023. In support of said notice, the defense states as follows. One, that on September 18th of 2023, the defense filed its motion for a Franks hearing, as well as a memorandum in support of said motion. That since filing that motion, the defense has received new discovery that strongly supports the defense's belief that Tony Liggett and the Unified Command attempted to conceal from Judge Diener, and has since even attempted to hide from the defense, that evidence supports that those practicing Odinism were the murderers of Abby and Libby. Specifically, Tony Liggett swore under oath on his August 8th, 2023 deposition that a Purdue professor did not believe that the sticks found on Abby and Libby's bodies consisted of runes, cites the dep of Tony Liggett. Furthermore, Sergeant Holman swore, again under oath, at his August 10th, 2023 deposition that a Purdue professor said that the sticks found on the girls did not represent Odinism of any type or cult worshiping of any type of a group that would have conducted the crime. And that
notice I always put the page numbers and stuff. I always back my stuff up, unlike Nick never did that. But
hey, he's a big trust me, bro guy.
He is.
Hey, trust me, bro. So 5, because of the findings of this Purdue professor, the Unified Command claimed to have essentially abandoned the Odinism aspect of the investigation into the murders of Abby and Libby. In response to the defense request to depose this Purdue professor on September 6th of 2023. Okay, so you guys sticking with the dates? I've got a timeline, but it's like I could pull it up, but we'll get to it. So in response to because the timeline's very important here. When shit happens is very, very important to note here. So in response to the defense's request to depose this Purdue professor on September 6th of 2023, the prosecutor, Nick McClelland, told the defense via email, quote, as stated before, we are trying to identify the Purdue professor. But no luck yet. Detective Holman has reached out to the FBI and Purdue and has not gotten a response yet. We will continue our endeavors, but may not be able to identify him or her.
We don't even know if it's a guy or a girl.
We have no idea.
No clue.
Who is this man?
Or
Who
woman.
are
Or
these
woman.
men? Okay. However, on September 19th of 2023, the day after the Franks memorandum was filed, where it was revealed that the Purdue professor was, quote, missing, miraculously, Jerry Holman found the professor, whose name is Jeffrey Turco, and interviewed him. However, in the interview, Jerry Holman apologized to Turco for the 3 to 4 weeks that it took him, Holman, to sit down and talk with Turco. This means that Holman was aware of the Purdue professor's identity since mid to late August, but nonetheless told Nick McClelland, maybe, that Unified Command could not locate the Purdue professor, and furthermore, that they may not ever be able to find the Purdue professor. However, after it was obvious that the Purdue professor would probably out himself as the missing Purdue professor following the Franks memorandum, Holman went and interviewed the Purdue professor the day after the Franks memo was filed.
So let's just pause there, because what we're saying here is this was widely covered. Let's just talk about local news and national news. So the assumption is that there's this, that multiple people, doesn't even have to be the Purdue professor reading the news or watching the news himself, but it's out in the public sphere that there is a Purdue professor, a missing important Purdue professor that knows about, I mean, what's his, whatever that, and what
Germanic,
area.
yeah.
Right.
North
Germanic,
paganism, yeah.
It's going to get to the guy. Either he's going to see it or someone's going to say, hey, let's all fit, like, is it this guy? Is it that guy?
Did you hear about this Delphi shit?
They're looking
Keep
for
talking
you.
about some Purdue
Yeah.
professor.
They're looking for you, man.
It sounds
Right.
like you. Yeah.
So that's on the 18th, Allie. I think it's important for everybody to remember. The 18th is when that would have happened through the Franks memo. The Franks memo alerted the world for the few hours that Goal let that up on the, before she shut it down.
I got it.
It was out there that there was a missing Purdue professor, and I made sure to put that near the top of the Franks memo. And it was very early on in the memo, in the first 5 pages or so. And so that's on September 18th. So imagine that you're Jerry Holman and you're like, oh crap, we've been trying to delay this as long as possible. One thing I do want to say, by the way, that I did not put in that motion there, but I did in a later motion is we didn't have this report later on. And I don't know how much time you're going to have. So I want to get to this because this is a little bit of a nuanced, important thing that shows that McClelland's lying. Okay. Because you could say, well, maybe Holman never told McClelland. And so later on, in September 22nd, I think, Holman, after he interviewed Turco on the 19th of September, 3 days later, Holman, prepared a report. And in that report, he said, quote, I, Jerry Holman, notified Prosecutor McClelland that I possibly had identified the Purdue professor. He, McClelland, requested that I meet with the professor and verify that he was the one that provided the report. This conversation between Holman and McClelland occurred, according to Holman's report, sometime on or before August 14th, 2023.
Okay,
that's
so
a pretty
that is
damning.
Because
And
remember, scroll up. It was
like this. God damn it, Jerry!
Wait, but it
You're
was
fucking the
September.
whole case
Yeah.
up. Holman.
September 9th was the email.
Yeah, September the
9th
6th was the email. August the 14th. So here's the conversation between Jerry and Nick McClelland on or before August 14th. So the 10th was when the big reveal happened. We know about the Odinism, guys. We know about it. Okay.
It's out.
Who's the Purdue professor? Within 4 days of that, there's a meeting between McClelland and Holman, according to Holman's report. And McClelland's like, did you figure out who the Purdue professor is? Oh, I'd like to guess that there's another piece of conversation out there. Like, we're in big trouble. We're in big trouble here. What are we going to do about that? We need to figure out how to push this Purdue professor back. That's my guess as to a possible part of that meeting. But another part of it is, hey, well, Nick, we did figure out who it is. it's Jeffrey Turco at Purdue. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's him.
I mean, people, this isn't the defense just saying it. Andy is reading the officer's report stating that weeks before, almost 3 weeks before,
a month,
a month before, the McClelland sends Andy an email that says, we don't know who him or her is. We might never know who him or her is. That they told him they found the professor, and McClelland said, go interview him.
Yeah, thank you. And then McClelland said 3 weeks. Yeah, that's 3 weeks later from that, roughly. And during those 3 weeks, by the way, we had been asking Nick, who is the Purdue professor? So here's what should have happened. And again, back in the normal world, hey, Andy, we just found out it's likely that the Purdue professor is a guy named Jeffrey Turco. I know you've been wanting to talk to him. So we're finding out if it's definitively him, which is BS, by the way. I don't even buy that, because they would know who it is. I mean, they have reports. They had, unless they're complete idiots.
Dude, did the entire university that study this shit, man.
But it is possible, right, babe, that they were not telling McClelland, but we know they told McClelland.
Yeah.
No later than August
14th. And that's why, Bob, what you just did a second ago, I don't know that people were picking up on that, but I think that could also be part of that conversation later on when that report came out. Is like, Holman, you just buried me. I sent an email out on September the 6th saying that I had no knowledge of who the professor was, and we may never know who him or her is. And now in this report, you're saying that you told me, which you did in August 13th or 14th, that you knew who the Purdue professor was. And now I got caught lying. And what am I supposed to do now, Jerry? Well, Jerry, good for us. We have a judge that doesn't give a darn. So
I mean, somebody should have sent an ARDC complaint. I know after the Karen Reed case, the lawyers in that case sent,
He did.
Oh, he did. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole nother thing. I'm happy to talk about that too.
So
now, because McClelland apparently is out bragging about the fact that I filed a disciplinary complaint against him, and it's private. And I felt like I had to do that based upon the rules of professional conduct. And part of that, it was a long 50-some page, manuscript that I sent to the Indiana Disciplinary Commission, and it's not public, and I didn't send it to anybody. It's sat right here on my desk. I didn't send it to anybody. And the next thing I know, I'm getting a phone call from different media outlets, including the local newspaper there, the Carroll County Comet, and they just ran a story on this because somehow McClelland's out doing an interview saying, "Hey, they found that they didn't make me respond," which means Baldwin's a liar or whatever. I don't know exactly how he spun it, but the only source that I know of, and I could be wrong. I mean, I don't think anybody from the disciplinary commission is leaking this information, this document that I put out there. I don't think they're doing it. I didn't do it. I know that I didn't do it, and McClelland's on there gloating. It's bizarre. Like, I have 50 pages of in a flash drive that I sent with documentation that backed up everything, like I just did, like I just read to you. Okay, like I just read to you. I included that, and it shows that Holman is inadvertently showed that McClelland is a liar in that regard, and others as well. And just recently, McClelland was on a show and talking about it, and then they interviewed him for the Carroll County Comet. He should be ashamed of himself. He should not want anybody to see it, but he's the likely culprit that said, "Hey, I got this 50-page complaint, but they didn't find me that I'd done anything wrong, so I want to talk about it and get, make Andy look bad or whatever." No, dude, you look bad.
Right.
You look like you're, if anybody reads that and whoever he interviewed with, I'm sure they asked him really tough questions. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm
Sarcasm
sure that happened.
Again, people.
And so,
well, as soon as you want to send it to me, I'll happily read it. So.
No, he can't. Don't ask him to do that.
Well, I don't know what somebody else that sends me, information from time to time, and she wants it, and I really like her, man, and I'd really like to give it to her, but I don't know what I'm allowed to do. So I just don't send anybody anything anymore because, I sent,
Our ARDC has like an ethics hotline where we can call with questions. Maybe you could call them and ask. Are you allowed
Well,
to?
Just so people have an understanding of how this thing works, in terms of like when anybody files a complaint against a practicing attorney, it's private up until the point that the disciplinary committee, typically what they'll say, if they think it warrants a written response, they'll say that that's still private. It's not until they find that there's been an ethics violation that it becomes public. So Nick going out and deciding to publicize it and talk about it openly, I think is where it leads into what Allie's saying, where you could make the call to the disciplinary committee.
Oh.
Say, well, look, like frankly, Nick McClelland's out here doing interviews about this complaint that I filed against him. I mean, he's decided to make it public. Is there any issue with me sending it out? Because frankly, I'd like to have my side of it heard, because he's trying to make
discussing I mean, you could discuss every piece of information in it, even if you don't send the official letter, probably.
I mean, we're discussing a bunch of it now.
Right.
Yeah. I don't mind doing that because it's out there. It's kind of like when the law enforcement had a million press conferences and press releases, and they were allowed to talk about it ad nauseum. And then we sent out a 750 word press release in December of 2022. And you would have thought that we had done, the worst thing in the world. So they always got to say as much as they wanted. And then we didn't even get a chance to rebut. And that's the same thing here. Apparently Nick can go out there and say whatever he wants, and I'm not allowed to say it. I don't think so. I mean, that's why we're allowed to talk about it.
We got a bunch of channels that'll love to read that.
Well, I know that it existed because the Carroll County Comet, I tried to get on there, but I'm not going to pay $1 for their get past their paywall or whatever. So if anybody out there wants to send that to Bob and Allie, if they want to pay $1.
The Comet had the whole thing in there?
Well, I don't know what they did, but I know that they had it because I asked them. I asked the Comet, I said, I don't know whether what you have is what I actually filed or not, if it's and who gave it to you or whatever. So they sent me, they sent it to me, and I'm like, yeah. And they didn't send all of it. They sent enough of it that I was like, yeah, that's that. They got it from somewhere. And, I know that the respondent, Nick McClelland, gets it. And I know that it's private and it's not available for anybody else. So there's one person in the world that had it other than me. And I know I didn't.
There's one question that you asked the disciplinary committee. Okay, if he has made it public, is there anything stopping me from sending it off to people who'd like to cover the story?
Well, especially if it's actually literally been published.
Right.
That answers that question. But
right.
I mean,
so Andy feels secure in it, you make the call.
I think I'll make the call and find out. But
Teresa and Sleuthy will cover it over on criminality. We'll obviously cover it. Andy Copsa, she'll cover it. We'll all cover it.
It's bizarre. But guys, how bizarre is it that you have been accused of ethics violations? And they're very specific, and they're right. Backed up with information. And again, if anybody was being a journalist out there, they would ask the tough questions like, why did it take you 4 months to turn over the Todd Click's thing? And what about the September 6th email and this report that Holman says that you knew about the Purdue professor in August?
You're giving all the spoilers.
All right, but wait, before we get back to it, was there another portion of that report that you wanted to tell us about the conversation?
No, I just wanted to because it could get lost there. So no, thank you for letting me do that.
All right, so we're back to the body, as Allison likes to say, the body of the document. So paragraph 11. So this is a ponderable. I love when Andy does this in his legal writing, by the way. Why would Holman and the Unified Command try to hide the name of the Purdue professor, even risking ridicule for the absurdity that they could not remember his name? The answer is so obvious once the tape statement was played. Dr. Turco stated that after viewing the pattern of the sticks on the girls, that it was, quote, it was a given that someone was trying to replicate a Germanic runic script. Furthermore, Dr. Turco consulted with a colleague from Harvard who had even more knowledge on runes, and this Harvard professor was in agreement with Turco. C, furthermore, Dr. Turco stated that Odinism is an extreme neo-pagan / neo-heathenism ideology that has right-wing racist connotations. D, furthermore, Dr. Turco stated that according to 19th century sources, that Vikings practiced ritual killings and sacrifices. Furthermore, Dr. Turco stated that although he could not necessarily interpret these runes, that the stick configurations were pretty clearly runic, and that he could, quote, could certainly imagine that this was somebody's idea, that when you do a human sacrifice, you carve runes. There are some poetic sources that would sort of support that idea that somebody might have come across. That scenario seems entirely plausible to me.
Entirely plausible.
Citing Turco's statement.
Thank you for saying that, Allie. Let's talk about that phraseology again. It's entirely plausible. So you're Jerry Holman. The Franks memo came out on the September 18th. By this time, everybody, Rick Allen has been arrested. Okay. He's been sitting and rotting in a prison now at this point in time for almost a year. And Jerry Holman, in a panic, it had to be a panic, goes on the day after the Franks memo. And we have put some light into the world of Delphi, including this situation where there's no Purdue professor. And you can just imagine that Jerry Holman is in a complete panic. And when you hear it, you can kind of hear it also when you actually hear it.
Yeah, you can.
And so he goes, and what Turco tells him on September the 19th, what Holman wants to hear is, yeah, this was nothing. It was not runic or anything like that. But instead, and it's not certainly not a sacrifice. I mean, that crazy defense lawyer is talking about sacrifices and stuff like that. I mean, how nutty is that guy? I mean, it's an embarrassment. What did you just say? Yeah, here's what I just said. Where is that? Read that again, Allie. What you just said.
Oh, go up, babe.
Which part?
Oh,
G.
yeah.
E?
So G, whatever's before F. E.
There it is. Yeah, here it is. It could certainly, the stick configurations I could certainly imagine that this was okay. I'm Turco and you guys are Jerry Holman and you're trying to find the truth, allegedly, or you're trying to distance yourself from what Turco is saying. So here's what Turco says. Hey, Jerry, yeah, I could certainly imagine that this was somebody's idea, that when you do human sacrifices, you carve runes. I mean, there are some poetic sources, Jerry, that would support sort of the idea that somebody might have come across. In that scenario, it seems entirely plausible to me. What he's talking about, the scenario where somebody left behind runes after a sacrifice. That's what Turco told Holman on September the 19th, 2023.
Right. And then F is equally compelling.
Yeah, but before, I just want to read A. Because Dr. Turco stated that after viewing the pattern of the sticks on the girls, that it was, quote, it was a given that someone was trying to replicate a Germanic runic script. Fuck plausibly.
Given. Right.
Yeah, thank you, Bob.
It was a given.
Thank you, Bob. Hey, I'm Jeffrey Turco. Hi, Jerry. Man, no. You're wrong on that, Jerry. It's a given. It's a given that it's a Germanic runic script. Okay, let's think back about what Jerry said on August the 10th. Yeah, that's the professor said none of that. Yeah, that's called perjury.
It's crazy.
I'm asking again, state police, for you to investigate Jerry Holman for perjury. Would you do that, please? I'm a citizen. Citizens out there that are watching, would you maybe ask for the state police to investigate Jerry Holman for perjury? Would you please do that?
No.
I'm sure it's going to get somewhere.
All
right. So we got F. Furthermore, Dr. Turco discussed how runes were thought to have magical significance and would be used in incantations and rituals, and that there is a sacrificial connection in mythological poetry. These were things, again, where somebody who was sort of an Odin fanboy would likely come across.
Again, you're Jerry Holman, and you just heard Turco say that on September 19th. What should you do as an investigator?
Investigate. That's what you should do. So 12, then on September 8th, September 18th, September 21st, and September 27th of 2023, the state of Indiana made available to the defense a total of 14 hard drives, 5 flash drives, 3 disks, and what appear to be hundreds of pages of paperwork. 13, particularly contained in the state of Indiana's September 27, 2023 evidence drop, was a thumb drive that contained an interview of a, quote, Jeffrey Turco, not marked as a Purdue professor. Tricky.
I'm not going to give you his name and, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's just Jeff Turco. Don't worry about it. He's just a guy.
I remember very specifically when we got that thumb drive, and Matt Hoffman was in the room with me, and we were like, "Who's this Jeff Turco guy? Have you ever heard of him?" And then we played it.
You're like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, our minds were blown.
There
Anyway,
he is. All right, 14.
I found out that guy was living in Chicago 2 minutes after his name was released. Like,
Gonna go knock on his door.
I was gonna.
Should've.
I think I called people. I was like, should I go knock on this guy's door? Okay, so 14. It seems apparent by the timing of events that Tony Liggett in Unified Command knew the Purdue professor's name and wanted to hide his name and his findings from the defense, as Turco's conclusions supported the defense and opposed the prosecution and Liggett and Holman's sworn statements. Therefore,
I just want to pop in right there. Remember, everybody, what Andy said. This other report that he just read to you from, the report where Holman admits that he had already told in August the prosecutor the name, he didn't have that yet. So,
hey,
no.
Whoa. I'm always funny, bro. I'm always funny.
No, Mr.
Okay,
Bob.
I digress. It seems apparent by the timing of events.
No, therefore.
Oh, sorry. Therefore, apparently, in what seems like a complete harebrained scheme, Holman and Liggett decided to claim that they did not know the professor's name, hoping that this would put an end to the defense looking into the Purdue professor. However, once the memorandum made it clear that the Purdue professor would certainly be found at some point in time, it took Holman one day to locate Dr. Turco and interview him about his findings of 2017. 15. Again, Franks requires a preliminary finding that law enforcement has acted intentionally or with reckless disregard for the truth when being accused of concealing evidence from the judge who signed the warrant. It would be difficult to find a more outrageous set of facts to support that Liggett and the Unified Command intentionally concealed the Odinite information from Judge Diener. If Liggett and Unified Command were willing to try to get away with concealing a Purdue professor from the defense counsel, then it is easy to see that they would have no problem concealing all the evidence detailed in the Franks memorandum from Judge Diener as well. There you go.
All right.
And that's what Nick McClelland never understood, or claims that he never understood, as to why I was always passionate about these lies and these things that were happening, because it had direct impact on Franks. Because as in a Franks situation, you need to prove that there's dishonesty going on with the police, and it also has to do with the motion to dismiss. You need to show that the police were being dishonest if you want to gain any traction on that as well. And that's why I continued to file those things. And I'm so glad that I did when I look back on them, because it did a really good job of historically putting out their dates and information that in a way that I think is easy to understand. And the last thing I want to say, and then I'll shut up for a while, is here's what happens in a normal world, Judge Gall. In a normal world, when an attorney is accusing police of lying and a prosecutor of lying, you have a hearing. You get people in a room, and Mr. Baldwin, it is a big deal to call a prosecutor a liar. It is a big deal to call police liars, especially on a case like this, especially when the world is watching this.
It's a big deal.
And Mr. McClelland, you have some explaining to do. You better explain yourself, because I've looked at this, and it seems that the information that Mr. Baldwin has given us, and the documentation, the emails, and so forth, say exactly what he claims that did happen. So we need to know about that. That's what good judges do. They would get everybody in. I mean, it's not even. It's a no brainer. They would be furious.
Yeah,
they could be. They're going to be furious at one party or the other, and that's what happens. In a normal situation, that's what would happen, but it did not happen here. And it's, it's super frustrating. I was like all the time, just like begging the judge for a hearing. Like, we're not getting our evidence.
begging.
Please, will you have a hearing? And when judges hear that in a normal world, they are Johnny on the spot. Good judges are like, all right, we're going to get this discovery situation figured out right now.
100%.
We're having a hearing right now, this afternoon.
Because good judges give a shit about fair trials.
Yeah.
That's kind of the guiding principle. It wasn't even just begging to have a hearing. You really had to resort to begging her to read the fucking memo, man.
Well, if you read in one of these documents that, if I'm at the very end of one of them, I'm like, please read Frank's. Please look at the documents, particularly.
I forgive you if you haven't read it yet. Just please read it.
Please read the Betsy Blair section 3 of the Frank's memo, and because she had said ultimately, Gall had said in her ruling against us on Frank's that there was no evidence that there was any inconsistencies with what Liggett had said in his probable cause affidavit when compared to what actually happened with Betsy Blair's testimony. And that's just not true. And so you're either not reading it, and that's why I put into the document, would you please read it? Because if you read it, I think you're going to find out that you're wrong. I don't think you are going to find out that you're wrong, or you're just disregarding and say, I don't care. And neither one of them is a good option.
Well, Andy, I have to tell you, first of all, you mentioned like you're glad that you filed the pleadings like this. That's tremendously helpful to on the appellate side of things as well, as far as the appellate court seeing it and the appellate team knowing it. And it's just, it's very important. So it is very good that you did that. And I'll have to say, even with my knowledge of all the shit that Gull pulled and all of it, every time with every pleading, I'd get to the point I'd be like, all right, guys, this is going to be it. The judge is going to have to say, you have to answer for this. She's going to be pissed.
It's well documented on our lives. We're like, this is the one. She's got to have a hearing now.
No, and she's going to be pissed. She's going to reprimand them. She's going to ask for answers. She's going to demand answers. And it was just like, how? No, people were like, are you crazy?
That was the only, and for all the Karen readers out there who thought Judge Bev is so biased, that was the only thing that they had in common. Because when it would come out that the prosecutor in that case was completely full of shit, and they called him on it, and we're expecting, and she, she's telling the defense, I have grave concerns, about your candor with the court, sir. And she doesn't do the same thing to Hank Brennan. We have, that's the only thing that's similar between these two judges. Because Andy, I keep trying to tell the folks that were knee deep in the Karen Reed case that Judge Cannoni in that case, who they just believed was the most biased judge on the planet, I'm like, you ain't seen nothing yet, man. Like, this judge in this case I've never seen anything like it. And like that's the one exception, that she never held the state's feet to the fire in terms of their shenanigans, tomfoolery, and Gull never did it to Nick either. She never once ever came at him. I mean, it gets worse when you read the transcripts. Like, it's like he was her little pet. She had little pet nicknames. Oh, you little goofball, or whatever the fuck she calls him. Like, you silly boy.
Poo head or whatever it was.
Appropriate shit I've ever read in my life. I'm like, what am I reading? All right, so I was trying to sneak this up before Allie came back.
I was wondering what you were like. Uh-oh,
such a titan. I mean tyrant.
Tyrant, yeah.
All right, let me pull this up. I gotta read through these, babe.
What?
It's important for context.
Okay, before we hear the video, you're saying stuff.
Yes. It gives it so much more gravitas when you read through, and it gives people a clear understanding of the depths of the lie. Because remember what the name.
I'm here for it.
Remember
Yes.
what the name of this live is.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
If he's the guy, why lie? Why are they doing this shit? Ask yourself over and over and over again. If he is the guy, why are they going to these lengths to lie? If you've got the evidence, if you've got the right guy, why are you doing this? It's an answer that sadly I feel like I'll never get answered
No, you're
by
never getting
either
answered.
Nick McClelland or anybody else from the government side, but I don't need them to answer it. I just need you out there to ask yourselves that question.
Right. So what's this called? What is it? What are we looking at? And
So this
I'm hoping we're
is-
not reading all 9 pages, but if we are,
Oh,
we
I'm going
are.
to read all 9, probably twice, just to torture you. So this is Richard Allen's third Frank's notice and request for Frank's hearing based upon newly discovered. Let me blow it up a little bit here. Newly discovered evidence and request for findings of fact. So now Andy's finally gotten to the point where he's like, I just can't read one more court order from this woman where she just denies it without hearing and gives no basis as to why she did so. So Andy's now saying, here's what I want to put it in the record that I need you, judge, the one that is the gatekeeper of this case, who makes really, really big decisions in terms of what's going to happen at trial, to give us some kind of rationale as to why you're doing the things that you're doing. So I'm going to put it in this pleading. So this thing is filed March 13th of 2024. Now this is after you get back reinstated to the case.
Yeah. Okay. So we got back January the 20th, 2024. And then, we got some new stuff. Again, we should have had all the discovery in December of 2022. Now we are 2 years past that, beyond 2 years, and we're still getting stuff. And this is one of the reasons why I filed this.
Okay. And for those of you that follow the case, obviously, you know about probably one of the most unbelievable ambushes I've ever seen in the legal world. The day that Andy and Brad withdrew from the case. And if you're listening to this on the podcast, I'm using air quotes. And we covered that. I was in the courtroom the day that thing went down. Everything was happening back in chambers. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? The platoon of cops that came in and sat in the jury box in the well of the courtroom that day. I'm like, what in God's green earth is going on here? And that's the day, the only time in the entire history of this case, from the date of arrest through trial, that Judge Gull allowed cameras in the courtroom.
Come on in. The water is fine.
Come on in. The water is fine. And the significance was that the defense had filed the motion for cameras. They wanted the world to see what was going on. They wanted the world. So she said, you know what? I'm going to grant your motion on this one occasion. Now, this is a whole nother live that we could do, but the long and the short of it is she gets them back, and them being Brad and Andy, and reads them a riot act. She says, I've got the cameras rolling out there. I'm giving you a choice. You can either walk away from this case, and this is, I'm paraphrasing, obviously. Right. You can either walk away from this case, or I'm going to go out, put you in front of me, and I'm going to pants you to the world and talk about it. Now, this is after the leak, which is a whole nother thing.
Right. They don't
is being dug into.
Notice the timing of all this too, Bob. The timing of this. What were we just talking about? I put out the second Frank's memo when? October the 3rd or something? When was that?
I'll check. So the second Frank's came out. Second Frank's drops on 10/3.
Yeah. 10/3. So Judge Gall, you don't want to get into all this probably because it's a whole big thing, but within 2 weeks of that, we're booted off the case.
Okay. But like the significance of it, Andy. So all this shit is going on with the unified command. It's all going on with Nick McClelland. He's concerned, as he should be. Things are coming out There's lies that have been told.
There's
And
grave.
all of a
concerns.
sudden, in order to shift all of the attention from this stuff that's going on, this defense leak of crime scene photos happens. The timing of it was impeccable.
And he did defense in air quotes, people.
Yeah, and it is well stated, and I state it with no hesitation on my lives back when it was happening, that everything about the timing of when that happened smelled nefarious to me. That it was no accident that there was a diversion that happened at the time that it happened, and it got everybody looking at the defense. And
Well, yeah.
it was
no one
sent
was
to
talking about anymore. No one was talking about these filings that had come out, the fact that the state and the cops were lying about what they had said and what they had done. And everybody was talking about the crime scene photos that were leaked. Yeah. And then 2 weeks after that, the ambush happens.
Yeah.
Andy is curled up in a ball.
Yeah, it was bad.
And Andy withdraws from the case. I'll never forget it. Like after Andy had drafted this epic memo, and I'm sitting there saying, as an attorney, like I called Allison as soon as I walked out of I'm like, they just withdrew from the case. I'm like, that, like something happened. I'm like, there is no way that these guys willingly withdrew from that case. There's no way that Andy wrote that thing and is walking away from this case willingly. There's no way. And that was the call that I had with Allison.
It was correct.
Out of that courtroom. And, and Brad is like, you know what? I'm going to put it in writing. So thankfully, I think I made a call to you. I'm like, you got to fight this shit, dude.
Yeah.
I think that's what prompted the calls.
Yeah. Like, I'm like, this is insane.
We were just like, no, they can't. Nah.
Yeah. I mean, because it was very similar. And I was telling Andy that Allie went through a very similar thing in Omaha.
Yeah.
That whole thing. So there were a lot of parallels. All right.
Get to it.
All that. So these guys get back on. And just so you have an understanding, when they were removed from the case, Judge Gohl told them, I think it was on the 12th of October, that they were to stop working on the case.
Good memory, Bob. Yep, that's
before
the day.
Anything happens, before anything, there is nothing that is filed either by the state or by the judge wherein these two gentlemen were going to be given the opportunity to have a hearing as to the leak of the crime scene photos that she felt was so egregious that they needed to be removed from the case, and that they were incompetent, and all the other adjectives that she used to demean you and your practice and this career that you've built for yourself. So there was no due process.
Yeah, I can even one up that, Bob. On October the 10th, which was a Tuesday of 2023, about, I don't know, it was probably about 10 in the morning. Here's kind of how it went down. I explained what had happened and so forth. And then Judge Gohl said, Nick, what do you want to do? And he said, I want them disqualified. And then immediately Judge Gohl said, yeah, that's what I'm inclined to do. Okay. I mean, that's, for those that don't know, that's just inappropriate. It's bizarre,
unconstitutional.
It's not even sua sponte, because nothing was filed in order for you to respond to it. There was no due process under the law.
It was a
Rick
casual
Allen losing his attorneys.
Yeah, it was a casual conversation in which the judge very flippantly, very quickly just said, yeah, I'm inclined to do it. It was like a dance. What do you want to do, Nick? I want them disqualified. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm inclined to do. She hadn't researched anything. There's no motion in front of her.
Nothing.
I mean, it was almost like he knew the answer she wanted, to be perfectly honest.
It was a very, Brad and I, when that phone call was over with them, I mean, we were just devastated. Like, is she really going to take us off this case? And then on the 12th, you're right, Bob. She then called us in the morning and said, you're not working on the case. We're going to have a hearing next Thursday. Well, what's the hearing about? There's emails of Brad and I emailing the judge saying, well, what is this hearing about? What is this hearing about? And she's not letting us know. And that's it's so improper. I mean,
but Andy, at least she decided to allow cameras in the courtroom.
We were very
on that
thankful
occasion.
about that. At least the media got to see her on the bench one time, so that they can use that stock footage over and over and over again.
Mhm.
So when
That
she
was the key component
said,
of the
"Man,
ambulance."
something very surprising just happened.
Yeah.
This was very surprising." Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
She had written out exactly on a handwritten piece of paper there. Across her desk, there was this handwriting, and she was basically reading off of it to us, telling us what she was going to do. And it was really weird. And, I'm not the brightest guy in the world, because I was trying to understand what she was saying. And I think in that document, she didn't turn over the transcript of that in-chambers ambush until the Supreme Court forced her to, because it didn't look good for her. And at one point in time, I'm like, I'm not getting what you're talking about, and she finally was basically, if you don't get off the case, then I'm going to go out there and humiliate you. That's basically what's going to happen.
And she pre-loaded her weapons for this surprise by
Oh,
inviting all the things you just said, but also inviting the press.
Yeah. The cops were all there, a show of force. It's like something that you just
Everyone
would never
wanted to see
expect in
that
this country.
surprise.
What's that?
Everyone wanted to see this surprise that no one knew was going to happen, but somehow everyone knew because they all showed up.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on, but that's not the America that we should be, reveling in. Is that what we all just talked about? It's a bizarre, I don't know. To be called, when you've had a 30-year career at that point, and you feel like you're pretty well liked and respected across the state, and then the judge calls you grossly negligent and incompetent, and then other things on October 31st. When we tried to get back on pro se, meaning for free. Brad and I were willing. We believe in Rick's innocence so much we're going to work for free. You were at that hearing, Bob, and to have the judge basically look at Rick Allen, and this kind of sounds like what you were talking about in Karen Reed a second ago, and say, I am gravely concerned about them continuing to represent you, Mr. Allen. I know that you want them to represent you, but I can't allow that. And to hear those words coming from a judge, by the way, Judge, I wanted to say, when I won a murder trial in front of her earlier this May, when it was over, this is a completely different case, and she treated us like crap during that case. And when it was over, I wanted to go over to her and say, and I really meant to do this, but I got wrapped up in the emotion because I loved my client, and our client was awesome, and I was so happy for her and her family. So we left without me doing this, and I probably shouldn't have done it. And I'm glad it didn't happen. But I would have loved to gone up to Judge Gull after Allison Davis was found not guilty and say, that's not bad for a grossly negligent lawyer.
Right.
Not bad.
Just to clear the record, Andy, although the judge in Reed had grave concerns, she said, but I can't, it's your choice whether you keep your lawyer. I'm just telling you, I got grave concerns. Like that, taking that step to remove a lawyer for any non-lawyers and anyone new to this, it's unprecedented. It's unheard of. It's not allowed. And the Supreme Court ultimately righted that wrong anyway.
And just so you have a clear understanding, the Indiana Supreme Court righted that wrong within an hour of the hearing, which is they were reinstated within an hour. I think by the time we were leaving the restaurant, we knew that you were reinstated in the case.
Yeah, it was quick.
That's how quick. And Belvar Howards, I don't know who you are, but I'm not rambling. I never ramble. Everything I say has purpose, and I am letting them speak. So thank you for your comment.
You should have just let me say it.
Yeah, but you don't. You just let
I'm
people
not look.
like this.
I never look. If I had seen that, I would have stood up for you.
I don't need you to stand up for me. If Belva Hordes doesn't like it, move on. Bye.
This is what my wife has told me about you guys. She's like, sometimes they snip at each other, and it's kind of fun to watch.
The matrimonial banter portion. All right, so again, this is the third, Franks. Okay, and again, Andy's asking for findings of facts and conclusions of law
And
upon any ruling on this request.
It's filed March the 13th, 2024. So we're back on for a couple months and we just got some new evidence. So go ahead.
And got all your discovery back. So that's another part of this. When they were removed from the case, and that's the only way that we can put it, they took all the evidence back from them. Okay. So this 15 terabytes and all the things that we've just described earlier was all removed from their office. They had to return it all. And then when they're reinstated, the state then had to give it back to them, all completely unorganized again. In the meantime, Richard Allen wants to have a speedy trial, which has been destroyed by Judge Gull. That was one of the things that I was most upset about, was the fact that his right to a speedy trial could never, she couldn't repair it. It was irreparable, the harm that she had done to his ability to do that. All right. So on September 18th, 2023, the defense filed its first Frank's notice, which consisted of a 136-page memo and supporting detail. 1, certain evidence that Tony Liggett failed to include in his search warrant application. 2, certain evidence that was detailed in his search warrant application that was false. And 3, evidence that law enforcement had acted in an intentional manner on multiple instances, attempting to conceal evidence from the defense and failing to tell the truth under oath concerning certain evidence. 2, the defense incorporates the contents of its first Frank's notice and memo into this document. 3, on October 3rd, 2023, the defense filed its second Frank's notice detailing how the prosecution and law enforcement had attempted to conceal the identity of a Purdue professor whose testimony contradicted that of law enforcement officers Tony Liggett and Jerry Holman. This notice was provided as a supplement to the first Frank's notice in order to bolster the defense contention that the state of Indiana and law enforcement were acting intentionally and or with reckless disregard of the truth to further support the request for a Frank's hearing. 4, the defense incorporates the contents of that second Frank's memo. So after Frank's 1 and 2 are filed, just before the defense has kicked off the case in October of 2023, the defense received certain geofencing evidence that the defense, did not have the opportunity to fully examine, explore, or discuss with its experts. Just after the defense was reinstated on the case in January of 2024, it received certain discovery in the form of a September 22nd, 2023 report authored by Sergeant Jerry Holman, purportedly memorializing an interview that he, Holman, had with a former Purdue professor named Jeffrey Turco. Both the geofencing evidence and Holman's September 22nd, 2023 report provide new information that supports the defense request for a Frank's hearing. Specifically, the defense received certain geofencing evidence that at least 3 persons were in and around the crime scene at the time while the murders were taking place, according to law enforcement timelines, which is an important point. And none of the owners of the phones have any connection to Richard Allen. This geofencing evidence would provide evidence of any of the following scenarios. A, those persons walking with the phones are witnesses that would have observed the murders as they were taking place, and none of them have identified Richard Allen. Or those persons walking with the phones were witnesses who observed nothing, as the murders did not take place the afternoon of February 13th of 2023, but the victims were taken to the crime scene after the search was called off. And 3, those persons walking with the phones were the participants in the murder. So said geofencing evidence was so important to somebody involved in the investigation that they created a map and plotted the movements of these persons, including movements that show that at least one of these persons was within 60 to 100 yards of the crime scene at a time while the murders would have been committed, according to law enforcement's timelines. The phones, once again, had no connection to Richard Allen. Furthermore, and that whole thing, man, like talking about an Ipsy Dixit by Nick McClelland, I'll never forget the day when he just stood up in front of the court and all he said with respect to this geofencing is it's not reliable. And no expert was tendered. No one testified as to the reliability of geofencing. And Gull said, "Oh, okay. Motion denied." That was it. It was insane. It was par for the course of the entire proceedings. It was one thing after another that you just sit there and you're looking at this thing and you're like, my God, they are railroading this guy. They're railroading this man. All right, 11. Furthermore, the map shows that the other two phones and the persons carrying those phones were in and around the crime scene between 12:39:54 p.m. and 5:49 p.m. on February 13th of 2017 that the defense has sought out but has not been provided any documents or reports that contradict or refutes said geofencing evidence, but have not found such evidence, nor has the prosecutor provided any when the defense requests reports on said geofencing. 13, when Liggett drafted his affidavit for search warrants of Richard Allen's home, Liggett, concealed from Judge Diener the fact that at least 3 phones and the people using those phones were moving in and around the crime scene at times when these murders would have been taking place, according to the law enforcement's timelines, and that Richard Allen was not in any way connected with those phones. Liggett should have notified Judge Diener that certain people who are not named Richard Allen nor connected to Richard Allen were moving in and around the crime scene at the time when Liggett claims that the murders were being committed. It is reasonable to conclude that if Tony Liggett had notified Judge Diener that certain people not named Richard Allen nor connected to Richard Allen were moving in and around the crime scene, then Judge Diener would not have signed the affidavit, especially based on the paucity of evidence otherwise contained in the affidavit connecting Richard Allen to the murders.
All right, we could probably jump to 17 because that's where it starts.
Great.
I know, but this is a Turco live. You're going off script.
Look, man, if I have the opportunity to get people some information that they don't know if they're new to the case.
All right, it's fine. We're one paragraph away
I
from
can
it
give
anyway.
you like 15-minute breaks. You can get off and stretch your legs.
Maybe during the 15-minute break, you can Google.
Yeah.
Zing.
Right.
All right. So said geofencing would have provided evidence to Diener that negated Richard Allen's presence at the crime scene. Liggett should have told Judge Diener this crucial, relevant, and exculpatory information, which had been available since 2017, especially when Liggett's affidavit was written in October of 2022, over 5 years later. Additionally, Holman's September 22nd, 2023 memorialization of his interview with Jeffrey Turco once again reveals that he, Holman, attempted to deceive the reader of said report by leaving out key information and words uttered from the mouth of Turco concerning the likelihood that the sticks left behind were in fact runes, making Odinism's involvement in the murders more likely and worth investigating. Holman also failed to recite the full words of Turco concerning the plausibility that those who left the runes behind were involved in some type of human sacrifice. On September 22nd of 2023, Holman wrote a report in which he, Holman, failed to mention the word rune or any derivation thereof when memorializing the words of Turco. Runes were a big part of Turco's interview, yet Holman chose to exclude the word rune or any derivation of that word from his report. Instead, the relevant part of Holman's report was the following.
So just going to chime in right there. This is the number one reason why we as defense attorneys kind of just pass over the police report and try to get right to the interview. It's an outrageous assertion, and I'm sure this quote here is going to tell you why. But when you hear the interview we're trying to get to, you know, you're gonna see it as well as you watch, as you listen to the investigator try to steer the conversation away from all the things he doesn't want said that still get said.
Exactly.
Absolutely. All right. So this comes directly from Holman's report. So, quote, I asked him, Turco, to summarize his findings and said that they were inconclusive. And he said that they were inconclusive. In his opinion, he thought the sticks were placed deliberately, but was unsure what they meant. He said that he provided some educational guesses in his report. I asked him if the Odin religion practiced ritualistic human sacrifices, and he said no. He stated that no evidence or research indicates that religion practicing human sacrifices. He told me that if someone Google searched it, that they may have seen that Vikings were accused of human sacrifices, but he said that there's no proof of it. I asked him if he ever heard of ritualistic human sacrifices around here, and he said no. He told me not even in Norway, where this type of religion is more prevalent, has he heard of any ritualistic human sacrifices.
So again, it doesn't matter one shit what there's really happening. He says multiple times, as we just read in the last memo, that there's some poeticness here, and people would. It's what did he say? Was not extremely plausible? What was it?
Yeah, I find it very plausible.
Right. It was like even more than certain. Like,
and it was a given.
Right.
You guys keep forgetting that it was a given part.
So yeah, you guys all just heard out there before when we were going through the report and through the Franks 2, what actually was said, and then compare that to what you just read, Bob, there in the previous paragraph is what the essence of what Holman put in his report. And if we, just like you just said, Allie, if we don't listen to the recording and compare it to the report, and you're just lazy as a lawyer and you don't do that, then you miss out on a whole lot of stuff. We had a murder case in Southern Indiana where that was the whole case. The law enforcement officer got up on the stand and he had to own it. He said, yeah, I put something in a report that was not true. And we built our whole case around that. So you have to listen to the interviews and to make sure that they're accurately reflected in a report. For example, Brad Holder's interview was lost or tape recorded over, right? That's what they say. That's what law enforcement says. But so it's about 6 paragraphs long or something. What was really said?
Right.
What else was
said?
The judge
says
was it
no
correct? This is why
there's no prejudice to you because there's this fully written report.
So think about it. Yes, thank you. Think about that. Those who know about the Brad Holder missing report and the Patrick Westfall video and the Patrick Westfall missing video and the Logan Holder missing video, think about, and they memorialize it just like Jerry Holman did here. Mm-hmm. He memorialized Jerry Holman's interview with Professor Turco in a report. The only difference is that and I'm really shocked at this, they actually kept the recording. The law enforcement, actually kept the recording of Holman's interview with Turco.
Could they really pull that same thing again, though? We taped over it. They had no choice. That had been
I don't know. I think they could have been brazen to do that. I just don't know that they ever thought that it would come back to bite them like it did. But the difference between Holder and Westfall is we did not have the video or audio to compare to their paltry little report, but we did have it here, and certainly we listened to it and compared it. So that sets you up for the next part, I think.
All right. So 19, when what Holman failed to write in this report were Turco's words that more strongly detailed how Odinism was likely involved in the murders due to the likelihood that the sticks were formed into a runic script. Quote, it's a given. And how it was very plausible that human sacrifice could be a component to said murders. And I mean, if you're a judge and like you've just outed them and you've cited to the transcript of where you got this information from a interview that took place with this cop and this professor. And I don't understand how any judge could sit here and read that and think nothing of it.
And not at least want a hearing.
It's
someone to answer for something. All right, go on.
Plausible. All right. So because Holman had sworn under oath in his August 10th, 2023 deposition that the sticks found at the crime scene did not represent, quote, Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of group that would have conducted the crime, end quote, Holman, Depo, It was in Holman's interest to hide the actual words of Professor Turco concerning the likelihood that the sticks were formed as runes are significantly featured in Odinism. Turco's words and information that Holman left out of his report include the following. After viewing the way that the sticks at the crime scene were arranged, quote, it was a given, end quote, that the pattern of sticks was someone's attempt to replicate a Germanic runic script. One of Turco's colleagues, a Harvard professor with even more expertise, agreed. Odinism is an extreme neo-pagan, neo-heathenism ideology that has right-wing racist connotations. Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal were known to be involved in extremist racist groups. Although he could not necessarily interpret the intended meaning of these sticks formed into runes, the stick configurations were pretty clearly runic, and that he could, quote, could certainly imagine that this was somebody's idea, that when you do human sacrifice, you carve runes. There are some poetic sources that would sort of support the idea that somebody might have come across. That scenario seems, bolded for emphasis, entirely plausible to me, coming directly from Turco's tape statement. Furthermore, Turco discussed how runes were thought to have magical significance and would be used in incantations and rituals, and that there is a sacrificial connection in mythological poetry. And that's a quote. Turco, again, citing the interview. According to police reports, Brad Holder told Amber Holder that he and Patrick Westphal had a falling out over something that happened in the woods near a river during a ritual. So in other words, here is what Holman did not write in his report.
All right, and I think that we can skip over that because we're about to hear it, and he just kind of summarized it. Wait.
What?
There's actually might be some. Oh, well, I just would want to say because it's not mentioned in the report, that when you think about that, you remember investigators had learned that runes are a feature of those who practice Odinism, and those who practice Odinism are sometimes aligned with racist extremist groups. Brad Holder's son had some type of dating relationship with one of the victims, and Brad Holder was an Odinist, fascinated with runes, which he found throughout which are found throughout his Facebook page. Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal were also affiliated with racist extreme groups. So is there any further of this that discusses Turco that we're not going to hear in the...
Are you talking to me or Andy?
Yeah, no, you.
I mean, I just kind of want to read through it.
But babe, we want to get to the you're on page 4 of 9, and we want to get to the thing. So just pick.
I got bad news for you. We've got an 18 pager. We've got another 8 pager and I'm setting this whole thing up, man. Like, this is a whole thing. This is like, I'm setting them up and we're knocking them down.
All right, I'm here for it.
Come on,
I'm going to get ice for my shoulder.
Right. Take care of yourself. I got this, girl. You just come back. Like this is important. It's important that people hear it, because there's people out there that don't know anything about the case, and I'm dead set on them hearing about it. All right, so I'm going to go back and read this thing, and she almost made me skip. So Turco told me that it was, quote, a given that the arrangement.
Wait, Bob, this just so everybody knows, this is what, in other words, here's what Holman did not write in his report. So what I wrote here is, if you're an honest cop and you're trying to give a report out, you should give full information. And here's what he could have written in his report that he did not. So go ahead.
All right. So we've got Turco told me that it, quote, it was a given that the arrangement of the sticks were part of a runic script. Investigators have learned that the runes are a feature of those who practice Odinism, and those who practice Odinism are sometimes aligned with racist extremist groups. Brad Holder's son had some type of dating relationship with one of the victims. Nexus. And Brad Holder was an Odinist, fascinated with runes, which are found throughout his Facebook page. Brad Holder and Patrick Westphal were also affiliated with racist extremist groups. Also, Turco admitted that it was entirely plausible that somebody would read something on the internet indicating that Viking religions involved human sacrifices, and that the same person could have had an idea when conducting a human sacrifice. Runes should be carved, and that the runes have a magical significance and would be used in rituals. Brad Holder told his ex-wife that Brad and Patrick Westphal had a falling out in the woods near a river in February of 2017 due to something that happened at a ritual. I mean, there's nothing to see here, Andy. There's nothing to see here.
It's unbelievable.
You didn't need a hearing, man. You didn't need a hearing. There's nothing to obviously I'm being sarcastic.
Yeah.
So you may not know me, but that is like, dude, I'll never understand it.
Yeah.
I said it the last time you were on. I hope to God that somebody at the appellate court, whether it be a clerk, whether it be one of the justices, reads the memo. They have to read it. They need the context.
Yeah.
Have to. All right. So instead of including Turco's words detailed in the previous paragraph, Holman wrote that Turco's findings were, quote, inconclusive, and then failed to even mention the word rune, even a single solitary time. If you were trying to hide Turco's actual opinion about the linkage between the stick configurations in a runic script and the entirely plausible opinion that human sacrifice could be a component of the murders, then you would draft your report as Sergeant Holman did, as quoted from his report in paragraph 18 above. Now, if you're trying to provide an accurate accounting of Turco's opinion, then you would write it as written in paragraph 22, which was this one. That's what should have happened. And what did happen was paragraph 18. Okay. So due to Sergeant Holman's sworn testimony from his August 10th, 2023 deposition, Sergeant Holman had a lot at stake when he interviewed Turco. Ideally, in order for Holman's sworn August 10th, 2023 testimony to be true, Turco would have told Holman words to the effect of, quote, that configuration is not runic, and therefore that arrangement does not represent Odinism of any type of cult worshiping or any type of a group that would have conducted the crime, end quote. Unfortunately for Sergeant Holman, Turco did not state words to that effect. Quite the opposite. This explains why Sergeant Holman initially attempted to hide the identity of the Purdue professor, see Franks 2, and then attempted to conceal Turco's actual words in Holman's September 22nd, 2023 report, that it was, quote, a given that somebody was trying to replicate a Germanic runic script and that it was entirely plausible that a person believed that human sacrifices involved the use of runes. So in defense counsel's experience, some lawyers simply don't listen to tape recordings of an interview, but rather rely on the veracity of police reports that memorialize that interview. In this very case, for example, Brad Holder's February 17th, 2017 videotaped statement was purportedly erased. Only a short report memorializing that taped interview exists. Therefore, the defense is being forced to rely entirely on the words and context the author of that interview chose to include in that report, rather than the entirety of the actual words uttered by Holder. The way that Holman memorialized his interview with Turco, detailed above, should cause alarm about what law enforcement chose to include or not include in their reports. Like, you guys get that? Like that paragraph,
Yeah.
at the beginning of that paragraph is so powerful, and it goes right to the heart of it. How can you trust anything they're doing when you have definitive proof that they're liars? There's no way to sugarcoat it. Jerry Holman is a liar. When a man's life hangs in the balance, that guy doesn't give a shit about the truth.
Yeah.
That's how powerful that particular couple of sentences is you can't trust anything. And the first 72 hours, kids, of interviews were disappeared, gone. The most important 72 hours of any investigation. They have TV shows called the first 48 hours because it's the most critical portion of any investigation. And everything that they had recorded in terms of these witnesses, the first people they spoke to, disappeared like a fart in the wind.
Yep. And Brad Holder was a high-level suspect very early on, day 2, day 3. There are FBI emails between Doug Carter, who was the superintendent of Indiana State Police, and state police, some of the state police and the FBI, where they mentioned Brad Holder by name. I don't know if that's out there, those emails, but they're super important because anybody that would say, well, that Brad Holder business is an afterthought. No, February the 17th, the police are emailing one another saying, hey, and we've got Brad Holder is a guy that's a high-level suspect. And that's the same day that he got interviewed. Just think about that. I think it's in the morning. These emails are going around. Hey, Brad Holder gets interviewed that day. In the emails, there's a little line in there where they say, we're going to get the intelligence. I think the word is intelligence from Holder. What it seemed to me to mean is we're going to get his phone. And we're going to find out if what that guy is saying is true and what else there might be on his phone. We're going to do that. These are cops talking to one another. They're detailing. Here's this suspect. Here's another suspect. Holder is a suspect. Here's why he's a suspect. We're going to get intelligence from him. Then they claim that they never got Brad Holder's phone dump. They got 102 dumps of every Tom, Dick, and Harry that had nothing to do with anything. But the one guy that's a high-level suspect, they say, well, we never got his phone extraction. And, these phone extractions in today's world are the most important thing often in these cases. And so they don't get his phone extraction. Then on February 17th, the same day these emails are going around saying he's a high-level suspect, they interview him. And then they tape over the interview. And so if you're following along with the bouncing ball here, folks, in this report, September 22, 2023, Lieutenant Holman is memorializing Lieutenant Holman's interview with Turco. And Holman cannot be talking about runes because it'll show that on August 10th that Holman lied. So he needs to be straying away from runes. He needs to be straying away from human sacrifices because that's a defense laughable thing that we can make fun of him on. So the Turco can never be saying that stuff. So, I quoted what Turco said about those things, and none of those things appeared in Holman's report. So if you're following the bouncing ball, juxtapose that with the Brad Holder situation. Brad Holder was interviewed for a while. And in the end, they reduced it to like 6 paragraphs of a whole lot of nothing, really. But what was not included? What, just like Jerry Holman did not include all this stuff that was super important, that if you as a lawyer are lazy and you just read the report and you don't go and listen to and I know I'm repeating myself, but it's so important. It's so important. And if you don't read and the report and then look at the recording and see if it matches or what's left out, then you're in trouble, because in this case we saw there was a whole lot of stuff left out, but not in Brad Holder's world. We don't know that because they claim that they lost it. And I just got to shut up about it because I'm so angry and passionate about what was. If we had the actual video of Westfall and Holder, who knows what would have happened.
Andy,
who knows what was left out.
You to know something, man? I will sit 10 fucking hours on a live. This case is that important to me. So, like, you talk all you want. I'm thrilled that you're staying. I hope you'll stay. I mean, and look, you have a pass anytime you want to dip out. I hope you'll stay, but I always want to hear you talk, man. And everything that you're saying bears repeating. So don't ever feel like that. No one in this chat, I assure you, save for a couple of guilters that are probably in here, don't want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I want to talk to you guilters out there. Do you care about any of this stuff? Do you care about, I've laid it out. It's not, these aren't lies. These are things that actually happened. The email, the September 6th email. Are you willing to call Nick McClelland up tomorrow and ask him, why did you lie in that September 6th email? It seems like you're trying to hide. I still believe Richard Allen is guilty or whatever, but I am concerned that people that do that prosecutor podcast deal, would they operate the way that Nick McClelland does? Would they hold on to exculpatory evidence for 4 months and not turn it over, only turning it over when they know that we're going to find out about it? Those guys need to be asked those types of tough questions. They were on the Hulu
don't
special.
worry, Brett doesn't actually try cases, Andy. So
well,
don't worry about that.
I mean, I thought those guys were okay on the Hulu special, by the way. I mean, they seem to be somewhat even keeled, but what this is embarrassing stuff. Like I just got onto this thing on LinkedIn. That's the only social media that I do. And I don't even know if that's considered social media. And there is a new, it's called like Prosecutors with Ethics. It's something like that. I wish I had it. And these are people that would care. In fact, I've thought about reaching out to them. Like, you need to investigate this and check into this. If you guys are really prosecutors with ethics and you're trying to stop, wrongful convictions because of, dirty tricks and hiding evidence and all that kind of thing, you need to look into this case. So, all those, what you call guilters out there, you can feel free to believe that Richard Allen is guilty. I have no problem with that. That is your opinion. But if you aren't also, as an American citizen, wanting to look into the behavior of police, law enforcement, and Nick McClelland and prosecutors, then you're not doing. Then I don't know what to say to you. You can make all your little comments or whatever it is, and that's fine. But you're being intellectually dishonest. You really are, and you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I don't want to even be that mean to you. I really want you just to join the cause and say, I believe. There could be a faction out there that says, I believe Richard Allen is guilty, but I also believe that the police were corrupt and did some bad stuff here, and that the prosecutor lied and did some bad stuff here. And we need to look into that. And journalists, again, for the millionth time, where are you? Where are you? Why are you not the county comment? Are you watching this? You called me up and I don't know, hopefully you put out a fair thing there when you put the disciplinary thing out there, the article. But are you looking into any of this? This is in your backyard, for crying out loud. Carroll County Comet people, are you like knocking on Nick McClelland's door, hanging outside of his office, waiting and then doing what they used to do? Nick, we want to ask you a question. Why did it take you so long? Why did it take you so long to turn over the Click's report? And what about this September 6th, 2023 email? Nick, you have some questions to answer, and Nick can walk by like this or whatever. I mean, where are you, county? I'm calling you out, Carroll County Comet people. I'm calling you out. If you haven't been asking those questions, then it's embarrassing. It's just as embarrassing as when Holman, I think it was Holman, who said, hey, what about Patrick Westphal? Did you go and interview him? Well, he was kind of a big fella, and he didn't really want to talk to us. Oh, okay. I think it was Holman that said that. It was somebody. That's embarrassing. You've got to do your work. And so anyway.
Well, it takes. Look, dude. I keep telling you this, and I know you don't do the interwebs. It's not your thing. Traditional media is dead. Legacy media is dead. This is the new world, man. Like this is, believe me when I tell you this. Like I get that you want somebody to stick a microphone in Nick McClelland's face and try to get him to answer a question, like hard questions. Let me put it this way. Like, I was attacked by the Murder Sheet. Like, they were doing episodes on me. Like, they were going into my private chats with Michael Osbrook, Carroll, Winnicky, like Sleuthy. Ange, like, people that would, like, these are private chats that they got access to from a disgruntled person that had access to that account, and they went and did podcasts. I don't give a shit. I don't care, Andy. And you know what I do is I will go on anybody's show, and I'm up for the debate. And
I am too.
everybody is invited to my show. Everybody. Nick McClellan, you are welcome here. I'd love to have a conversation with Jerry Holman. You are welcome here. I would love to have a conversation with you. Anybody, any of the guilters, you're all welcome here. I've been on Gray Hughes' show. I had a great time. I had no problem dealing with them. I've been on, like, all of them. I've got a question. If they're going to be intellectually honest,
Yes,
like we talk about, then I want to know if they have a problem with this kind of shit.
I'm the same way. I would have no problem going on any fair-minded person, and I won't even push back. I'll let them say their piece, and I don't want to be a jerk to them, and I'll let them say what they have, but they need to be intellectually honest and not in the pocket of law enforcement, not, spewing their narratives that they want spewed, and, so I'm not, and nobody should get upset if I would go on anything like that. I mean, we should all be trying to change the minds of people, or at least hearing their point of view too, by the way.
100%.
Yeah.
Like that is the entire premise of this channel. Like, and it's hard because I have moderators that want to keep our chat civil. It's the one rule I have. If you can intelligently argue your point without devolving into name calling and that kind of thing, I want people from all walks. I want opposing opinions. You can't get to the bottom of anything without hearing both sides of an argument. And my thing here has always been, I'm here for it. I've had an open invitation to anybody and everybody. There is not one person, the murder sheet, the prosecutor, any of them. They have an open invitation to come on here if they're willing to have a conversation, and I will hear them out. But you can bet your ass I'm going to respond.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put it to them. And if they can answer the questions with intellectual honesty, and if they can change my mind, God bless them.
Yeah.
Good on them.
I agree. The debate is missing, or just listening. How about just listening? Listen to each side. And you don't have to even change your mind. You can listen and then ultimately say, you know what, you haven't convinced me otherwise. But what I think we can all agree on, it would be shocking to me, if you're being intellectually honest, that what we've been covering tonight is not very incredibly disturbing, and that nothing has been done about it is incredibly disturbing. And that it looks like Holman and Liggett lied under oath, and these are state police, or now one is the sheriff of Carroll County, and I'm asking for an investigation to be done on that.
A man is sitting in prison under a 130-year sentence based on work that we know comes from a man who has no problem lying in order to secure a conviction. If that doesn't cause every single American pause, I do not know what to tell you.
That's what it looks like. It looks like, Holman went to great lengths to hide a professor along with McClelland together in cahoots, lying. And here's what all of Nick's responses, and maybe he's talked on podcasts or whatever, and I don't know, and he's addressed these things, but he has never, ever. I've been on your show many times saying, Nick, explain yourself. Has he ever done that? No. Has anybody ever asked him to explain himself? No. And he can, get on the shows that he likes. And I understand why he would do that. But if you're not going to explain yourself, especially if it's this weird thing where you're out touting that the disciplinary commission did not find you to have violated the rules of ethics that we have, by handing out a 50-page report. And I don't know if he turned over if he did do that. I don't know that he turned over all the supplemental items that I put on a flash drive. I don't know. I think he did do that. I think the comment said that. did you answer any of those questions that I asked? I asked specific questions in my disciplinary complaint. You need to ask him, Nick McClelland, about where did he find out? This is getting into the weeds, and I should not be doing this, but where did you get this information that Reese Davis heard that from Ron Logan that the battery was taken out of Libby's phone? That's nowhere that we've received it. Nick McClelland lied to me in February of this year, 2025, another lie, when he told me that certain evidence that he had in his possession, he told me he did not have in his possession. He said, we've given you everything that we had. And then he got caught. He got caught lying about that. That was in this year after the trial was over. Does anybody care about that? Has anybody asked him questions about that? And I asked in the disciplinary complaint, I asked them, the disciplinary commission, to ask Nick, because it really is more of a fact finding. I don't even really care about whether he's disciplined or not. I felt it was my obligation to file it, but I really want to know, where, Nick, did you get this information? Because what it appears to me is that Nick has a video, Reese Davis claims, and I know we're off on tangent. I'm going to shut up, but
I told you don't need.
There is additional evidence out there, and I just received something. I just met with Reese very recently, and something mind-blowing happened, and I don't want to get into that, but I am very concerned, and I have reason to be concerned that Nick McClelland is hiding exculpatory evidence or gotten rid of it. And it's a pattern. And he got caught with his hand in the cookie jar big time in February. And then there's 3 letters that he received. He told me initially, oh, I gave you everything I had. And then he realized, oh, crap, they're going to learn from another source that I did get these letters. And now he said, well, here's 2 of the letters. And then we don't know where the 3rd one is. And we don't know what's in it. And if there's exculpatory evidence, this is so, it's like, if in this letter, it could have been, oh, this is where the situation about the battery is, and I'm going to throw that into my motion. Oops, I forgot. I didn't turn that letter over. Crap. Thank you, Michael Osbrook, by the way. That he was a big reason that this all came to light. And now McClelland there's a 3rd letter out there. We don't know what was in it. What happens if what was in it was stuff that can be provably shown that other people did this crime? And it's too late. Nick McClelland's like, oh, crap, this is going to screw up this conviction. I've got to get rid of this. Yes, I'm saying that I'm worried about that. I'm worried about that. But nobody cares, And that's why I'm not blaming the disciplinary commission. They have their own rules. However, I respect their authority. I don't agree with them, by the way. I definitively do not agree with them, but that's not my world. That's their world. I know that something was done wrong and I proved it. And Nick's out there bragging about that. That's just bizarre.
Weird.
I mean, it's shameful and it's weird. And he ought to just be like, oh man, I'm never going to let anybody see this. I'm so glad that I snuck by and somehow they did not file anything again, or they didn't ask me to respond.
If you're Nick McClelland, you've secured a conviction against a man that at least a portion of society believes did this. And in his world, he has solved and brought justice to 2 girls that every single person in this chat, every single person that I know, which includes you, wants actual justice for Abby and Libby. All of us do. That the concept that I believe that they have railroaded an innocent man in no way, shape, or form means that I don't want justice for Abby and Libby. That's what this fight is for. If the wrong man is sitting in prison, there has been no justice. It's that simple. It's not a complicated theory. It's not a complicated thing to understand. And where we're sitting right now, and we're looking at Holman right now, Nick's turn is coming. You're talking about being diplomatic. You're being far more diplomatic to Holman than I am, because this is res ipsa loquitur, man. The thing speaks for itself. The man flat out lied in order to secure a conviction. He ferreted away. He hid evidence from his lawyers. Forget about Diener. I'm talking about from the lawyers who are in there to do a job to make sure that this man gets a fair trial. It's the most egregious thing a cop can do.
And they never, even with the things that they admitted to, they had to admit to, because Brad Holder's and Patrick Westfall's taped record statements are missing. They had to own up to that, even though I asked for it for months and months and months, and they never told me about it until it, months and months had passed, and they had to finally do it. Here's what they never did. They never apologized. The prosecutors did. I'm sorry. This is really terrible. This is what decent human beings do. And prosecutors, you can be, and most of you are, very decent human beings and care. I was just talking to a local prosecutor yesterday during a deposition in Southern Indiana, and she said, I care about whether I get the right person. I do. And it bothers me. There are sometimes when I'm listening to a closing argument at trial, she said, and I'm convinced, like, maybe I got the wrong guy here. I'm worried. And then she said, I don't really care if the jury finds not guilty. I'm okay with that, and that person, you shouldn't be mad at that prosecutor. Sometimes there's he said, she said cases, and they just have to go to trial. They just do. And you don't like it as a lawyer. You're representing a person you believe is innocent, but it's one person's word versus another. And prosecutors are put in a bad position. Then they have to go to trial. And sometimes juries get it wrong. And sometimes good prosecutors sit there and they think, man, I hope that jury does not convict. That's what good prosecutors do. Good prosecutors do not hide evidence. Good prosecutors do not lie to defense lawyers multiple times, Nick McClelland. That's not what good prosecutors do. And you people out in Carroll County, are you taking, next year is election year, are you taking a hard look at this guy? Are you listening to anything that Bob and others and I say on here? You need to look into that, because he's getting paid $190,000 a year. Okay. That's a lot of money. That's more than most of you probably make in Carroll County. And that's your guy. I don't know if anybody's running against him, but we'll know in February. But somebody, this is probably if anything gets Nick mad, it would be this. Because right now he has never filed a disciplinary complaint against me, in spite of everything I've said about him. I've called him a liar. I have asked him to file a disciplinary complaint against me. He won't. And you know why he won't? Because then he has to actually start defending himself and start explaining himself. I would beg him to file a disciplinary complaint against me, because everything I say is based on truth. Everything I say is based on the record. Okay. So, yet this is a guy that's out bragging. This is a guy running for election. This is not a grown man. This is not how grown men behave. It's bizarre.
It is. And beyond that, it's scary. It's really, really scary.
And I'm scared for me, by the way, when I get done with this, when I'm this upset and it's out there and it might get to Jerry Holman, I'm scared. I think I said this to somebody, maybe it was you. The only thing I'm on, again, LinkedIn, somebody from the state police I'm on the special one you pay a little bit more money for, and you can see who's looking at you. Mm-hmm. And somebody from the state police was looking at me, what was on my page. I'm worried, I'm worried about that. I'm worried about because I'm not in power. I don't have any power. The government has the power, and the state police have the power, I'm not suicidal or anything like that, by the way. I mean, I worry about crazy things. Okay. I know that sounds crazy, but look at what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with people that just flat out lied, and we're okay leaving a man in a prison cell. Brian Harshman sitting there watching a man deteriorate rather than trying to figure out a way to help this guy out. You can still have your cake and eat it too, Harshman. You could have said, he's deteriorating. He's a human being. Can we take care of him?
Right.
I know we might lose some confessions or whatever, but we need to take care of that guy. I mean, these are all the thoughts that I think, and that cause me to be worried about me, my family, I know everybody can say I'm crazy, but I'd rather say it here. And if something happens, then at least I've said it, I have nothing on my computers. I mean, I'm worried about.
Yeah. I don't think anybody thinks you're crazy.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, I really don't. I mean, the government is a scary thing, and they have a lot of power. And like in a case like this, there are vested interests, and the train has left the station, and there are powers that be that do not want to see this thing undone.
And that's why we have to be out here, and that's why I'm out here again. I mean, I don't like being out here doing this stuff. I've said that before, but I'm starting to get a backbone.
Yeah.
I am. I'm starting to get more of a backbone than I've had, just because it's the right thing to do. And I do agree with you that the more that people know about this, somebody sent me something about some guy named Brother or something, Brother, some guy. He's a podcaster,
Brother Counsel,
and that he's never been involved in this. And somebody's like, hey, there's a new person on board. And I'm like,
on his show on Sunday, Andrea Burkhart went on, and then she let him know. And he was a big Karen Reed guy, because we've really been trying to get the Karen Reed, freedom fighters, justice fighters, over to Rick Allen, because it was, there's a lot of people behind that really care about justice. They care about the truth. And so in order to try to sway them over, it helps us as creators on the Richard Allen side, because I was a lone beacon long before Andrea was covering, or Lawyer Lee, and I'm so thankful that they joined in. But for 2 years, I was the only dude. My wife and I were the only two people, lawyers that were out here hollering. There were plenty of other creators that were fighting like hell, to get this thing out there. But in terms of lawyers, it was a lonely thing, and it was a thing where I probably lost half my audience. But to me, there's more important things in the world. And, I've got a mission here to try to educate people on the realities of what goes on out there in these cases.
Yeah, I appreciate what you do. And, you and I both being defense lawyers, it's easy to say, oh, of course they're going to say that. But I don't think either one of us are the types that are like, all cops are bad, all judges are bad and corrupt, and all prosecutors. That's not the way that I roll. You can ask any prosecutor in the state of Indiana, outside about 2 or 3, and judges the same, and they would say that's not how he rolls at all. He's a very nice guy, and he's very respectful, and he doesn't believe that people operate that way. I don't like viewing people in the worst way. I like viewing them in the best way. Yeah, but these are the facts.
Right.
These are the facts. I cannot escape the facts. The facts are that people lied, and because they lied, and because Judge Gold didn't seem to care that they lied, Richard Allen is sitting in a prison in Oklahoma right now for a crime he didn't commit. And had we been able to explore these lies during the pretrial phases, then maybe, just maybe, especially if cameras were in the courtroom, then maybe, just maybe, Richard Allen would never have even gone to trial.
Exactly. I mean, that's the nuts and bolts of it right there.
Allie is like, boy, have you guys gone afield?
Nah, she's good. She's icing. She knows how I am. Like she likes to rush through sometimes reading. I'm like, especially if we're trying to educate people that obviously the people that know, they still want to hear it. But the people that don't know, it's important. They need the context.
Yeah.
Context is everything in this case. It's like, I see it on Twitter and people talk about it. They're like, oh, where should I start with the Richard Allen case? And people are like, oh, Andrea's lives were amazing because Andrea has like a photographic, like her notes were amazing during the trial. But, I'm like, yes, there is an amazing place, but you can't understand what wasn't introduced at that trial, what happened in this case, unless you go to the proceedings that went before it. Like, you have to understand what she denied, all the things that she barred, the witnesses that she barred, the defenses that she barred. You cannot understand what happened in this case if you're just watching the trial. This is a case where it was litigated. We know what was out there. And it's important for people to know. How can you have any idea other than, okay, I don't think that they met their burden. if you're just watching the trial, not knowing everything that was kept out. You know what I'm saying? It's like because that's the best that you could do. That's the best that you could have hoped for in Rick's trial with what you were left to deal with, which is that they didn't meet their burden, and that's it. So
or if they don't know what Turco or what Holman could have included, the minutia. I mean, I'm talking about the deep minutia. This is what you're doing right now, and I have come to believe that the people that listen to your show actually are interested in that minutia. They are not bored of the minutia. I used to think, like, do they really want to hear this stuff? I mean, and yet I think the answer is yes, they do. And so, like, when you get back to this, I'm reading ahead. I like, what's in here is it's a good roadmap of why to be outraged by what Holman did not include in his September 22nd report. Boy, you're in the weeds at that point in time, but it's super important to understand because it shows what was actually going on in this case in that particular situation, and therefore likely to happening in other situations.
100%. Context is everything. All right, so I'm going to pick it back up. So the tape recording, I'm here in 29. So the tape recording is the best evidence relating to the recording of Brad Holder's interview that has been lost forever. Okay, so that's what Andy's referring to here. So the tape recording is the best evidence. What Brad Holder shared with investigators in his February 17th, 2017 interview, but the authors chose to leave out, even innocently, not knowing what was important at the time, could be exculpatory in nature or lead to exculpatory evidence exonerating Rick Allen. However, at this time, we are expected to simply accept the words written by the authors of Holder's erased interview, provide the full gamut of information needed to protect Richard Allen's rights. Again, Holman's memorialization of Turco's words in this case should cause grave concern to this court as it relates to any erased videotaped interviews. If no one listened to Turco's actual words spoken to Holman on that audio tape, then Holman's deceptive memorialized report would leave the reader with an entirely different perspective than what Turco's words actually revealed. As it relates to Franks, the defense is required to show that law enforcement acted intentionally when including false information in the affidavit or when omitting important information from the affidavit. It would be highly unlikely that Liggett would admit, quote, I intentionally omitted important information from the affidavit, and I also intentionally included false information in the affidavit. Also, I wrote the affidavit with a reckless disregard for the truth. Sorry, Judge. If the standard to get to a Franks hearing is that law enforcement must admit that they acted intentionally or recklessly, then a Franks hearing is a legal fiction, as no law enforcement on the face of the planet will ever, now I've added some words, make such admissions. Therefore, the defense is left with providing information of times and occasions when law enforcement attempted to conceal evidence or falsify information in other contexts in the case. Franks 1 and 2 provided multiple examples of law enforcement concealing or attempting to conceal evidence and of law enforcement not telling the truth under oath, all backed up with exhibits provided by the state that support those contentions. In Section 3 of the September 18th, 2023 Franks Memorandum, the defense provided irrefutable evidence that Liggett provided false information in his affidavit concerning the words that Sarah Carbaugh spoke face-to-face with Tony Liggett in 2017 when describing the man that she saw on the road just before 4 p.m. Liggett told Judge Diener that the man Carbaugh observed was the same man that Betsy Blair observed on the Monon High Bridge approximately 2 hours earlier. The problem was that what Carbaugh told Liggett in 2017 concerning this man's description was not the same as Betsy Blair's description, i.e., Liggett did not tell the truth. Liggett then misrepresented Carbaugh's words so that they were consistent with Blair's description, and then for good measure added that Carbaugh observed blood on the man walking on the road when that is not what she told Liggett to his face in 2017, i.e., Liggett did not tell the truth. The defense would ask the court to reread Section 3 in its entirety and to also review the attached exhibits to the September 18th, 2023 Frank's memo that provide the absolute proof that Liggett misrepresented Carbaugh's words. The defense would ask the court to reread Section 3 in its entirety and to also review the attached exhibits that provide evidence that Liggett omitted crucial information concerning Betsy Blair's description of the man she observed from only 50 feet away on the high bridge, as well as a description of a vehicle found at the CPS lot after she left the trail that does not match any of Richard Allen's vehicles. The defense would ask the court to reread the rest of the Franks 1 and Franks 2 in order to gain perspective on the many instances of law enforcement not telling the truth or attempting to conceal evidence and the truth. This third Frank's notice provides additional evidence of omitted information of which Judge Diener should have been advised concerning 3 phones shown to be moving in and around the crime scene at a time when law enforcement would state the murders were being committed. This third Frank's notice provides additional evidence that Sergeant Holman's sworn deposition was false concerning the findings of the Purdue professor, as Turco's own words confirm in a September 19th, 2023 interview. This third Frank's notice provides additional evidence of law enforcement's intentionality of concealing evidence, as Sergeant Holman's September 22nd, 2023 report attempted to conceal the actual words of Jeffrey Turco. Again, Sergeant Holman had sworn under oath that Turco did not find Odinism or cults as being involved in the murders, but Turco's own words show Holman's testimony to be false. It was in Holman's best interest, therefore, to omit or water down much of Turco's own words in his report, which is exactly what Holman did. The defense is asking, based upon this third Frank's notice, as well as the other Frank's notices, to set this matter for a Frank's hearing, to argue that all fruits of the search for Richard Allen's home be suppressed. Additionally, the defense requests that on this serious matter raised in Frank's 1, 2, and 3, as well as the exhibits that back up those matters, the court issues findings of fact and conclusions of law as to how and why the court ruled in whatever manner it rules on the defense's request. So that, when I read it the first time, man, I was like, if you're a lawyer, and again, Andy always likes to say this just so you understand what's normal and what's not normal. I mean, are there judges that will not draft, 15-page draft orders? Yes. Are there judges that are much briefer? But nary a judge in a case of this magnitude have I ever seen where a judge failed to cite, except for maybe one occasion, and that was when she was really put to it, to cite any law, to make any findings of fact at all. What happened in this case, and it's my hope that once the appellate court starts looking at her docket and starts taking a peek at the orders that were coming out in this highly contested, highly litigated case, and one of the appellate judges is like, what in the world? Like, is this woman serious? Is this judge in this case probably the most high profile case in the history of the state, or it's certainly in the team photo, that this judge never gave a ruling of substance ever. Ever. It was, I don't know why I don't have the merch right now. I should have denied without hearing t-shirts, free Rick Allen. I bet you they'd sell like hotcakes.
I'd buy one.
All right. So there's Frank's 2 and 3. So that gives you all the background. Now, I think I think that the next thing and it's important because this is where we turn our attention from Jerry Holman and train it on Nick McClellan. Okay. So Nick McClellan, after he gets the third motion for the Franks hearing, finally decides to file a responsive pleading in this case. He was not much of a fan of writing in this particular case. Like Nick's, I would not characterize Nick's legal writing as powerful or fact-laden, or most importantly, I found them almost too emotion or too a response to be almost completely devoid of case law, which, you know, in legal proceedings, it matters. If Nick's got a position that he's claiming is supported by precedent, then he should probably, I mean, we went through an entire year of nothing being litigated, and then she decides to have 3 days of hearings wherein she gave Nick the heads up, like, hey, buddy, you know what you should do, Nick? Because at this point, there's been nothing that's been filed by the state that's barring, wink, wink, the defense from bringing on this third culprit defense shit. Like, maybe you should file a motion, Nick. He's like, that's a great idea, Judge. And then he files the motion. So then she decides to have the hearings. So after she denied ever giving the defense a motion on the Franks hearing, which I want to note that when she removed Andy and Brad, she saw fit to handpick their replacements, one of which was a gentleman who happened to be the public defender in her county, which, again, if you don't know the case, he was appointed as a special judge because the original judge, who's been referenced in this motion, Judge Diener, withdrew because of the concerns of bloodlust about this case. So Judge Gull from Allen County, about 100 miles away from Carroll County. So when Andy and Brad are removed from the case, she handpicks a guy named Bill Labredo, who happens to be the public defender, who happens to be the public defender in Judge Gull's courtroom. So the day that all four of Rick Allen's attorneys at that time, because Andy and Brad had decided wisely to enter their appearance, they were going to do it pro bono, and which means that they weren't going to get paid for it. And they showed up at court. It was the first day for Labredo and Scremmons, I think his name was. And there's this question: where do we all sit? Well, we're Rick's lawyers. That's what Brad and Andy are saying. And Brad's telling Andy, we're sitting at the table, man. These guys are sitting behind us. So I'm sitting here in the gallery watching this as a lawyer. And I'm like, holy shit, what a weird, uncomfortable situation. But I was very anxious to see to whom the judge was going to address. When she got onto the bench, she looked right over Brad and Andy, and the thing that I wanted answered the most, because I had a bunch of conversations with people in Allen County who knew Bill Labredo very well. And I wanted to know which one of these two guys that were handpicked by Gull were going to be lead counsel. So when Gull looks over Andy and Brad and addresses the two guys in the back, Bill Labredo, sure as shit, stands up, and it becomes clear to me at that point that Bill Labredo is going to be lead counsel, which of course makes sense because he's the guy that's in her courtroom on a daily basis. So I was extremely concerned about the selection, not having anything to do with Bill Labredo's ability to practice law. I was concerned because Bill Labredo is beholden to a judge that he practices in front of on a daily basis. That's very concerning for me. And he's additionally a guy who's 100 miles away. It was a strange choice. So at any rate, that thing goes on, and what she ends up telling Bill Labredo is he asked for a continuance of the trial. Naturally, there goes Rick Allen's speedy trial rights right out the fucking window. And she says, Mr. Labredo, if you ever, there's a Frank's memo out there, and if you want a Frank's hearing, I'll give it to you. So after she's denied this guy who's sitting here over and over and over to give him a Frank's hearing, she tells Bill Labredo in his first appearance in front of her in this case, I'll give you that Frank's hearing that Andy's been asking for a year. So, I mean, you take that for what it's worth, I guess.
I think she said that in a, actually in an order. She might've said it at the hearing, but it was certainly in an order later. And, Labredo, for those that don't know, Labredo actually believes in Rick's innocence. I was very heartened by that. And he believes, I believe in the Odinism, that he saw the evidence with his own eyes. I mean, one of the things I pondered a lot of different ways to open. My son, by the way, has his first jury trial. He probably would never want me to say that. It's supposed to happen this coming Monday.
Ooh.
So I was working with him on different opening stuff to do, because I really believe in opening. And one of the things I thought about somewhat seriously for a little bit was, and this is when I thought the third party suspect evidence was coming in, was to have one. I like to sometimes have a poster board, and then just walk up to the jury and show it to them and then explain it. And I was going to have like some eyeballs and then just say, you have your own eyeballs, use them in this trial. We're going to ask you to use your own eyeballs, and then ears, and then put that up. The state doesn't want you to listen to the evidence. I'd probably get objected to on that, and we want you to use your ears. We want you to use your eyes, brain. There was a third one was going to be the brain, and just say, because they don't want you. They're going to tell you that what you see with the eyes, you're not seeing, and what you're hearing, you're not hearing, and what your brain is telling you intellectually is true is not true. Disregard it. So, yeah, but it was nice that Bill Labredo, with his own eyes, saw the evidence that I saw and said, Rick Allen is innocent. I believe that.
On two occasions.
Yeah.
And I explained, and I really had a lot of respect for Bill doing that. And he did it with, my buddy Barbara at Court TV. She had the interview, and, he said he went in skeptical. And when he started digging into the evidence, he reached the exact same conclusion. And
so I think he did go, in a sense, he did go against Gull. And so maybe your worry was not something that needed to actually happen. We didn't have any issues with those guys. It was awkward, incredibly awkward in the back room. It was like you're in the green room, is kind of the way I would describe it. You're back there and the whole audience is filled with people and media, and you got to leave the green room and go to the stage. And, it'd be like David Letterman having all of his guests come on at the same time, and they didn't know where to sit. But it was awkward back there. But those guys were nothing but nice and decent, and I have no complaints. It was just weird, but
it was strange. Like the appearance of it, just reek of impropriety, even if it didn't exist.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's the problem with it, because ultimately, when I first heard Libredo in his first interview, he's like, I think Rick Allen's, factually innocent, which, that's not what we're supposed to say. And I really, Allison and I have done the same thing. I mean, when you believe that your client is factually innocent, it's really, really hard to not say it. And so, Libredo stuck his neck out in that sense. I mean, ethically, we're supposed to say our client is presumed innocent.
Well, I think Libredo was off the case at that time, so I'm guessing he was free to say.
I think the first time, man, like he did two different interviews. Maybe he was off it, but like the second one, he was definitely off of it.
Yeah.
But Libredo did say that Gull was.
I was heartened when he said that, just like I was when I read.
It's validating, I mean, it validates what you're saying. It's like, okay, she hated us, and she's saying everything that we were putting out there was ridiculous and bullshit. But her handpicked guy, now he's looked at it and he's come to the same. Like, I mean, that's a very validating thing to have happen. It's like, oh, thank God. Like, thank you.
Same as when I read Stacy and Mark's appeal brief. That also was validating. So,
yes.
And we need that we need that as human beings. We need to be validated when you're getting kicked all the time.
True. So true.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to switch gears here. We're going to turn our attention to Nick. So McClelland now, and don't worry, these aren't lengthy. So this is Nick's response to the defense's third motion for a Franks hearing. So now comes the state of Indiana, by and through prosecuting attorney Nicholas C. McClelland, and files its response to Richard Allen's third Franks notice and request for a Franks hearing based upon newly discovered evidence, and request for findings of fact and conclusions of law upon any ruling on this request, referred to by the state as defense's third motion for Franks hearing. So the state has reviewed the defense's motion and believes that the defense has misstated the facts in the motion and would respectfully ask the court to deny the motion without hearing. The defense's third motion for a Franks hearing alleges that Tony Liggett failed to include information about geofencing data in the probable cause affidavit for the search warrant for the residence of Richard Allen. The defense claims that if this information was included, the court would not have found probable cause to issue the search warrant. The defense seems to claim that the missing information is exculpatory as to Richard Allen. However, the information from the geofencing data is mischaracterized and interpreted by the defense. You got it wrong, Angie. You screwed it up. You don't understand geofencing, because Nick said.
Yeah.
Even if included in the affidavit, the geofencing data would not negate, cancel, or eliminate the facts that supported probable cause for the search warrant regarding Richard Allen's residence. Further, Sheriff Tony Liggett did not intentionally lie or omit material information about evidence in an effort to mislead the judge in the search warrant affidavit.
I like that he said intentionally lie. Yeah.
Carefully worded.
Yeah.
Oh, you hear that, buddy? Where's my guy? So the state of Indiana filed charges against the defendant, Richard Allen, in this cause of action on October 28, 2022 for 2 counts of murder in violation of IC 35-42-1-1, subsection 2. The defendant has been in custody since his arrest. The court appointed the defendant representation on November 14th. Since that time, several motions and responses have been filed by both the state and the defense. The defense filed its first motion for a Franks hearing on September 18th of 2023 with the memorandum attachments and several exhibits. That motion was followed by the defendant's supplemental motion for a Franks hearing filed on October 2nd, 2023, and the defendant's additional Franks notice filed on October 3rd of 2023. All motions were denied by this court without a hearing. The court has, the state rather, has outlined the test used in Franks in its 2 prior responses. In order to have a Franks hearing, the defense's attack on probable cause must be based on deliberate falsehood or acts of reckless disregard for the truth. And those allegations must be accompanied by an offer of proof, which was done. The claim should point out specifically the portions of the warrant affidavit that is claimed to be false, which it did, and should be accompanied by affidavits or sworn statements or reliable statements of witnesses. The defense must show that there is inaccurate or omitted information, and that probable cause is lacking if the omitted information is included, Franks v. Delaware. Herein, the defense claims omissions, if included, would negate probable cause for the search warrant of Richard Allen's residence. Specifically, the defense claims that one, Sheriff Tony Liggett, quote, concealed from Judge Diener that at least 3 phones were moving in and around the crime scene at the times when the murders would have been taking place, and that 2, the way that Lieutenant Jerry Holman, quote, memorialized his interview with Turco should cause alarm about what law enforcement chose to include or not include in their reports. Issue 1, that Sheriff Tony Liggett failed to make the judge aware that geofencing data showed at least 3 persons in and around the crime scene at the time of the murders. In our case, the defense is alleging that the crime was committed by several individuals involved in Odinism. The defense has filed several motions with this theory contained in the motions. The defense continues to promote this theory to the public with no evidence to support that theory. Really? The defense have come to the point where they are making false statements in their motions, calling you flat out liars. Flat out lie. They're just, Nick McClellan is flat out calling you a liar. As if all of that shit in the Franks memo didn't come directly from the evidence tendered to you.
167 footnotes or whatever it was.
Oh, good God.
That showed exactly where everything I was saying came from. Anyway.
I mean, okay, so the defense continues to promote this theory to the public with no evidence to support the theory. The defense have come to the point where they are making false statements in their motions and continued effort to support the theory. This is one of those occasions. The defense claims the geofencing data shows 3 phones in the area of the crime scene when the murders occurred. The defense admittedly speculates that a map with 3 phone numbers is geofencing data that provides evidence of any of 3 scenarios. 1, that people are walking around and witness the murders, and none of them identify Richard Allen. 2, that the persons walking around saw nothing, and the murders did not happen on February 13th of 2017, or at that location there, Nick, or at that location. Or 3, the persons walking around committed the murders. Okay, this, of course, promotes the defense's theory. Unfortunately, the defense do not understand how to read or interpret geofencing data, and once again have misinterpreted the information and have put misinformation in their motions. The defense was advised on March 4th of 2023 that state witnesses specializing in geofencing would be ISP First Sergeant Christopher Cecil, the very man who did the Cecil search, who went on a 15-minute break and Googled in a Apple help group that water or dirt could cause a false reading of something being plugged into the headphone port of an iPhone. Same guy. That's their witness specializing in geofencing. FBI agent Kevin Horan and or ISP Sergeant Pete Giorza. Is that it? Gloaza, whatever. He never even showed up, did he? Never saw that guy. However, I don't think he testified, did he? Gioza?
I think we deposed him, but we deposed either Horan or Glogoza or both.
Okay.
But they were and they didn't add a whole lot in their depositions, and neither one of them testified because we weren't allowed to talk about geofencing anyway. So,
yeah. However, because Nick said, that's why. Judge, you can't allow that because I said so. You got it, Mr. McClellan. However, the defense filed their 3rd motion for Frank's hearing based on, quote, newly discovered evidence. that was available during the first discovery disclosure in October 2023 and in the second discovery disclosure after counsel was reinstated. The state witnesses for geofencing data interpretation would testify that AT&T collects data from devices to include geolocation data. AT&T geolocation information is gathered from three sources: GPS, GPS first, known Wi-Fi triangulation locations, second, and cell sites or timing advance. It's odd. All right, so GPS first, known Wi-Fi triangulation locations, second, and cell sites or timing advance, which occurs when a signal is sent from the cell tower to the device and then back to the tower. GPS, if received, can be very good with an estimated accuracy range of 3 to 15 meters. Wi-Fi or triangulation estimated ranges may vary between 15 and 100 meters, and cell sites or timing advance can range up to several thousand meters. The cell sites or timing advance is inaccurate because the geofencing data estimates where the phone is at based on how long it takes the signal to go from the tower to the cell phone and back again. This means that that the device can be 3 to 15 meters from the pinpoint on the map, up to several thousand meters, depending on how the information was collected from the device to the tower. When interpreting geolocation data, you can only consider that the device is somewhere in or near to the estimated range area that AT&T provides. Thus, if AT&T geolocation in a geofence provided a Wi-Fi location with a center point on the Carroll County Courthouse, one could deduce that the location is in range of 15 to 100 meters from or around that center point. If that same scenario included a cell site or timing advance location, the actual location of the device could be in the range of 1,000 meters plus from where the pinpoint is located. That could include the entire town of Delphi and beyond. When a person is in a rural area, oftentimes GPS and Wi-Fi location services are not available. Therefore, AT&T must resort to cell site location data. This is not an accurate way to pinpoint the location of a device. Further, geofencing does not track movement. So the fact that a pinpoint moves within a certain area is not indicative of a phone moving within that area. The map that the defense refers to is actually geofence data from AT&T. The points on the map represent GPS longitude latitude points provided as a part of a geofence from AT&T. Each longitude latitude point has a range of uncertainty. The point is not where the phone is, it is simply the center of the measurement. So even though the longitude latitude point is near the crime scene, the actual phone could be more than 5,000 meters away from the point in any direction. The points have no date, time associated with them on the map, and so the map does not indicate what date and time the phone hit on that pinpoint. All this information was provided to the defense in a spreadsheet form with discovery. They either chose to ignore that information or did not understand how to read that information. The defense's conclusion that 3 devices were found in or near the murder scene location at the time of the murders and what geofencing data means is an inaccurate evaluation or interpretation that is not supported by an analysis by someone with specialized training or knowledge in geofencing data. Boy, it would have been cool to have somebody like that testify so they could be cross-examined on their knowledge of geofencing.
Or a report that he could have attached.
Anything.
But we should believe Nick because he's a truth teller.
Hey,
so
man.
Whatever he said in here has to be the truth.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
The defense's conclusion failed to consider the estimated range of those devices in the AT&T records or how the pinpoint data was collected. Further, although phones may have a pinpoint on a map that is in the area of the crime scene, the actual phone could be several thousand meters away. No geolocation expert assisting in the investigation concluded that cell phones were in or around the crime scene when the murders occurred. The defense further fails to state that the owners of those phones were interviewed and cleared by investigators. This was certainly Sheriff Liggett's understanding when he signed the affidavit of the probable cause. Ooh, interesting. The defense should be required to provide reliable statements or sworn affidavits of persons properly qualified to interpret geofencing data. What about Nick?
Yeah, he doesn't need to.
No, I mean, trust me, bro. So qualified to interpret geofencing data to support their claim that the omitted information, if included in the probable cause affidavit, would cause the judge to deny search warrant request for Richard Allen's residence. 2. So do you got anything to say on that?
Yeah, I'll say this. When he says there, no geolocation expert assisting in the investigation concluded that cell phones were in or around the crime scene when the murders occurred. Boy, there was somebody that spent a heck of a lot of time putting a map together with 3 phone. And when they said that there was no times, there were times. And when he says that they don't move, that's just flat out wrong. I have cases where that happens. I mean, I had an attempted murder where they followed a phone geofencing wise. So that's just inaccurate. But if you saw the map that I saw, you would be like, it'd be a mind blower to you, because it's like, wow, they had the times. And it's obvious why somebody on law enforcement took a particular interest in it, is because these 3 phones look to have been in the area. So what is also in play here is that somebody from law enforcement, either with the knowledge of how geofencing works, believed that this was important, but then spent a heck of a lot of time putting a map together and tracking these phones as they were going at 213, 214, 202, 204, and they showed where all these movements were, and they were within 50 feet of, and it would show that within 50 feet of where the bodies were found. Or that person was just as ignorant as we were or are. And that could be the case. But we asked Nick multiple times, where did this map come from? Who drafted it? Because if you'd let us know, then we can call them and find out all that information that he claims disproves what we were saying. We were never claimed. If you reread that Franks 3, we never claimed that we were some type of geofencing expert. But when Nick's not letting you have, it's like, you can figure out who it is. That's not my job to tell you. Well, Nick, all I want to know is who drafted the map. I'm not going to tell you that, And then eventually he said, well, it's one of these 3 people. And it's just not the way that normal operation. Like when you normally get a map like that, you're like, hey, this seems to be important, Mr. Prosecutor. Can you tell me who drafted that map? Oh, yeah, that was Officer Joe Blow. He drafted that. Here's his number. Give him a call. In the end, it ended up not being anything. But you have a absolute right to talk to him, and please do that. That's how it normally works. But again, Nick, he was not ever a prosecutor. I think he worked as an intern at the prosecutor's office. And there, from my understanding, there was a chief deputy when what's his name stepped down. Ives, when Robert Ives stepped down, there was a chief deputy. I don't know if this is accurate, but I think it is, that had a lot of experience, had moved to Delphi, and was interested or wanted the elected prosecutor position. And then for some reason he was bounced out. And Nick, who had no experience, very little trial experience, then was the powers that be and coronated him as the new elected prosecutor. So it's no wonder that Nick drafts crap like this. He doesn't really understand what he's doing, and he doesn't understand the way that prosecutors are supposed to operate either. You're supposed to work with the defense. You're supposed to hand over stuff. You are the minister of justice. You have certain ethical obligations you have to fulfill. One of those is to turn over evidence. And just to make life easier, my goodness, just to make life easier, you work with lawyers and you try to help them out. And we on the defense side do the same thing. And we try to help them out and give them a heads up. And Nick just did not do that in this case. I mean, on something as basic as, man, Nick, this map, and believe me, folks, I don't know that the map's out there or if that ever got out there. or whatever. But if you saw it, you would say, wow, I understand why Frank's 3 existed, because that was a big deal. But we didn't file that before we were trying to figure out what it meant. And at that time, I don't think we were getting any funding for expert witnesses or anything like that. So, I did what I had to do. And whether or not Nick is accurate in this rambling thing that he just put together there, that he probably talked to somebody. Again, I think I was gone. But if he got that information from Cecil, or Bunner or whatever, I mean, you can't, and those are nice fellas, but they're out of their depth, and maybe they were out of their depth here. And I disagree with some of that for sure. But
and look, man, here's the bottom line in terms of, playing the hide the ball thing. Again, I'm going to say it again. If you've got the evidence that you got the right guy, what are you playing games for?
Yeah.
Either you got it or you don't. And when you don't, this is the shit you do when you're a prosecutor. It's that simple. If they had powerful evidence that Rick Allen was the person who committed these crimes, none of these games would have been played.
Exactly.
It's that simple. It's that there's no other way to evaluate this.
Exactly.
It's the only way.
Simple.
It's that simple. And the other thing, who else was cleared by the geofencing? Whose number didn't show up?
Rick Allen.
That's a clear in my board. I mean, his phone wasn't there.
Here's another thing about the games that Nick played, like you find it. It's, here's 30 hard drives. I think at one time it was 28 the first time and different amount the second time, just a crap ton of stuff. Rather than, we would really, truly try. We knew that there would be a piece of evidence out there. We'd see a document and it would refer to another document. And a good example is the mimicked crime scene photo that's missing. We saw that in Winter's report. There's a mimicked crime scene that Ryan Boucher found. Well, we couldn't find that. So I could have called Nick and said, where is it? But at that time I didn't trust him, and that was an important piece of evidence. But that's an example of what I'm talking about. And in a normal world, you call the prosecutor up, and we'd really try to find it. But then we would call the prosecutor up and say, hey, or email Nick and say, we're trying to find this. And it was always a catastrophe with him. If I can quote from the Big Lebowski, everything was a big catastrophe with him, like Walter in the Big Lebowski, everything was a big catastrophe. It was always like, instead of, hey, yeah, we'll get back with you on that or whatever. It's like, oh, here you go again. It's like, man, I've spent a day and a half looking for this. I can't, does it exist or not? I mean, it's your evidence. You should be able to tell me that. And here's who suffered for that. Hey, again, let's get back to the taxpayers of Carroll County. When I'm spending hour upon hour upon hour, multiple hours to find something, and all Nick had to do was let me know where it is, that's on your dime. And that's Nick McClelland's fault. That's your elected prosecutor. In action, causing taxpayers to pay a heck of a lot more money than they would have. Because had he just called me and said, here's the geofencing map guy, it's Joe Blow, here's his phone number, instead of, it's not my obligation to tell you, then let's say that wasted 5 to 10 hours of my time. I was getting paid $100 an hour, that's $1,000. Well, some guy that works, in construction or at the Dollar General store in Carroll County, and he's paying his county taxes and he's having a hard way to live. That's some out of his pocket. It's some out of the librarian's pocket. And all that had to be done was to be a decent human being and tell us where the stuff is. And that's the right way to operate anyway. So that's what I have to say about that.
And that's all I have to say about that. And I'm going to say it again. If you've got the evidence, in any case, if the state has the goods,
yep,
they don't have to pull shit like this.
My dogs are at the office.
If you got, I hear my guy is right next to me. If you got the goods, you're not doing this. It's that simple. All right. Issue 2. Does Lieutenant Holman's summary of his Professor Turco interview support the defense argument that law enforcement provided false information in the probable cause affidavit to obtain the search warrant for Richard Allen's residence. It is unclear as to the reason the defense chose to have at least half of the content of this Franks motion address events that occurred nearly a year after the submission of the search warrant and supporting probable cause affidavit. It obviously fails to meet the burden due to the fact that the Turco interview could have no bearing on what the probable cause affidavit contains. Really? So, however, if the defense is using this to support the assertion made in paragraph number 34 that law enforcement, quote, has attempted to conceal evidence or falsify information in other contexts in this case, it utterly fails for the reason that Lieutenant Holman did not conceal evidence or falsify information from Professor Jeffrey Turco. The defense alleges Lieutenant Jerry Holman interviewed Professor Turco and then lied about the contents of that interview and Professor Turco's statements. Lieutenant Holman interviewed Professor Turco in September of 2023 at the request of the defense following his deposition.
That is inaccurate, by the way, but I didn't ask for them to interview him. I asked for me to depose him, but whatever.
Lieutenant Holman's deposition included defense inquiry about investigative leads related to Odinism. Lieutenant Holman advised that a Purdue professor had been consulted by the other investigators, but that he did not participate directly in the inquiry. So the defense pressed Holman to re-interview the professor as to his findings and conclusions. Holman did a follow-up interview of the Professor Turco at the defense's request. Professor Turco's initial report from 2017 clearly states in the introductory summary, quote, "It is not self-evident that these markings are runic inscriptions, nor is it immediately clear what they would mean if they were. However, the argument that these markings constitute an inscription inspired by Norse runes or modern recreations thereof is quite plausible. The following are conjectures based on the working assumptions that these lines do in fact constitute runic or runically inspired inscription." So clearly, Professor Turco was asked to assume that the lined formations are runes. See, he won't even use the word sticks.
Yeah. And it's so funny there, Bob. I mean, before you go on, clearly Professor Turco was asked to assume the lined formations are runes. That's just a lie. That's just not accurate. You know, I mean, if you just read it right before that, where here we are, the quite plausible line. Could these be? Yeah, that's quite plausible. That's the end of the story. There is nothing else to tell. Why are you trying to recreate history here? That's not what happened, Nick. Clearly, Professor Turco was asked to assume the line formations are runes. No, you know, I mean, he says, even if he was, okay, let's go that route. Hey, we want you to assume that these are runes. Could they be runes? Yeah, that's quite plausible. That's the end. There's nothing more to say about it. Anyway.
You digress.
I digress.
So Lieutenant Holman did not attempt to deceive the reader or leave out key information from Professor Turco's report. However, Lieutenant Holman did another interview of Professor Turco to clarify his findings at the request of the defense. The defense outlines Lieutenant Holman's summary of that second interview in paragraph 18 of their motion. The defense then outlines what they believe Holman's summary should have stated in his report in paragraph 22 of their motion. The parties held a deposition of Professor Turco on March 21st, 2024. At the deposition, Professor Turco stated under oath that paragraph 18 of the defense's motion was more accurately reflects his opinion by comparison to that which was stated in paragraph 22. Paragraph 18 is from Lieutenant Holman's report, while paragraph 22 is what the defense believes Professor Turco's report means and includes the defense's application of Turco's statements to facts about Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall that were not provided to Professor Turco for consideration. Professor Turco stated that he was provided only with a diagram of lines. He just won't use sticks in certain patterns on a blank sheet of paper, which he then replicated and color-coded for reference to this narrative report. Turco went on to state that paragraph 22 does not accurately reflect his opinion at all. Professor Turco stated in his deposition that it is not clear that the sticks found on the girls represent Germanic runic script. The professor went on to debunk all the statements that the defense put in their motion, including that this was a ritualistic sacrificial killing. He stated that nowhere in the recorded history of Odinism has a sacrificial killing of children occurred, and if by some slight chance that this is that, it would be the only one in recorded history and goes against the definition of ritual, since a ritual is something that is done over and over again. The defense outright lied in their motion and misrepresented the true findings of Professor Turco. Lieutenant Holman reported the truth, and his statement that Turco's findings were inconclusive was correct. The defense's statements that Lieutenant Holman somehow was misleading in his report is entirely false. Finally, it's important to note that the interview of Turco and Lieutenant Holman's narrative summary did not occur until nearly a year after the search warrant was executed. Again, the defense does not even claim that the Turco findings are an omission from the search warrant, but rather that it presumably is, quote, new evidence to support their claim that law enforcement as a whole is motivated to lie or misstate the truth as part of a conspiracy to protect Brad Holder or to withhold evidence exculpatory to Richard Allen. The threshold to be met for a Franks hearing would require the defense to show a substantial preliminary showing that a false statement was knowingly and intentionally given or given with reckless disregard for the truth, and that such probable cause is lacking for the Richard Allen search warrant if the omissions are included or the inaccuracies are taken out. The Holman narrative of his Turco report are not relevant to the Richard Allen search warrant affidavit. The defense has routinely put theories and statements in their motions that are not supported by the facts or any real evidence. This is yet another example of that. The fact that the defense has a theory of how the crime was committed does not warrant the state to put that into a search warrant. Conclusion. So, wherefore, now comes the state of Indiana and files a response. And would ask the court to find the defense has not met its burden to warrant a Franks hearing. The motion contains nothing more than their beliefs about what the geofencing data means without the necessary specialized knowledge to interpret the data, and summarily concludes that it must be exculpatory and therefore a material, intentional, or reckless omission in the probable cause affidavit for the search warrant. Sheriff Liggett did not intentionally or recklessly omit evidence or lie about evidence in the probable cause affidavit to support the search warrant in an effort to mislead the judge. The facts in the affidavit are true and accurate and are supported by the evidence collected in the case. Sheriff Tony Liggett relied on that evidence when drafting the affidavit for the search warrant as the best reliable information known to him, aside from, of course, the recording, which we're going to get to hear, and related to Richard Allen at the time of the request. There are no inaccuracies or omissions in the probable cause for search warrant that are of a material nature, and the defense argument that law enforcement dishonestly is pervasive and relates back to the affidavit in question is not supported by sworn statements, affidavits, or other reliable statements.
You know what's missing in his grandiose statement there is, and by the way, the defense has accused me of lying to them on a September 6th email, and here's my response to that. So.
All right. So here it is. So Andy fires back. Okay. So the defense replied to the prosecution's response to the third Franks memo. Okay. So comes now the accused Richard Allen by counsel, Andrew J. Baldwin, files his reply to the prosecution's response to the third Franks notice. In support of said reply, the accused states the following. So the one area of agreement with the defense and prosecution is that in order for the Franks hearing to be granted, the defense must provide a preliminary showing that false information contained in a search warrant affidavit was either intentionally included or included with a reckless disregard for the truth. Such as Liggett's claim that in 2017, Carbaugh identified the man walking down 300 North as muddy and bloody and as wearing a blue jacket in order to assist the state's timeline, when in fact, Sarah Carbaugh never mentioned the word blood and identified the man's jacket as tan. Additionally, the defense must provide a preliminary showing that important information omitted from the search warrant was intentionally omitted from the search warrant or was omitted with reckless disregard of the truth, such as Liggett's failure to include in the affidavit that Betsy Blair's description of the vehicle at the CPS building was a non-black vehicle that resembles a 1965 Comet with sharp angles, which looks nothing like Rick Allen's car, as his car was black and was a modern car, or Liggett's failure to include the description of the person that Betsy Blair observed on the bridge as being as young as 20 years old, who had brown poofy hair, which looks nothing like Richard Allen, or the failure of Liggett to include the fact that Brad Holder had a photograph on his social media that mimicked the crime scene before anyone knew about the crime scene, among other facts that Liggett omitted in his affidavit. So if you're wondering, Andy had to hearken back to the original Franks memo there. So that's where, if you're wondering where those facts came from, those were all included in the original 136-page Franks memo, all of which is completely accurate. We've seen, at this point in time, we've seen the statements given by the Voorhees, the Carbaughs of the world, all of them. None of them described anybody that fits the description of Richard Allen. That's a fact.
That's a fact.
You read them for yourself. Don't take my word for it. Just go ahead. They're out there. We've got them on our channel. We've got them. T's got them. Criminality's got them. Everybody's got them. We all got them. It's out there for you. All right. So 3, the defense would not expect Tony Liggett or any law enforcement officer to voluntarily admit that he either intentionally provided false information or omitted information with a reckless disregard of the truth. Because Liggett is not likely to freely admit that he provided false information or omitted information with reckless disregard of the truth, in order to prevail at this preliminary stage, the defense has provided evidence in Franks 1, 2, and 3 that throughout the investigation and even after the charges were filed, that law enforcement has provided false information or attempted to conceal information. If this court expects or requires that law enforcement admit to intentionality or reckless disregard for the truth, then a Franks hearing is nothing more than a legal fiction. In providing evidence of law enforcement and prosecution attempts to conceal evidence throughout the case, the defense is providing the court the opportunity to reach the logical conclusion that, quote, if law enforcement in the state of Indiana had attempted to conceal information in 2023, then it is reasonable to conclude that law enforcement also concealed evidence or provided false information intentionally or with reckless disregard of the truth in the 2022 search warrant affidavit. The defense has provided evidence that throughout the history of this case, but particularly in 2023, the law enforcement and or the prosecution have presented false information or attempted to conceal evidence. Again, the purpose of providing said evidence is to provide the court the ability to question law enforcement's intentional or reckless disregard of the truth in 2023 that would cause the court to believe that law enforcement would have acted similarly in 2022 when it drafted the search warrant affidavit. So you guys get that argument, right? Like it's the argument that has to be made. Because the concept is absolutely true. If you ever think that a cop is walking into a court, standing in front of a judge and telling the judge whether it's the one that issued the warrant or not, yeah, I was kind of full of shit when I came in for that search warrant, Judge. Sorry. I was, I lied. Like, it's never happening. And if you think that they're going to turn over anything in discovery that's going to say, hey, I lied, it's not happening. So what you have to do is you have to read the tea leaves, and then you have to search for things that you can actually prove that they were untruthful, that is documented. You've got it. Now, this is what we have to show that they lied here. Now, Judge, what we'd like you to do is take this proof that we've given you that they've lied to this court, and now we want you to apply it to your analysis as to whether or not they lied as to these other things that they're never going to admit. That's what the argument is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a powerful argument. And frankly, it's the only way to argue it. Because cops just ain't coming clean like that. I got news for you. So 8, below is a proposed, quote, order granting the Franks hearing, which is intended to assist the court in that it ties many of the defense's factual and legal arguments into language that expresses why this court should grant the defense's request for a Franks hearing. So this is Andy, and this is not uncommon to give a, hey, Judge, I'm going to save you some time. This is what we propose your order say. And if you're in agreement, all you have to do is sign it, stamp it, file it. We're good. So this is the proposed order from the defense. Order granting the Franks hearing. Comes now the court having reviewed the defense's third request for the Franks hearing, as well as the response to the state of Indiana and the reply of the defense to the state of Indiana's response. As requested by the defense, the court also reviewed the contents of Franks 1 and Franks 2 and all of the exhibits. And lastly, the exhibits that this court received on April 5th of 2024 that the defense sent overnight and identified in their reply brief on April 3rd of 2024. And the court finds being duly advised in the premises and now finds and orders the following.
And by the way, everybody, this is how actual good judges would do this. Like what you just read, that's how a judge would begin an order.
Right.
And they would hey, I'm basing my decision on all this information. That's how, but Judge Gold never did anything like that ever. It was, it's just
denied without hearing.
Denied without hearing. Free Rick Allen. Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. The court, having watched the 2017 videotaped interview of Sarah Carbaugh, finds that the defense is correct in claiming that in 2017, Sarah Carbaugh never said the word bloody when describing the clothing of the man she observed on the road. The court also finds the defense was correct in stating that in 2017, Sarah Carbaugh never said the man she observed was wearing a blue jacket. In fact, Carbaugh described the color of the jacket he was wearing as tan. The court finds, therefore, that Tony Liggett provided false information in the search warrant affidavit, and this false information materially affected the timeline the state of Indiana advanced in its search warrant affidavit. Additionally, the court, having watched Betsy Blair's videotape statement and having reviewed other evidence provided by the defense, finds that Betsy Blair described the man that she observed on the bridge as being in his 20s and having brown, poofy hair. This description does not depict the way that the defendant, Richard Allen, looked in 2017, according to his age and according to how his wife described how he has always worn his hair, very short, almost shaved. Furthermore, the court finds that Betsy Blair described a vehicle that was not black and furthermore resembled a 1965 Mercury with sharp angles. The court finds that Richard Allen's Ford Focus was black and did not resemble a 1965 Ford Focus. That's supposed to be, that's a Mercury Comet. So the court further finds these omitted facts were central facts necessary for establishing law enforcement's timeline of Richard Allen's involvement in the crime. The court finds further that should Judge Diener have known those false and omitted facts, that he would have refused to sign the search warrant, as they are the types of facts that a judge would want to know before signing the search warrant. Cites a case, as those facts materially affect the timeline in such a way as to show that Richard Allen was not on the bridge, nor was his car parked at the CPS lot, and therefore not the man that committed the murders. However, law enforcement providing false information or omitting crucial information is not enough to require a Franks hearing. The next step is for the court to determine whether Liggett made these false statements and omissions intentionally and or with a reckless disregard of the truth. The court recognizes that it is unlikely that Tony Liggett or any law enforcement officer will voluntarily admit that he intentionally provided false information or omitted information with a reckless disregard for the truth. However, in this case, the defense has provided evidence by way of police reports, emails, photographs, videos, and audios that the defense claims shows multiple occasions in which law enforcement provided false information in 2023 and or tried to conceal evidence in 2023. Just a few of those examples include the following. Now remember, this is still the proposed order. So the defense provided an August 10th, 2023 deposition of Jerry Holman in which Holman claimed that a Purdue professor stated that, quote, it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping that would have conducted the crime. And Holman's depo, page 63, lines 15 through 25. However, the defense has since provided evidence that Jeffrey Turco never made such a statement. In fact, when asked at his March 21st, 2024 deposition, if he ever uttered the words to the police that based upon his findings, quote, the sticks were not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping, end quote, Purdue Professor Turco stated the following under oath. Quote, that was not a hypothesis that I was asked to weigh in on in 2017 and certainly would have declined to do so, end quote. Turco, and that's his citing his dep, when comparing Holman's deposition with Turco's deposition, at best, Holman did not provide accurate testimony. At worst, Holman lied under oath. In his deposition, Holman explained that based upon the Purdue professor's statement that those involved in Odinism were not involved in the crime, and therefore his investigation into Odinists was essentially abandoned. Holman's statement has been proven to be false in that the Purdue professor never claimed that it, quote, it was not Odinism of any type or any type of cult worshiping that would have conducted the crime, end quote. Holman's inaccurate deposition testimony is troubling to the court.
And you will hear judges say things like that about police, you know, good judges, when there's skeptical testimony that just doesn't really seem to be true. You will have good judges that say things like that. I'm troubled by that. That's what good judges do.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Furthermore, the defense claims that for several weeks following Holman's August 10th, 2023 deposition, that the defense, had been requesting the identity of the Purdue professor whose findings, as mentioned by Holman and Liggett, essentially redirected the investigation away from Odinism. The defense wanted to conduct a deposition of the Purdue professor to confirm the accuracy of the claims made by Holman and Liggett of the Purdue professor's conclusions that Odinists were not involved in the murders. Makes sense. I mean, if this guy said, no way, Jose, well, then maybe we're done here. So, you know, it's fair. So the defense made multiple inquiries to McClelland over the course of August and early September as to whether the Purdue professor had been identified. Each time, McClelland said that the Purdue professor had not yet been identified. The defense has since provided an email to the court that Prosecutor McClelland sent to the defense on September 6th of 2023, in which he, McClelland, claimed, quote, as stated before, we are trying to identify the Purdue professor, but no luck yet. Detective Holman has reached out to the FBI and Purdue and has not gotten a response yet. We will continue our endeavors, but we may not be able to identify him or her, end quote. However, a September 22nd, 2023 report drafted by Jerry Holman and provided to the defense in February of 2024 tells a different story and contradicts McClelland's words in that September 6th, 2023 email. In his September 22nd, 2023 report, Holman admitted that the Purdue police had informed him, Holman, that the Purdue professor's name might be Turco. Holman knew this information as early as August 12th, 2023, and no later than August 14th of 2023. Furthermore, in Holman's 9/22/23 report, he says the following, quote, I notified Prosecutor McClelland that I possibly had identified the Purdue professor. He, McClelland, requested that I meet with the professor and verify that he was the one who provided the report, end quote. This conversation between Holman and McClelland occurred, according to Holman's report, sometime on or before August 14th, 2023. Oof. So wait, what was the date on that email to you?
September 6th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he said, as stated before, we're trying to identify the Purdue professor, but no luck yet. Detective Holman has reached out to the FBI and Purdue and has not gotten a response yet. We will continue our endeavors. We will endeavor to persevere, Andy, but we may not be able to identify him or her. That's unfortunate.
That was the outlaw Josie Wales. That was a quote from that.
Nailed it. So this conversation between Holman and McClelland occurred, according to Holman's report, I was repeating, sometime on or before August 14th, 2023. Now, am I crazy, or is that a lie?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Okay, so therefore, McClelland knew for at least 23 days that Holman had possibly identified the Purdue professor as Turco. Yet, despite having this knowledge, McClelland not only told the defense team that Holman had no luck in identifying the Purdue professor. Inexplicably, McClelland claimed to the defense that, quote, we may not be able to identify him or her, end quote. A few days after August 14th, 2023, law enforcement received Turco's 2017 report. In the first paragraph of said report, Turco wrote the following, quote, the argument that these markings, the sticks, constitute an inscription inspired by the Norse runes or modern recreation thereof is quite plausible, end quote, contradicting Holman's sworn testimony. However, said report was not received until the defense made a request to McClelland on October 4th of 2023, around 45 days after law enforcement claimed to have located the report. Clearly, by September 6th of 2023, McClelland had been fully aware for over 3 weeks that Holman had learned the possible identity of the Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco, and by then had even received the unsigned 2017 report of that professor. Yet McClelland claimed to the defense that the FBI and Purdue police had not yet responded to Holman when clearly both had, even providing the name Turco to Holman. In spite of this knowledge, McClelland then refused to alert the defense of the name Turco, nor provided the defense with Turco's 2017 report, but instead told the defense that, quote, we may not be able to identify him or her. McClelland, the elected prosecutor, was not forthright with the defense when he, McClelland, told the defense that the prosecution was not aware of the identity of the Purdue professor. The court also notes that Nick McClelland was a signatory on the search warrant affidavit, approving the language contained in the search warrant affidavit. The court also concludes that if Nick McClelland was come give me a kiss. I love you. Oh, give me a kiss. Sweet dreams.
Love you.
I love you. The court also notes that Nick McClelland was a signatory on the search warrant affidavit, approving the language contained in the search warrant affidavit. The court also concludes that if Nick McClelland was willing to attempt to conceal the identity of the Purdue professor in the September 6, 2023 email, that it is logical to conclude that as a signatory approving the language contained in the search warrant affidavit, McClelland might also be willing to fabricate or conceal other evidence in that affidavit. Additionally, having listened to Holman's September 19th, 2023 interview of Turco and reviewed the transcript, the court also finds that Holman's report memorializing that interview was misleading in terms of what Turco actually said. It appears to the court that Holman was minimizing Turco's claims that it was, quote, a given that the sticks were left behind by someone attempting to replicate a Germanic runic script. Holman's report never mentions the word rune one single time and makes it appear as if Turco was claiming that his findings were inconclusive as to whether the sticks were even formed as runes. In fact, the recording makes it clear that Turco never questioned whether the sticks were formed into runes. Turco only questioned the intended interpretation of those runes. Additionally, the defense provided evidence that on May 1, 2023, McClellan received from law enforcement Officer Todd Click a certified letter and a packet containing exculpatory information. Furthermore, the court finds that McClellan did not immediately turn over that exculpatory evidence to the defense, but rather waited 4 months before turning it over, and only after depositions were conducted in which the prosecution likely determined that it was obvious that the defense would probably learn of the existence of the exculpatory evidence as Todd Click was expected to be deposed. 3 law enforcement investigators named Click, Ferenczi, and Murphy believed that their investigation revealed evidence that third-party suspects involved in Odinism committed the murders. This is consistent with the defense's theory. In the prosecutor's response to the defense, the prosecution claims that the defense is continuing to make up a story about Odinism being involved in the murders. However, the very evidence that the prosecution attempted to keep from the defense for over 4 months contains evidence that 3 law enforcement officers, bolded for emphasis, involved in the investigation support many, if not most, of the findings and theories of the defense. Law enforcement actually supporting theories of the defense is highly unusual and highly exculpatory. The prosecution failed to turn over this evidence in a timely manner. Certainly, the failure of the prosecutor in 2023 to immediately provide this exculpatory evidence to the defense attorneys allows this court to draw the logical conclusion that Tony Liggett, who signed the search warrant affidavit, and Nick McClellan, who with his signature approved the search warrant affidavit, would be willing to hide evidence from Judge Diener in 2022 when drafting and approving the search warrant affidavit. Furthermore, the defense provided the deposition testimony of Tony Liggett, who swore under oath that he believed evidence supported that only one man, Richard Allen, committed the crimes, and therefore it could not be a group of Odinists that committed the crime. However, the defense also provided the deposition of Tobe Lazenby, who testified under oath that he believed that more than one person was involved in the murders because it would take more than one person to commit the crimes. Furthermore, Lazenby testified under oath that Tony Liggett in private conversations agreed with Lazenby that more than one person was involved. This conflicting deposition testimony by the man who authored the search warrant affidavit, Liggett, provides evidence of attempted concealment that multiple people were involved in the crime, and therefore supports that Liggett intentionally provided false information and concealed information in his 2022 affidavit for the search warrant. It is logical to conclude that if Liggett provided false information or false evidence, rather testimony in 2023, he could have provided false and or concealed information back in 2022 when he drafted the search warrant affidavit. While the defense has offered several other examples of law enforcement's false or misleading or concealed information throughout this investigation, those examples identified in A through D are enough for the court to order a Franks hearing, as at worst, it appears that law enforcement and or the prosecutor intentionally fabricated and or concealed evidence. At best, there is an appearance that law enforcement and the prosecutor attempted to falsify or conceal evidence on several occasions. The court therefore finds the following. A, Tony Liggett, who signed the search warrant affidavit, and Nicholas McClelland, who approved the search warrant affidavit, provided false information in the affidavit, particularly as it relates to the 2017 statement of Sarah Carbaugh affecting law enforcement's purported timeline. B, that Tony Liggett and McClelland omitted certain important information in the search warrant affidavit as detailed herein, particularly concerning statements of Betsy Blair. Said omitted information also affected law enforcement's purported timeline. C, the defense provided several examples where law enforcement and or the prosecutor fabricated certain evidence in deposition testimony and emails and or attempted to conceal certain information from the defense, the identity of certain witnesses or certain mimicked crime scene photos, or failed to provide exculpatory evidence in a timely manner. D, as it is logical to conclude that if in 2023 law enforcement and or the prosecutor has fabricated falsified information in the course of a case or has failed to timely produce exculpatory evidence in the course of a case, that it is possible or even likely that law enforcement and or the prosecutor signing off on the search warrant affidavit either intentionally or with reckless disregard of the truth provided false information and or omitted information in the search warrant affidavit that was drafted in 2022. Wherefore, the court grants the defense's request for a Franks hearing and orders a Franks hearing set at a time to be determined by the court. So there you go. So the state of Indiana has accused the defense of making, so there's the proposed order, which obviously Andy knew that there was no way in God's green earth that Gull was ever signing that thing. But what it did is it laid it all out.
Yep.
It made a record.
Yep.
And it's as clear as day. The Nick McClelland flat out lying in the email to the defense, if that's not shocking to the conscience, I don't know what is. Then nothing shocks you. Or you're a government sim.
It's all in it's everything was backed up. I mean, the only thing that Nick could, I don't even know how he could untangle himself from that. I guess he'd have to call Jerry Holman a liar.
Yeah.
Jerry was misunderstood. So, I mean,
right.
It'd be pathetic.
Right. He would have to flamethrow like Holman, say that that shit that he said in August was just a lie. Never had that conversation with them.
The same way that Gull did threw Lesenby under the bus about the Robert Baston situation, for those that know. Anyway.
All right. So 9, the state of Indiana has accused the defense of making false statements in a continued effort to support the theory that those involved in the murders were also involved in Odinism. The prosecution also indicated its confusion as to why Holman's 2023 attempts, as alleged by the defense, to hide the identity and findings of the Purdue professor, Jeffrey Turco, have anything to do with a search warrant that was filed. Like, what does it have to do with anything? What? Back in October of 2022, the words contained in the proposed order granting a Franks hearing in paragraph 8 above should answer the prosecution's questions as to how Holman's 2023 interview of Turco applies to a 2022 search warrant affidavit when factoring in the requirement of a Franks request. Do you have something to say?
No.
Oh, okay. Law enforcement's concealment of evidence in the 2023 supports the intentional or reckless concealment of evidence and false information in the search warrant affidavit of 2022. Liggett and Holman are both tenured members of the Unified Command. McClelland is the prosecutor who signed off on the search warrant affidavit. All three, Liggett, Holman, and McClelland, as shown in paragraphs A through D above, have attempted to conceal evidence throughout the case or made statements under oath that have been found to be inaccurate, misleading, or flat out false. As the prosecution claims that the defense has made false statements in its continued effort to support its theory that those involved in the murders were also involved in Odinism, end quote, the defense offers the following. A local rule required State of Indiana to produce evidence to the defense by December 14th of 2022. B, beginning September 8th of 2023 until October 6th of 2023, 6 days, days before the prosecutor requested the defense get kicked off the case. The prosecutor finally turned over 14 hard drives, several thumb drives, and certain e-discovery. This court has not chastened the prosecution for its incredibly late discovery, which the defense has detailed in previous filings. The state of Indiana's incredibly late discovery of exculpatory and other important evidence has put the defense in a continual bind in terms of preparing this matter for trial and preparing for depositions with all of the evidence the defense would need for complete deposition preparation. The court has not found the state's failure to follow the local discovery rules as either intentional, negligent, or grossly negligent.
Yeah, I included that.
Yeah. So those were some of the adjectives that Judge Gull had used to describe Andy and Brad after she kicked them off the case, and when she refused to let them back on the case after they had filed their pro bono appearances. And that the prosecution delayed turning over exculpatory evidence provided by an investigating officer for more than 4 months after McClellan received that evidence, and only turned it over when the prosecutor knew that it was inevitable the defense would learn of the existence of this exculpatory evidence. To this date, the prosecutor still has failed to explain this 4-month delay. Again, the evidence the prosecutor failed to turn over to the defense involved the findings of 3 seasoned investigators, including one that worked alongside the FBI. He was on the FBI task force, terrorism task force, who, and we're talking about Ferenczi there, who all supported the theory that Odinists were involved in the murders. This theory is not just conjured up from the imagination of the defense lawyers to gin up public sentiment as suggested by the prosecution. It is a theory supported by multiple law enforcement officers who investigated the case. Much of the late discovery of the state of Indiana finally turned over in September and October of 2023 was exculpatory in nature, including several interviews that the defense had been requesting that were key parts of the Odinism theory that the defense was pursuing, including interviews of Elvis Field, Johnny Messer, and Rod Abrams. Included in this discovery, received nearly 10 months late, was Liberty German's phone dump, including the famous, quote, down the hill video. This phone dump contained very interesting information that the defense had approximately 1 month to investigate before the prosecutors requested the defense be kicked off the case. The defense should have had this key piece of evidence to review and provide to its experts no later than December 14th of 2022. On or about the 6th of October of 2023, the defense received geofencing evidence. The prosecutor requested the defense kicked off the case only days after it. The defense received this evidence. After the Indiana Supreme Court reinstated the defense team received the geofencing data in the form of charts and a map on or about January 30th. Now, the whole chat, Andy, is going to start saying we want to see the map. So I told them we want to see the geofencing map. There, I've told them, give us the map, Andy. All right, so the defense then took that information to its expert for review. Because of the prosecutor's late discovery of the geofencing evidence, before getting kicked off the case, the defense only had the geofencing evidence for 6 days before this court ordered the defense to stop working on the case. Again, almost 10 months late. After getting back on the case, the defense now had just over 2 months to analyze this important evidence, along with all the other evidence it has received. The defense should have had this evidence on or before December 14th of 2022, and therefore is doing its best to analyze the geofencing data and has based its interpretations of said evidence on its technology expert, who was providing opinions without the benefit of law enforcement reports that interpret the data. It appears that law enforcement has not written a single report that interprets their geofencing data.
And that's just another just ridiculous thing.
It's crazy. It's insane. Yet you got Nick in there just chirping about how it's unreliable. But Cecil, Cecil or Bunner, they know. They know all. Like, those guys don't know jack shit about geofencing. Bet my life on it. This court has since denied funds for the defense technology expert to conduct further analysis on the geofencing evidence. Attempting to understand the geofencing data, the defense asked for any reports from law enforcement that interpret the data and the map that the defense located in discovery. The prosecutor claims that no reports or notes exist related to geofencing, but the defense can't be sure. In the past, the prosecutor told the defense that there were no notes or reports existed as it related to Liberty's phone dump or her phone dump, only to then be handed notes from the prosecution's law enforcement expert minutes before the deposition began, giving the defense little or no time to incorporate those notes into its depth.
That happened. Yeah. Nick had told us that there were no notes, no nothing. And then related to Abby's phone dump. And then we went to depose either Cecil or Bunner, and one of the two handed over notes. And Nick actually handed over the notes, if I'm correct. And he didn't apologize. In a normal world, here's what would happen. Guys, I am so sorry. I know what I told you, but they just handed these things over. And that does happen. Sometimes state police come in and they'll say, here's some of my reports. And there's a good friend of mine, prosecutor down in Brown County named Ted Adams. And Ted always complains about that. And he'll call you, Andy, I am so sorry. There is a whole, that one time it was a murder case and there was a whole drone video that was important. He's like, these a-hole state troopers did not turn over the drone video to me. And I said, Ted, I know that you would never hide anything from me because you wouldn't. And he's like, I'm embarrassed. I'm so sorry. And I said, don't even worry about it. Just get it to me. That's what normally happens. But when Nick told us another, I don't know if it was a lie or he just didn't know. Either way, he owed it. It's just common decency to apologize. Here, I'm sorry. Do you need to, we can do these depositions on another day. You may need to review these notes. There was nothing like that. It's just like, here they are.
It's professional courtesy.
She's a professional.
It's professional courtesy. It's
he doesn't know anything about professionalism because he was never properly trained as a prosecutor, and he doesn't understand what professionalism looks like. Anyway.
Good old letter N. When the defense asked for the names of the geofencing expert that the prosecution will call, the prosecutor initially refused to identify their expert, claiming it's not his job to provide that information. Prosecutor then stated he would talk to his investigator, Steve Mullen. Then, rather than simply identify the law enforcement officer who analyzed the geofencing evidence, the prosecutor provided the names of 4 possible experts, but refused to identify which one was their geofencing expert that had actually analyzed the evidence. Wow.
It's like being on The Price is Right in other games.
Just so sleazy. So, like, it's unheard of.
Yeah.
Like I've never heard of a judge who would be like any normal judge would be like, state, you're kidding me right now, right?
Yeah.
Give him the name right here.
Yeah.
Or what's the name?
Yeah. Some judges would just call you on the phone and say, I just read that. And Nick, is that true? And Nick will say whatever he's going to say. I don't, you know what? Just give him the name. Right. That's what, that happens. Sometimes judges call on phone or email or whatever. That does happen. And any judge, actually, with everything that's contained in this motion and all the other ones, they would, once again, they would have a hearing, and it would be a knockdown, drag out hearing where, I would have to present my evidence and Nick would have to refute it. But that never happened.
Nope. So, now apparently in his response motion, the prosecutor is claiming there are 3 geofencing experts he may use, but still has not identified which expert put the map together or provided him the information that he used in his response brief. Hey, trust me, bro.
Trust me.
In his response motion, the prosecutor also provided purported information that he apparently obtained from one of 3 law enforcement officers who apparently had analyzed the data and relayed that information to the prosecutor, thus providing proof that the prosecutor has actually known the name of the exact geofencing expert who will be explaining law enforcement's interpretation of the data, but has refused to provide the name of that specific geofencing expert to the defense. Rather than simply identifying the proper law enforcement officer for the defense depose concerning the geofencing evidence. Again, evidence that the prosecutor provided to the defense 10 months late, who put the map together. The prosecutor continues to conceal the identity of the actual expert, only narrowing it down to 3 possible candidates. The defense has no way of knowing if anything that the prosecutor claims concerning the interpretation of the geofencing data is correct, because no reports have been provided that substantiate the prosecution's claim in his response to the third Franks notice. Please notice on pages 2 and 3 of his response brief that the prosecution has failed to provide the name of a single authoritative report that supports his claim as to the accuracy or inaccuracy of the geofencing data, while the defense has provided 126 exhibits to back up their claims in Franks 1 alone. Apparently, the prosecution simply expects this court to rely and believe the prosecution's claim, which she did. Mm-hmm. And he, the prosecutor, has asserted on pages 2 and 3 of his response brief concerning geofencing evidence, without providing a single shred of proof whatsoever that his claims are in fact true. Again, juxtapose this fact with the defense, who has provided 126 exhibits to back up their claims, spread throughout 3 Franks notices. At this time, the state of Indiana has provided to the defense a map constructed by someone that shows that 3 phones were in the area of where the bodies were found, moving in and around and near the crime scene at the time that the murders would have been committed, according to the state of Indiana's timeline. Someone took the time to take the data and construct that map using only those 3 phone numbers and not the multiple other phone numbers that the geofencing data provided. For some reason, the author of that map focused solely on 3 phones. The coordinates provided by the state of Indiana do in fact provide the times that the phones were in the area, despite claims made by the prosecutor in his response motion. In his response motion, the state of Indiana claims that the owners of the phones found on the geofencing map in and around the crime scene were interviewed and then dismissed as suspects. Oh my. The defense has requested the state of Indiana to provide any report, video, or document memorializing any and all interviews of those persons. That's such a reasonable request, Andy. Yeah. Whose phones were found on the geofencing map? The state of Indiana still has not provided said information or indicated where such information may be found in the vast discovery.
Yeah, read this next sentence.
Oh, I've read them all. Yeah. The first the defense has heard that these people were interviewed is in the state of Indiana's response motion filed April 3rd. Yeah. 2024.
So Nick is calling us out as, idiots, and the defense didn't bother to let Judge, that we interviewed these people and that they were, and that they were exonerated and taken off the list of suspects. Well, that's a little hard to do, Nick, when you haven't provided us that evidence.
Pretty
a little hard to do. And it's just, again, I mean, how many times do we have to say this over and over again? It's amateur at best. On its best day, what McClellan did in this case was amateur hour, like of the worst degree. And at worst, it was a complete, conceal and lie and hide intentionally to get their conviction. Yeah. And things like that. There's so much minutia here that just gets lost, and that's just one of them. Like, you're calling us out to the judge, but what you didn't say, Nick, was, well, we haven't given them that information. So, and we ultimately did get that information, by the way. So, but probably it was right after we had called him out for this, if he bothered to read it.
Yeah, I mean, and just to give you an idea, and I'm talking about the folks out there that are hanging with us, we've been dealing with essentially one issue, and we've introduced the geofencing issue recently, but we've been dealing with just the Turco issue, and we're going on 5 hours of this live. This case is so massive. There are so many issues just like this. This case is replete with all kinds of stuff just like this. That's going to make you scratch your head and say, geez,
it's the tip of the iceberg, but
what is going on? It really
it's is. Some of the good thing about this stuff is it's some of the easier things to explain. You are into the weeds a little bit on some of it, but some of it, once you lay it out, it's pretty easy to understand and to get upset about it. Some of the things it's a little bit more difficult to do that, but that's why I focused on a lot of that in this particular motion.
Yep. So until the defense can depose the correct geofencing expert to analyze the geofencing expert's reports, the defense can only base its conclusions on what the state of Indiana has provided to the defense thus far. The defense made it very clear in its third Franks notice that the defense, did not have any reports or information that contradicted its belief that 3 phones were in the area of the murders, but that the defense could be convinced otherwise once the prosecution provided more information or the name of its geofencing expert. I mean, you gave us a map with times and 3 phones.
To this day, and I could be wrong on this, but I believe that even to this very day, I still don't know who drafted that map.
It's insane.
It's like they are hiding that person. They don't want us to know who that person is. Listen, that person might be a bumbling idiot. Maybe he went on his own and he didn't understand geofencing and he made a big deal out of something. But the defense has a right to know that.
And that's perfect for them. Because then it's like, oh, this guy was a bumbling idiot. He didn't know, like, this shit's all fiction. And you're like, oh, okay. Well, I'm going to send it over to my expert, have them take a peek at it, along with whatever other data you have that supported like this bumbling idiot coming up with this map. And then, if I confirm that your person's a bumbling idiot, then we're good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's a way that they can get rid of this shit.
Yeah.
Instead, the nefariousness of them refusing to turn that over is incredibly sus. It's suspicious, man.
I mean, how hard is it just to tell me who drafted the map? I mean, it's not. This is all I wanted to know. Who drafted the map?
Then speaks volumes. His silence as to that is like screaming from the top of his lungs. It's incredibly suspicious. How could you not be suspicious of that fact?
Yeah.
Because that's like important information, or it's not. And if it's not, if it is a moron that did it on their behalf and you can't trust it any further, you could throw Jerry Holman, then good. Tell me that. Yeah. That way I know. That way I'm not wasting your time and I'm not wasting my time on it.
And I mean? The taxpayers' time again.
Exactly.
But, yeah.
All right. So additionally, because the defense has no further funds for our tech expert, the reliance on the prosecutor to provide reports and to provide the name of the correct geofencing expert is even more vital. It should be noted the defense is attempting to raise funds for a variety of experts needed for Richard Allen's defense and does not know if the tech expert can be afforded, even with the money raised thus far. Geofencing is a very complicated discipline and requires experts to train the attorneys so that they can ask good, probing questions that will then help the lawyers and jury understand better the geofencing evidence.
And that's a big part of what experts do, guys. It's they don't just come into court and testify. Some of the best work that I've ever done was because there was a Dr. Jan Leestma up in Chicago. I don't know if you knew him, but he was a big time pediatric neuropathologist, brilliant guy. And I would go up there on a murder case that I had back in the early 2000s and spend hours with him only because I wanted to prepare for the deposition and I needed to understand. And that doctor that I deposed was shocked at the knowledge that I had. And so just in this case, just to have the ability to talk to a geofence expert, somebody that knows about it, so that I can ask whoever did that map probing questions, that would be super important. That's stuff that some of y'all may not know.
Indeed. All right, Z, in his motion, the prosecutor assailed that the defense's attempts to understand the geofencing data. The defense freely admits that they are lawyers and not geofencing experts. And furthermore, they wish that they could have accessibility to the experts, like the prosecution that could be called at no cost and consulted with on a moment's notice. The defense would ask this court to ignore the state of Indiana's claims unsubstantiated with any reports concerning its analysis of the geofencing evidence until the defense has had a chance to depose the specific expert that put the map together that the state of Indiana still has not identified. It's a simple question. Who put the map together? That is the person the defense wants to depose.
And I could be wrong again. I still don't think we know who that person is. And Judge Gull certainly never had Nick McClellan tell us who that person is. Again, like you said, Bob, it could be a simple have a hearing or get on the phone and say, Nick, who the hell is the guy that put the map together with? I'm so tired of hearing Andy Baldwin complaining these. Would you at least please do that? Tell him who this person is that put the map together for me, for my sanity.
Right. Exactly. For whatever her reasoning is, you'll take it. 13, the defense implores this court to review the evidence provided in Franks 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, good luck with that. Particularly the interview of Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh, and then compare that information with the affidavit for the search warrant, and then to consider the examples of concealment or attempted concealment of law enforcement and the state of Indiana, and to sign the proposed order that is also being filed simultaneously herewith, granting our request for a Franks hearing. 14, the defense is also sending to the court by overnight mail the following, which the court may not have for purposes of analyzing this motion, and would request the court to review the same before rendering its ruling. So A, September 6, 2023 email from Nick McClellan claiming that Holman still didn't know the identity of the Purdue professor and whom law enforcement may never be able to identify. B, Holman's September 22nd, 2023 report memorializing his 9/19/23 interview of Purdue Professor Jeffrey Turco, in which Holman admits that he knew the possible identity of the Purdue professor as early as August 2nd or 12th, 2023, and no later than August 14th of 2023. The transcript of Holman's September 19th interview of Turco, the audio tape of Holman's September 19th interview of Turco, Turco's report, according to his deposition from March 1st of 2017, and Turco's deposition from March 21st of 2024. So wherefore the accused, by and through counsel, offers his reply to the state of Indiana's response to the third Frank's notice, and would request the court to grant his request for a Frank's hearing.
What a great segue to playing the audio finally.
Yep. There we go. Great segue. All right. The long-awaited audio.
Because this is what I sent to Judge Gall in that overnight envelope. Was one of the many things I sent her.
All right. Let's get it pulled up.
I'm sure she listened to it intently.
Oh, yeah. Like over and over, under her pillow in her phone, It's like, no question. It happened. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay. Here it is. You guys ready? All right, let's go.
All right, Jeff, this is, I'm Jerry Holman with the Indiana State Police. With me is Lieutenant Matt Rosenberger with Purdue and Professor Jeffrey Turco. It is Tuesday, September 19th, approximately 3:09. I appreciate you meeting with us. I know Matt's been trying now for three or 4 weeks to find the time, but I'm busy, you're busy, we're all busy, but I appreciate it. It should only take maybe 10, 15 minutes. Do you recall meeting with a state trooper probably back in 2017 and an FBI agent talking about the Delphi double homicide? That's right. And do you recall doing a report, or was that report that we have from there was a document? No, I did, to my knowledge, I'm the only person who put anything together for them. There was a document. This being, you can look at it. That looks, yes. Yeah. And do you remember did you give that to them that day, or did you email it to them later? I think I emailed it, or maybe I had a paper copy, I don't recall. Yeah, this is mine. Okay. Perfect. And they gave you, they didn't show you crime scene photos, but they basically gave you like a sketch of the formation of the sticks. That's right. And then did they give you a picture of the tree that had the F on it?
No.
Okay, just the sticks.
That's just that kind of rendering there. Yeah.
Okay, and it's been what 6 years probably since you wrote this. But don't let me put words in your mouth if you want to look at this. But from what I gathered, and I talked to Steve Buckley was the trooper,
Right,
and
that's right.
Nicole Robertson
That's
was the FBI agent.
That's right.
Okay. And when I talked to them, Steve Buckley said, "Oh no, I didn't get a report." So I'm thinking later on we got a hold of Nicole and she got the report somehow from.
Huh.
So
I'd have to go back and check my email.
not a big deal,
Yeah.
but he said basically you told him that when you looked at it, it basically could be anything. And I think you kind of put this in your report. You're like guessing that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it certainly appears to be, some sort of attempt at a kind of runic, script. But as to deciphering, any meaning behind that with any certainty, that's a bit of a guessing game.
Right.
I would have to go back and read what I wrote, but I recall tossing out a couple of sort of hypotheticals, maybe this, maybe that. But I think the idea that somebody is trying to kind of replicate a kind of early Germanic runic script, that seems, I think, a given. But,
Yeah. And what exactly do you study or teach?
Right. So I teach German literature and religious studies, and one of my areas concerns medieval Scandinavian religion. So I'm certainly not an expert on contemporary 20th and 21st century sort of reimaginings and reinterpretations of that tradition. I know a little bit just because of just general interest, and then also I did some homework when I met with the other officers. But
did you reach out to a colleague? It says in here a colleague and I.
There was a colleague who I'm not an expert on runes, runic inscriptions per se, which is a very very specialized area, and I have a colleague now retired at Harvard who I showed without any real details or explanations, showed the stick outlines, and we tossed ideas back and forth, and what he had to say kind of wound up subsumed in my report.
Was he actually in Germany at the time that you reached out to him?
No. Well, geez, I don't know offhand.
That's what I was told, but they may not.
He may have been traveling at the time. Yeah.
So what I'm learning about runes and the Odin background, it is a religion, correct?
So basically, what you're looking at is a kind of contemporary, medievally inspired movement that doesn't necessarily have all that much to do, right, with medieval and ancient traditions, but takes its sort of point of departure, sort of these mythological sources that come down to us in the 13th century. And in point of fact, there's not, and this is maybe getting a little bit too much into the weeds, but there's not a great deal that we can say with certainty about actually existing Norse religion. We're always dealing with our earliest sources are already Christian writers, or seeing things through that lens. But what you have in the very late 18th century, and then really throughout the 19th century, and this is sort of in the wake of nationalist movements throughout Europe, right, where there is no such thing as Germany, right, until 1872. There is no such thing as Italy. You have these sort of loose confederations, and And so they go looking back for great sort of ancestor traditions on which to kind of found this idea, right, of the nation, right? And so this is sort of part of what comes to be known as Germanic mythology. You probably know the Brothers Grimm, the fairy tales. They also collected a lot of the
Not a
earliest
chance.
sources and edited these
Never heard of
texts
it.
that were written in Icelandic, which is what most of what comes down to us is written in Iceland, and so there's a great deal of interest in this tradition, but this kind of, neo-heathenism or neo-paganism, of which Odinism would be sort of one kind of extreme ideology within that has sort of right-wing racist connotations. That sort of really comes into its own in the 20th, late 19th, 20th century. And, there are sort of so-called neo-pagans and neo-heathens. The heathen term tends to be more associated with the right, pagan more with the left, but essentially they both are referring to this sort of revival of Norse religion, which again, often has precious little to do with the original sources.
Right.
People just kind of making things up because this stuff is up for grabs,
Yeah.
right? But that is to say that the fact that somebody, is referring to themselves, as an adherent of, what's sometimes called in Icelandic, it's Asatru, Asatru. This just means belief in the gods.
What I've learned is Odinism is they believe in just one god, Odin. Asatru and the pagans believe in Odin, but
the pantheon,
other gods.
So Odinism, as far as I've ever encountered the term, is sort of always associated with the kind of fringe, racist, sort of right wing, sort of.
The pagans and the Asatru,
they're all over the place.
They're not as racist though.
Or at all. It ranges, there's a political range between sort of, far left, hippie, crunchy, sort of, feel good kind of 60s, nature loving, tree hugging, that kind of thing. And then the other end of the spectrum is sort of, neo-Nazis in lockup with runic tattoos who hate black people and whatnot. So the fact it's an interest in sort of Norse religion in this country, I think it's more of a right-wing phenomenon. In Europe, it's.
Is that your wife? That's your wife, isn't it? Andy, where are you?
More of a left-wing phenomenon, but it's not necessarily sort of a smoking gun either way.
And again, my knowledge of this is way low, but human sacrifice back in, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years ago was something, but in today's society and over the last couple hundred years, what I've learned is human sacrifice isn't something that this
You stop it, Bob.
do.
It's debated whether that was ever part.
So I was going to say right here, everybody, what is going on is a complete panic on Holman's part because the Franks memo, remember, the Franks memo had come out the day before this interview, and we're talking about ritualistic sacrifice. So Jerry should be trying to find the truth and ask open-ended questions like, tell me about ritualistic sacrifices in the context of Odinism and stuff like that. But what you'll hear here is, I think he's trying to suggest to Turco that doesn't really happen, right? And then listen to Turco's answers, because this is important, because it really explains if Jerry Holman is doing this in this instance, and this is one of the investigators, what else is he doing behind the scenes with other people, especially when we're not able to see or hear the recordings? It's freaking disturbing,
Well, we know what he did with Westerman, or no, the poor soul who
Norse religion, and it may or may not have been. The archaeological record is very inconclusive. There were certainly executions. People were thieves who were hanged and whatnot. Now you find a body that's preserved in a bog with a rope around its neck. You're a detective. You tell me.
Not a very good one.
Is it
That's probably not a ritual.
Is it
finally something we agree on.
We agree on that.
an execution? Judicial execution? Is it a human sacrifice? People argue back and forth. I think what's probably more important from your perspective is that it's widely believed in the 19th century sources, which are the kind of things that are freely available online. When you Google, it comes up that yes, like the Vikings practiced, ritual killings, right, and sacrifices. That would be an idea that somebody who was interested in this material from a certain perspective would come across.
Right. Yeah. But realistically, history says that this type of
it's not documented.
It's not documented. That their rituals, they're not usually practicing ritualistic sacrifices of humans.
No, that's not any part of it. Sort of mainstream
chickens,
animals. The usual, goats and things.
And what I was told by someone that had some knowledge is a sacrifice to them would be time. Money, for example, like they compared it to Christianity.
Yeah.
You take time out of your Sunday to go to church,
right.
And then you give money to the church.
Yeah.
And that they would do that in a different way, where you would give your chicken that lays eggs away, because now you're sacrificing your eggs or something like that.
Our knowledge of actual ritual practices within actually existing historical Norse religion is very, very thin. Because the sources that come down to us are written by Christians 250 years after conversion, and there's a distance from sort of the lived daily experience, of religious adherence, or they just don't know, because the knowledge was stamped out. So what you're often dealing with are sort of people's ideas in the 19th century of what things must have been like, but often it's and a lot of that gets codified and gets accepted sort of uncritically, and then killjoys like me come around and say, actually we don't really have any good sources for that. But again, in the popular imagination, I think there is this idea, right, that and there is some textual support, right, that somebody who was kind of reading up, on Norse stuff would come across that idea. Odin sacrificing warriors, right, to himself and whatnot. That's in there, but is that just sort of literature, or is that what really was that how things really were? These are kind of academic questions,
right? And what I was told too is when they do those rituals, they're usually so obvious of the actual ritualistic part of it, like there would be no question. Like we have questions on, is this really?
You hear what's going on here, everybody?
But I
mean, this is Jerry Holman in a complete panic, trying to get answers rather than finding the truth. It's embarrassing, and it's shameful and upsetting. And anybody that's listening to this that thinks this is a good interview or a proper interview, an appropriate interview, you are wrong. If you should be scared about this, what is happening here. Jerry Holman has an absolute agenda when he is talking to Turco. Again, the Franks memo came out the day before. There was complete panic. I know from talking to one person that talked to Holman the day of the Franks memo coming out, and that he was deeply upset about it and like depressed and maybe ashamed or embarrassed, because I called him out in that. And now what did he do? The next day, he's doing damage control. He's got an agenda. Turco said earlier, if you were listening closely, Turco's like, this sacrifice thing happens. These, kind of these Nimrods today in today's world, they might do that. And there's been some poems and things like that, and they might be doing that. And he's like, and then instead of opening up and saying, okay, tell me more about that, because it looked like there's runes. And now what tell me about that. But instead Holman is gearing Turco to say, but that's normally not what happens. He's asking questions that close possibilities instead of open them. And he's directing the way the interview is going in a way that's totally improper. And now what he's about to do is play it. I mean, you're going to hear he's trying to make his case against Richard Allen stick by taking this off the Odinism, and he needs Dr. Turco to get on board. But Dr. Turco doesn't know that. That's
Right.
the thing. He figured it out later.
Right. By the time he was getting deposed
Yes.
out, that's exactly when he figured it out.
Little research I've done is if it's a ritual, they're going to let you know it's going to be so clear that you could tell.
That could be, yeah. That's certainly a good point. It's hard to sort of imagine sort of getting into the head of somebody like this, you know.
Well, something like this that we asked you to review, obviously 6 years ago, was so vague.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good term, but there was
not a lot of detail.
You couldn't really tell. Now you said if something along the lines, again, don't let me put words in your mouth, but if it is this, it could possibly mean this, but it's really hard to tell because it's...
In terms of deciphering sort of what characters are being used, if they are runic characters, and runic is just an alphabet, right? It's just an alphabet. It's not a language. It's a pre-Germanic, indigenous Germanic alphabet. It's used throughout Scandinavia. It's used in England. In the Middle Ages, it's used to record a number of languages, so Old Norse, Icelandic. There are Christian Latin poems, very few, recorded in runic script. So it's just an alphabet, the same way that we use the Roman alphabet to write English, but also to write Turkish and Romanian and whatnot. So the letters, the characters all are, it's sort of, again, one of the ideas about them is that they originally have magical significance, that they would have been used in incantations, in rituals. There is a sacrificial connection in the mythological poetry. These are things that, again, somebody who was sort of, an Odin fanboy would likely come across. So it's entirely plausible that looking at, those configurations, again, I didn't see the photos, but just looking at, the outlines that somebody else thought was part of of an attempt to render something in characters. Yeah, it looks pretty clearly like runic. So one can certainly imagine that this was somebody's idea that, when you do a human sacrifice, you carve runes. There are some poetic sources that would sort of, again, support that idea that somebody might have come across. So that scenario seems entirely plausible to me. But I think, I don't remember what I said about the characters, but I think, that was...
I think what... About, again, don't let me put words in my mouth, but what they...
But let me put words in your mouth.
It could be anything because it was not very deliberately put, or it could be, like you said today, it could have just been an amateur trying to do it.
Yeah.
But what I, Sergeant Buckley and Nicole had relayed to us was, it's tough to say because it was not very clear. So they were telling us that it was basically, could be anything, but you didn't at that point think it was anything, I guess.
No one specific thing.
Right.
I think I recall throwing out a number of ideas, none of which were terribly, conclusive, because the interpretation of runes is also rarely conclusive.
Right.
The meaning can be obscure. Is somebody trying to spell something phonetically, or are they trying to communicate something symbolically? Because the runes have names, and they mean different things, right? So one of the runes means giant, right? So there's a giant rune. There's, another rune can mean property, right? Movable property, cows, animals, things like that. So you can approach it from kind of at least two different angles, right? One would be phonetically, is it a word? Is it an acronym? Or is it some kind of does this person know what they're talking about?
Right.
You know, or is it just, hey, this looks cool?
Right.
You know.
So with your experience, you could not look at these runes and say that is a spiritual.
Oh, wait, did he just call them runes?
Yeah, he did.
So you can look.
He knows what they are.
He knows what they are. You know, and here's the thing: it's like, you know, Alice and I were always saying this. Like,
I'm back.
Hey,
we why we don't need it to be a sacrifice. Like, it's not an actual sacrifice. It could be like, you know, the killings happen, and these are just guys, like, to what he was saying, that, you know, this is kind of their ideology, and this is just something they would do, is like, all right, we did this kind of awful thing here, and let's kind of like just put these runes that mean whatever it means to that individual. You know what I mean? Where it's not like a, you know, that kind of a sacrifice, where it's just like whatever the real motive was, was what the motive was. But because this is what they practice, this is a major part of their lives, that this is something that they did in order to maybe get forgiveness for whatever they just did. If it was in fact something to, you know, send a message, whatever the case may be.
I agree with you, Bob. I mean, it was not necessary, and perhaps it caused, you know, too much sensationalism, I suppose, for some people, that it took away from the core kind of message that was simple. These are runes, and runes are Norse pagan in nature, and maybe that's all that needed to be said.
Right.
However,
someone with the knowledge of that, someone that this is meaningful to, someone that it meant something to, put it there.
Again, like, you know, if there's like a killer out there that leaves like you know, like an ace of spades playing card on their victim, same shit. You know, it's like, oh, this guy fucking hates poker. So he, you know what I mean? It's like, it doesn't, this guy like really wants to get, you know, an invite to the World Series of Poker. So he made a sacrifice. It doesn't have to be that.
Yeah, if I could go back and redo the Franks, I would probably keep out the ritualistic part. Although you did just hear Turco say that is, he could see where a fanboy would do something like that.
Totally.
And so, and of course, the point is Holman did not include that in his report. See, what Holman and McClelland tried to do was conflate these are runes with, but we don't know what they are, and that's inconclusive. And so when McClelland and his, you know, when you read his response, and he says Jerry Holman did say that it was inconclusive. Yeah, that Turco said it was inconclusive. Yeah, Turco did say that the interpretation of the runes is a different thing. But that's different than these are runes. Even Jerry Holman slipped up and said what he knows. He knows those are runes. He knows it.
Right.
And he knew it on that day, and he's doing his best. I don't know that maybe I'm overdoing it, but I don't think so.
No.
I mean, you're hearing him attempt to, you know, take his agenda and shape what that is, because he knows that when this report comes out, it better be saying that it was that I didn't lie under oath on August the 10th, and Liggett didn't lie under oath, and that Andy Baldwin's full of crap. That's what I needed him to say. And then when he wrote his report, Holman, that's pretty much what he said. He said Liggett Turco did agree with me. I am not lying under oath, and neither is Liggett.
And you heard him. You heard him just try to do it. I'm like calling from downstairs. Pause it right there, because he says, he's like, oh, you know, and it's like, my understanding is like it could be something, but it's, you know, it's really nothing, or it doesn't mean anything. And he's like, well, we don't know what it means. Like I can't remember the exact wording that he just used, but he was like, it's a rune, but we just don't know what which meaning of the rune. Like you're saying, he's even as much
interpretation. He can't interpret it.
As hard as is it Holman who's doing this?
Yeah, Holman is
as hard as Holman is trying to get him to say it's not anything at all like a rune.
It's just sticks. Sometimes sticks are sticks.
Right. Yeah. He won't, and he keeps trying and trying every which way. And he's saying, and you know, what I learned is, what the fuck do you mean what you learned is? What you learned is
Brad
the extent
Holder.
of what this man
We know
told
that
you.
Brad Holder, that they were going to Brad Holder for knowledge about, like,
Purdy was going to, or went to Brad Holder. And of course it's unrecorded.
Right.
It's not in a report anywhere, but they were going to Brad Holder, who's giving the information, which is, if that's even true or accurate. I mean, Purdy said it, but yeah, Allison, I mean, it's super disgusting what's going on in this tape, and everybody should be, you state policemen out there, if you are listening to this, or if you're married to a state police officer, would you please stand up for what's right and call this out and say, this is inappropriate. This interview it's clearly Holman panicked. I mean, Holman, he cannot allow for Turco to walk away. And what if Holman could do it all over again? I'm guessing here's what he'd do. He should not have turned that tape recorder on as soon as he did.
Right.
He should have talked to him earlier and said, hey, these girls, if these attorneys said this, that these were runes, and if you say that they're runes, then
a killer's walking free.
A killer's walking free, and there's no justice for those girls. That conversation, I'm not saying that it absolutely happened, but something happened that caused Turco, after the fact, to start to backtrack. The problem again for Turco was, you are here. I think it's near the end.
Memorialized.
Yeah, it's memorialized, and he cannot walk away from these words. They are what they are, and no matter how much Holman tried to change those words or steer this conversation into a way that these aren't runes, like you said, Allie, that's not what Turco did. He did not get the memo yet. Right. Turco did not have that memo yet.
Right. I mean, look, the bottom line is, one of the very first things out of his mouth is that the fact that they're runic is a given.
Yes.
There's no walking that back. No matter how many times Holman says, hey, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm going to really try to put words in your mouth.
Right.
You know, and like, timing is everything. Like, if this takes place prior to an arrest, okay, you know, maybe that's a cop giving some pushback. When there's been an arrest, and what can happen in terms of him squeezing him by saying exactly what you just said, Andy, which is, look, we got a guy. We feel very confident that he is the guy. If you're going to sit here and die on this hill, well, the fear is that this guy's going to walk, you know, like that conversation that takes place, obviously off recording at some point between now and the dep, because he changes his tune. Like that is, it's just awful, scary police work. It's somebody that doesn't give a shit about the truth.
Yes.
All they want to do is just get that conviction. They put millions of dollars into this thing. This guy has been in, they've had him for a year plus now. This case is rolling. There's no stopping this train. This thing has left the station. This is our guy, and we will stop at nothing to get him. And that's exactly what happened.
And I also want to address something else that some people out there might say about Turco. Oh, Turco is not really an expert, and, you know, we shouldn't really rely on him. You're missing the point. I mean, at least one point, one of the points that needs to be made, and that is Jerry Holman lied on August the 10th, 2023, and Liggett lied when they said in August the 8th, 2023, when they said that Turco said that this was not Odinist or runes or anything like that. That's, even if Turco is full of crap and he would be a terrible witness and, you can't trust anything, that is a red herring, you know, at least on the topic of, did Jerry Holman lie? And for the Frank's memo for motions to dismiss, him lying is important related to that. And it's also related to his general credibility. And that's good. Now,
I'm sorry, and I know you've said it 100 times, but for the fact that, are we to trust these cops' written reports of the other interviews that were deleted?
Yes, and that's something that when I reread that the memo that I think it was the reply memo that in response to Nick, and I talk about that. I was like, I read that and I'm like, man, that's a point that needs to be driven home. And I think that's been done today. Probably in my younger years, and even to this day, to some degree, I am known for beating the dead horse in the courtroom on occasion.
Me too.
And I try, I'm much better than I was 30 years ago, but sometimes the dead horse needs to be continued to be beaten. And I think on this case, that is the case, because again, everybody, I don't know where you're at on this, but you just heard the interview or the most of it. And when you read Jerry Holman's report that memorializes that interview, it is not accurate. It is omitting a bunch of key information so that the person that reads it is left with a misinformation or the wrong information. It's mischaracterized. And that's why the video matters, so that we lawyers can look at it and compare it and see, is the cop being truthful? Is he being honest? And that's just, it's super important. And Brad Holder's interview missing, Patrick Westfall's missing, Logan Holder's missing. We don't know who everybody is missing too, by the way. That's never really gets talked about, because and people that have read through the transcript, I think that's out there.
They have no idea what interviews took place in those 3 days.
They don't. They always said that. But Bob, I swear to you, near the end of the trial, Mullins and his weird smile that he would put on when he was, confronted on cross-exam, I think he said, "Oh no, we do have the names of the witnesses." I think near the end of the trial, he said something about that, and I was like, "What?" He's like, "It's in a file cabinet or something," and I think that's not true. And if it is true, they never provided us that.
Right, because that's when you gave him the business about, like, is there something funny? Like, what are you laughing about? You think using evidence is funny? And he tried to say that there was some kind of list that was prepared, but he doesn't know where it is. It was obvious.
I think I said, now I'm starting to remember this. Maybe again, the record will be what's accurate, but I think I said to him, "Good, then you can have that to me in the next couple of days." "Oh yeah, I'll have that to you." I think it was something along those lines. And of course, we never got it. They lost 40 to 60 days worth of interviews, including at the key moments. And so just think about it on so many different levels. Very few of those interviews that we know of were reduced or memorialized. Even if they were memorials, like Holder and Westfall's interviews, or even Logan Holder's and Brad Holder's, we don't know what was included and what, more importantly, was not was included. And again, like I said in that memo, it doesn't even need to be nefarious, because at that stage of the game, whoever's interviewing Holder and whoever is interviewing Westfall, it's more about, they don't know what's important, because later on, and we all know this, Allie knows this, Bob knows this from doing this work, what often happens is when there's lies being told at the beginning, then as the case unfolds and the witnesses start getting interviewed and videotape starts getting looked at off of Ring doorbells and all that kind of thing, then you can see, oh, I didn't even think that what Brad Holder said on February 17th was even important. Right. Now I know it's incredibly important. That little sentence there totally, it changes
everything.
Yeah. And we're never going to know. So it doesn't mean that the guys that interviewed him would intentionally screw up a report or anything like that. They could. I mean, it's not an impossibility. But what's more typically problematic is it's the little details,
the nuances
and the details that matter in those early interviews. That, I mean, I'm telling you, every day when we're watching video, there's something exciting that happens when we're watching video off of something, body cam.
And Andy, think of it this way. In terms of that early on, they probably have no idea that the Facebook posts exist. We don't know, based on whatever is written by Holman or whoever writes up the reports in terms of their memory, whatever it was, months and months and months and months later, whenever the hell they wrote up in a report, which was like, there's no way in hell this guy's remembering what this guy said, because like that was like a very pointed part of the cross-examination in terms of when he actually wrote these reports in relation to when the interviews took place. And he was like, I don't know. But in terms of the tone and tenor Like they're not coming at him hard necessarily when he's one of the first people that they're talking to. Like imagine we didn't have the audio of Holman's interview with Rick Allen and we're just reading it on paper, seeing it, hearing it, knowing what his tone, his tenor, his demeanor, I'm talking about Holman and Rick's is so critical to getting an understanding of what is going on in that room. And it's all lost. It's all lost.
That's a whole nother aspect of it, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, it's not just what's not included. Yeah. I'm so glad you said that, Allie, because it's just something. It seems like all the time I'm thinking about something that is important and this is an important thing. And whether we can use that when it gets overturned, whether I'm on the case or not at that time. But I'm always trying to think, how can we use that in the future? That's why I did like that fake order or the proposed order that I put together, because it's a good roadmap for a future judge that I hope I could say there's judges that actually would write that out and sign it. But yeah. I don't know if you're done with the interview.
I mean, is it pretty much done? I mean, there's probably
sacrifice, ritual,
like 3 minutes
plausible, but you can't say for sure yes or no.
No, I'm not a runologist, and even the fellow that I talked to is, much more knowledgeable about runes than I am. Who's published, on runes, is not, before his retirement, was not sort of a full-time runologist. If you'd like me to put you in touch with somebody.
What did he say? Do you remember?
Whatever he said made it into my report. I think we kind of came to an agreement about sort of what it could be and what it couldn't be. And
I know you used the word guessing. We're guessing.
Yeah.
Because
educated guess. I mean, it's not a random assortment of sticks.
Right.
Pause it. Right.
Thank you.
That seems likely.
Okay.
Pause it.
Yeah. Can you go back? And I want to hear how Holman responded to that. Was he panicked? But
I mean, he shit his pants a little bit. A little got into his underwear, but he squeezed it real quick as soon as he said, all right, we'll go back just a hair here.
What are we listening for, Allie?
We're listening for him saying, well, I'll tell you one damn thing. It's not a random assortment of sticks.
Right. I mean,
clearly they're placed on bodies. So he's not referring to that act as the random part. But if they're just tossed, that would be a random.
I mean, clearly you turned this thing off before you heard him say that shit, because that should have been in there. Like one of the last things that Turco says is clearly they're not random sticks. I mean, that's come on. I mean, Jesus.
There's your even with all the other things, I thought that was. Oh, sorry, babe. Got to rewind it.
Runologist.
No, it's coming up.
In touch with somebody.
What did he say? Do you remember?
Whatever he said made it into my report. I think we kind of came to an agreement about sort of what it could be and what it couldn't be. And
I know you used the word guessing. We're guessing.
Yeah. Because educated.
Educated guess.
I mean, it's not a random assortment of sticks.
Right.
That seems very unlikely.
Okay.
But there are people who are runologists full time.
If you could give me that, I'd love that.
Yeah, I mean, this would probably be somebody in Europe, like Norway or something like that.
I'm not a fly over there.
Okay.
Or sacrifice.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
No, but if we could at least get an email or something.
Sure.
I'd love to reach out to him.
Yeah, I'll see you. There's one guy who comes to mind in Norway who I think is maybe the best. I'll go home and do some homework.
Yeah, just you have his contact information.
Yes.
And I think I have yours. I'm quite certain because during my deposition I brought you up. It took me a while to figure out. Buckley couldn't remember your name.
Oh, okay.
Nicole couldn't remember your name, and then we got the report, and then we figured out by calling Matt who might teach this or have knowledge of it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to turn this report over and your information over and
Feel free,
discovery.
Sure.
And that means that the defense attorneys will probably contact you as well. So
okay. Oh,
just
so there's always it sounds like there's movement in this
trial. Yeah, the trial's actually scheduled for January of next year, but I don't.
So there's an accused.
Yeah, we made an arrest back in November, I think.
Is that public?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It's
There's what he learned between the
You
two
must not
dates.
use much, huh? Me either.
I didn't catch it. Yeah.
Good. Maybe on the jury. Most people know about it.
I guess could I be at this point? I think I'm probably
not.
disqualified.
You're going to be a witness, probably.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If you think of anything else, please let Matt or I know. And
The only thing else I can think of is I'm supposed to say hello from Twyla Gibson.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know her?
Well, she works downstairs and is one of my favorite people on the planet.
She's a sweetheart.
And she asked me what I was doing. I mentioned that I was meeting with you.
That was a surprise to her.
And I don't think anything really phases her.
Really?
And she said, "Oh, that's my second cousin."
All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn this off. I'm going to conclude this interview. It's approximately 3:30.
All right, there you go, Jer Bear. Yeah. So I mean, there you go. So I wanted to throw a couple of these up. Now I don't know where Shania lies on this thing. It seems like you might be of the mindset that they got the right guy here. So she says, yeah, Bob, but that is based on a drawn graphic of the sticks, not the actual crime scene pictures. Context matter, it does.
Mhm.
But what you should be asking yourself, Shania, if you are in fact of the mindset that Richard Allen's the correct guy, you know who controlled that? The state. They could have shown Turco the actual crime scene photos.
And again, that's irrespective of what they did show or didn't show. What Jerry Holman said in his August 10th deposition is a lie, and what Liggett said is a lie. Whether or not you can criticize Turco and the police and how they handled whether Turco should have seen it. I get that. Those are valid points. They really are. But my big beef is these guys lied and they got away with it. And Nick tried to hide the professor. And it appears to be because he knew that they had lied, and he knew that that we were onto something with the Odinism. And that's a major problem. Whether or not Turco was a good witness for them or whatever on that topic is different. It doesn't matter.
It is, but it also, it really is. If you're on the side that, oh, well, I mean, you got to kind of look at law enforcement in terms of, and your point's well taken. But the fact of the matter is that when you're looking at this, and if you know how the girls were positioned, okay, I think it's deliberate that the state elected to just say, okay, well, here we're not going to show that it looks like very much like the girls were staged with the legs tucked under one another, and that they're in specific types of positions. We're just going to show them the sticks, and we're going to go with that because I think in somebody's mind, probably with the FBI, because I don't know that the Unified Command would have thought of it, but we don't want to sway them one way or another by having the staged bodies in addition to the sticks themselves. We just want to find out if it's sticks or something. So that's something that I'd like you to kind of to think about there a little bit, Shania. And also the state doesn't believe the sticks were random. Random would have been no meaning. The state believes, well, that was actually their blood guys theory, not the state's theory. And he came in way after the fact. And frankly, if you're just throwing a bunch of sticks on to hide the body, that's as random as you can get. So those would be the two things that I would say in response to your messages.
Yeah, anybody that sees the crime scene photos would know it's ridiculous to say that those sticks were random, were just thrown on there, or nature, or some guy just threw them on there. There's no way. I mean, again, and I don't like getting into this stuff. I mean, the sticks on Abby are very clearly the same rune that Brad Holder had on his hand, clearly. Libby's is more of a bind rune, and what the giveaway for me that this was intentional and it's meaningful to the person that did it is that when you, I don't know if I can do this, but when the runes were here to a point right here at her genitalia and went up like that, and that takes some doing. Okay, you just don't toss sticks on somebody and they just happen to land in this perfect, that means something to that person. Okay. Whoever did that, that meant something to them. They wanted to have that in that particular order, in that particular way. And there's no way that was not intentional. Don Perlmutter, our expert, said that, whoever did this, group of people, one person, it meant something to them. The sticks on Abby, the sticks on Libby.
Yep. All right, man. Well, look, you did some yeoman's work tonight. Power.
You better make sure there's not like an important question for him.
All right, let me just make sure. I know that, like, I was trying to put some up for you.
Oh yeah. Hey, thanks. Go back to that. You got the one in the yellow.
Which one?
The one before that.
Under your scars?
No, the one before that.
Oh.
He was talking about the here's a very very under discussed thing that we did not focus on at all at trial, and that one sketch that came out and it showed where the sticks were. There's a pool of blood with sticks arranged in a certain way that were 2 or 3 feet at the below Abby or Libby's feet. Okay.
I can't find it again. I highlighted it.
And whoever wrote, I think that's what they were referring to. And
yes.
Thank you for doing that, because we did not talk about it, but that's called blooding the runes. And Don Perlmutter talked about that, I think, on August 1st at her hearing about the importance of blooding the runes. So there's no other explanation. And I'm going to tell you something for sure. Nick McClelland, hear me out. I'm transparent, baby. I mean, if I get back on this case, we're going to be talking about that circle. There it is. Is that it?
Yep.
Yeah. The sticks over the blood cannot be explained away. I think Skin Row, nice name, you are talking about the blood below that I was just talking about, below where Libby's feet were. There was a blood circle with sticks in a certain arrangement, and we never really focused. I didn't focus on that in the Frank's memo because I didn't see it or I didn't know it. So I wish that could have been made of the Frank's memo. But man, when Don Perlmutter talked about blooding the runes, you put runes in blood, and that's blooding the runes, and that and that's another. Just it's another way to know that this was Norse paganism. It was somebody's attempt at it, at least ham-handed attempt or whatever.
Right.
But yeah, thank you for that.
Did Bob ask you, when did you get the
Reese Davis statements?
Yeah.
No. Okay. So we found, here's what we received in, I think it was in February of 2024, when I was going through one of the hard drives. That's when I found the Reese Davis, like, it was like notes, handwritten notes. And I think there might've been a report, and that's where Reese was saying that Ron Logan had confessed to him. So then I think it was in March of 2024, I went and saw Reese Davis. And that's when Reese said, "Why are you here? You can just watch the video. Those guys videotaped my interview." And there is no, of course, Nick claims there's no videotaped interview. So that's when that happened. Unless you're talking about the more recent stuff from February of 2025.
Right. And I might have put this up, like Bailey B had made a good point. It talks about Skin Row again, said, and that's Teresa's chat, the meaning of the rune is something only the killer would know, which was something Perlmutter said, which is something we've been echoing.
Yeah, thank you.
So, and that Turco confirms it resembles a rune. The meaning is moot.
Thank you. Yes, exactly. They're trying to muddle that up and conflate it with the bottom line. They are runes. That's the end of the story. Thank you.
Right. And people still want to make sure that you know about all the absurd redactions that are still in the public files we have. I know you know that, but don't understand why, right?
I don't have any idea what is going on out there. And I know people are mad at me. They think I should release stuff. And part of me, it's at various points in time, it's like a roller coaster ride. I am so angry about stuff. I want it out there. But my wife also keeps like, Andy, if you I don't know that I keep saying, I don't know that there's anything wrong with it. And I think there's lots of people out there that agree with that. But if they can use any excuse to keep me off the case, then that might do it. And that's one of the reasons I'm not doing it. I don't know that I'm going to be on the case. On the other hand, I wish I would know that right now, because if I knew that right now, boy, there would be a lot of things happening.
Right. No, I 100% agree with that. I told Bob, I was like, hey, babe, just remember, and maybe remind Andy, we don't want him to say anything that's going to let us say anything that might, risk him getting off the case.
Well, I mean, that might already have happened. I don't know. But then
No.
I think I'm more dangerous if I'm off the case than in some ways.
Now, actually, I'm not going to ask you to respond to that, but maybe Bob and I will address it. Well, we will when we let you go. Just
What's that? This one?
yeah, this person's saying, or so it's Milkin Man.
But his brother-in-law and crew
Ricky
were.
may not have been huge into Odin, but his brother-in-law and crew were. Bernelli's Def Runes.
Definitely runes.
So
I've never heard that. So
right.
I don't know.
It's not something that
I don't know about that. So is that it?
I think so.
Okay.
My biggest question is, what do you? Oh, mad respect for Andy.
Yeah. Thank you.
So Racing Queen says, my biggest question is, what do you believe the jurors think or believe now? They have had to see these things everywhere. Also sent to Venmo. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Being in the jury, in the jury room, not in the jury room, but in the courtroom with the jury, I thought that I felt some connection there, like they were understanding things. And certainly we could have presented the timeline a lot better. And there's things that we could have done better that might have caused them to change their mind, maybe, but I don't know. And you're asking like since the trial?
Right,
I don't know. I have no idea there are some people that probably are like, I'm not going to listen to anything. I'm not going to watch anything. I don't want to know anything. And there might be others that are all into it and looking into it and then think that I'm a jerk and crazy and stuff like that. We're human beings. You have to like put on your defense mechanism. If
they're seeing anything, I think they're feeling a little bit bamboozled. You can't not. That's what everyone's kind of talking about, the same thing, unless you're like those few creators who are just, like you said,
intellectually dishonest.
Right. Intellectually dishonest. That in my opinion, they have to be thinking that they've been somewhat bamboozled, at least thinking that somewhat bamboozled. And I'm kind of surprised. I'm shocked that this much time has passed and none of them have spoken out over and above like the initial talk in another sort of leading conversation.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, I have, it's the politically correct thing to say is I'm not angry and about it, what they did and all that. And I respect their choices and all what they did. And I try to maintain that, but I am a human being. And on the other hand, there's times where I'm angry about it, but then I have to remember they didn't hear the full story, not even close.
Right.
And that's not their fault.
Right. Critical Thinker says the prosecutor said he decides what exculpatory.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, he does. I think he actually did say that. It's his obligation to know what's exculpatory and whether to turn it over. He said that related to the Reese Davis. Yeah.
Yeah. And Tracy Cooley asks, what do the girls' families think about this? Do they think they've got the wrong guy? I don't know that you have any specific intel on that, but I would assume that they are trusting the police and believe that they have the right guy.
Hey, you guys, thank you for asking that question. There is a case, and if I can find it, you guys could do a story on this or you could get the attorneys on. There's a case in Indiana where there was, I believe it was a murder in the 1990s. And this just happened like a year ago or 2 years ago. You might, guys out there, see if you can Google this and send this. I'll try to describe it as best as I can. But here's what happened. The police convinced the victim's family, the person that was murdered, that this guy did it. And there was a third party that could have been pointed to. But the police were not interested. They had made their arrest. There's a lot of similarities here. They had made their arrest and they were going with what they were going with. And the victim's family was, yeah, that's the guy. The police have told me that's the guy. Well, then I think DNA evidence came back later, or there was some type of evidence that exonerated the guy. And I believe that what ended up happening is that the family of the victim and the exonerated guy got together and sued the police, or had a press conference or something where they're like, the police bamboozled us. They made us believe that guy was guilty, and we feel terribly about it. And that would be certainly an interesting thing to look into, because it would very much mirror this situation, perhaps.
Yeah.
And
there was another big case, and I can't remember what it was, where one of the victims said, like, after that it was proven that it wasn't him, and it might have been what's his name with the key, babe?
Which key?
Where the cops planted the key for the car.
Stephen Avery.
Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Maybe it was his first offense, alleged offense. But the victim said she was so convinced by the police that it was him, that in her nightmares, it was his face that she was seeing. And she was equally, like you're saying, apologetic and like sorry, just so devastated that the wrong person had been in prison, all that time, and felt lied to. It's a powerful thing when you are, especially a victim, but when you put your trust and faith in the system and the people who are, supposed to be doing this and telling, you can't imagine there's a reason that they'd lie to you.
Yeah, we're brought up to trust police, respect them, and when they talk to you, you listen to them. And if they are telling you that we've got the right guy, and you're not, and you're so anxious to get a conviction because you want this thing to be closed out. And I'm not saying that they weren't trying to get the right guy, the family, but they were bamboozled. They were. I mean, they're going to find that out at some point in time. And I'm sorry to say that, but that's going to happen. I have faith that that's going to happen. I do.
Well, man, the dog KPT Times wants to know if Richard Allen knows he has 1,000 supporters.
I think Rick is when I've talked to Rick in the past about the fact that he's got a lot of people out there supporting him, he's always just shocked by that. Like, no, that can't be true. But then I know that there's people out there that have figured out a way to reach out to him, and are communicating with him. And so he has to be believing it to some degree now, because there's people from England and other places that are
all over the world. All over the world. Like, we have them. There's a ton of people from all over the world just in our chat right here. So like, for some of the people in Europe, it's like 6 a.m. So it's perfect for them. They're like, oh, dude, it's not the middle of the night. Well, hey man, this was awesome. It was I'm glad that we did it.
Yeah,
I got to go deal with the dog. I know you're saying bye to him, but bye, Andy.
Bye, Allie. I'm still trying to get up there. Hey, by the way, good luck this weekend, Bob. I know it's a big weekend, and
I'm ready for it. I'm nervous.
I'm happy to tell you this. One of my favorite all-time lawyers that worked in my law firm, was a guy named Matt Price, but he was a Packers fan, and he's no longer working in the firm. So
that makes me happy.
He left on his own accord to go to make more money, but that's how those Packers fans roll.
Yeah, man. They're cheeseheads.
Good luck. I'll be thinking of you this Saturday.
All right, brother.
Take care, everyone.
I'll talk to you over the next few days, man.
All
Thanks
right.
a lot for the long hang. All right. There it is, Andy Baldwin, everybody. Powered through, right? That was a serious marathon, damn near 6 hours of Andy. That's something. All right, let me buzz through these. I know Allie was going through them. Racing Queen. Oh, family hug. Appreciate you. Tara, I did see these. Thank you for your 3 messages. Like, I've been trying to get Sergio to do something with me, and I just have a hard time getting him to respond. So I don't know. And it's not that I think he's not responding purposely. I just think I tried to get him on Instagram and it didn't work. So I don't know. But I appreciate the generosity. Marissa, as always, we thank you. We thank you. Thank you. Bailey, thank you as always for your continued generosity. Kim C, he saw it. He seen it. He seen it. And we thank you so much for your generosity. Julio, as always, 8 months of glorious membership. We thank you for that. TY West, we thank you for that $2 dono. We always appreciate that. Bailey came back. Said in T-Shat, the meaning of the rune is something only the killer would know. Exactly. I mean, that's the same thing that Perlmutter said. If you guys have never watched when we had Perlmutter on, she's worth watching. You know, in terms of
Sorry.
somebody's got the zoomies. But yeah, the Perlmutter live is really interesting. And like I had seen somebody in chat like, oh, you know, Nick, I had a gotcha that she had appeared on either Court TV or Law and Crime and like had given some kind of opinion prior to being involved with the case or being engaged by the defense. I don't see what difference that makes in terms of like, she's either going to think something, or she's going to think that it's not. You know, I mean, just watch her and come to your own conclusion if she knows what she's talking about. I happen to think that she's very learned and knows exactly what she's talking about. But thank you for that. Akasha, there you go. Go get it. Appreciate that. As always, Jolene, just watching now, Turco is the Kelly Deaver. The Kelly. He's way better. He's way better than like Deaver was a turd. Like Turco was just a guy. Like Turco wasn't hiding purposefully. Like they were hiding him. But thank you so much for that incredibly generous dono. Milliken, we went through your thing. I think I've seen you message that before. I'm going to ask Kathy about that. Seems like she would have mentioned something like that to me, but DB, love listening to two great attorneys and Bob Zing. Thanks, DB. Appreciate you, brother. Always. Family hug. Upside down Narnia. Appreciate you. We love new family members. DB came in hot with another 99 cents. Appreciate you, brother. Racing Queen, my biggest question is, what do you believe the jurors think or believe? Now, I think we got to that with Andy. We thank you again. Disgruntled, thanks for the coverage. This case is beyond infuriating. Hard agree. Appreciate y'all. We appreciate you and your generosity. Jessica, please stay, Andy. Our hearts are in this case. We care deeply. He knows. I mean, our cruise runs deep. We run deep. Would love a live about the geofence and phone data. I mean, me too. You guys heard me. I asked him flat out. I put the map. The map's out there. You know, the map's out. Like I've never seen the map either. I'd actually very much like to see it. It's bizarre that they're withholding who made the map. Somebody put like in chat. I saw it. I was like, wow, it's probably right. Somebody said it was probably Gray Hughes. It probably was. It's probably exactly like that would be a great explanation as to why they refused to turn it over. Because that would be damning. That would be very, very damning. Critical thinker. Appreciate you. Nick says he decides what's exculpatory. I know Allie went through that. Thank you so much. Critical. Who dis? Please, we love hearing from you, Andy. Yes, we do. You got 6 hours of him tonight. I'm not sure he signed up for that. He had to know. He sent me all the motions like, well, we're going to go through these. I'm like, cool, let's go. Let's roll. Dr. Vonda, let the world know Andrea Burkhart defended Richard Allen. I would hope so. And the defense team on the brother counsel. Yep. And she put Martin on. I'm going on Sunday. I'll be hanging with him Sunday morning to give him additional intel. So make sure you're checking us out over there. Tracy Cooley. What do the girls' families think about all this? I mean, I'm assuming that they think that Rick Allen's exactly where he belongs to be, or that he's where he belongs. So, I mean, you know, and until something happens with it, I mean, who knows? Like they're going to believe what law enforcement told them, and they told them this is the guy. So, but thank you for that. KPT times. Does Ari know? Oh, okay, so Allie did that. Thank you for being a longtime member. Stephanie Mum, family hug for you. Thank you for being a new member. Dr. Vonda K speaking. Keep speaking. The world needs to hear the truth for sure. You know you can't shut me up. Under your scars, and thank you, Dr. Vonda. I just want to thank you, Andy, for doing what is right. The system would be so much better if not for the lies and deceit. Truth. Truth. Thank you so much. Under your scars, as always. Lieutenant Pez, thank you for being a member. Thank you for that wonderful email that I will be employing for our members only, which I know I keep promising. It's going to be in the next few days. I wanted to do it Saturday, but the Bears are playing and I'm going to the game. So, but it'll be shortly thereafter, and we're going to have a good night. And I'm going to be, like I said, using some of your ideas. So thank you for being a new member. MSVUS Marine Corps, new member. Family hug. Welcome. And thank you for your service. Appreciate that. Sarah Ritchie, a huge super sticker. Thank you so much for that incredible generosity. We really, really appreciate that very, very much, Sarah. Thank you 100 times over. Charlie's Angels, Moose. We know how this goes. Love it. Thank you so much for your generosity. And then Elan alumni here. Oh boy. I'll let Allie know. She dipped right before she saw that. That's the thing. I've been trying to get her to maybe start talking about that experience. So I will definitely I'll let her know. I'm going to take a pic so she knows that there's strength in numbers out there. So thank you, Charlie's Angels. Appreciate that. And then I did get some Venmos. I want to give love. And then I'm calling it. We're 6 hours. I put in the work today, kids. I put in the work today. Kim, as always, every live, kicking us 25 dono. Thank you. Thank you, Kim. Oksana, another 25. As always, Bob and Allie delivered stellar content. I can never get enough of you two. And of course, Indiana Defense Daddy will keep me glued to the screen. Thank you for keeping Rick's case front and center always. And thank you so much, Oksana. Appreciate that. Jennifer kicked us 20. DD, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Amanda, I am obsessed with your channel. Buried, thank you. Listen to Buried, Inside the John Wayne Gacy Investigation. 33 part 3 just dropped. Full things out. If you're a binger, now's the time. Get on it. Do it. I'm proud of it. I think you'll like it. Thank you for everything you do and the coverage. And we take coverage and take we receive. I'm constantly refreshing my YouTube for an updated notification of another live safe travels to the Aaron Spencer boots on the ground. Thank you for that $10 Venmo. Thank you, Amanda. And let's see. I don't know if I think there were a couple more. You guys were busy on the Venmos. And let me see. Danny, I'm with you. Let's see. Hold on. It takes a minute to get this. I'm with you on the read thing. The trial is so far off and so many content creators doing it all the time. Keep bringing your insights. I'm all in on Spencer. Laugh out loud. Finish Garcia. Yes, I know. I'll mention it every Venmo till it's out. Fair. Thank you so much for that. Hey, I appreciate the fact that people want that shit finished. So it means a lot to me to know that people care enough to keep on me. And I promise I'm not going to leave you hanging on that thing. I know it's taken me a painfully long period of time to finish it. But all right, y'all. You guys are amazing. I am. Last one. Madison, Maddie Joe, Josephine. It's my grandmother's name, Josephine. I was in and out, so I could have missed it. But I'd love to hear more about Reese Davis. Stay tuned on that. I want to be able to provide some information about Reese in the near future, hopefully. So, all right, you guys, you are amazing mods. For however many of you are still here, thank you. Thank you a million times over. 6 hours is above and beyond. My wife dipped and she was sleeping in a chair downstairs, icing her arm. I'm here for it.
Supposed to be gone that long, nor was I supposed to ice that long, but
I'm here for it. I got your back, girl. All right, you guys, but mods, thank you so much. Mandy, Tracy, I love you. I adore you. Thank you. I'm sure Tracy's long in bed. You guys that stuck it out and hung for this whole thing, you guys are champs. Seriously, all of you, you're amazing. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. And to all of you, our new members, welcome to the family. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe. If you like the content, just hit that subscribe button. Boop, it's free, helps us grow. Also, hit the like. If you're replay, please leave a comment. That really helps get it out into the algo too. We want people to hear about this case. This was a very informative live. It goes into a lot of parts of this case and gives you really a good understanding of what was going on during kind of the pendency of this case as it was awaiting to go to trial. So please like, share, subscribe. We love you so much, because without you, I'd just be an old man
Sitting around talking to his wife.
Boop. See y'all tomorrow.